Test, test, test.
Yeah, can you hear me? I think so. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming. That's to Sunday morning at 10 o'clock. It's a little bit tough. Anyway, thanks for making it. And yeah, let's see, like, today topic is like quantum computing and how it's maybe going to impact the application security, and how we can prepare for that, like maybe it's like organization wise or like maybe individually also. Let's see like how exactly things will yeah, let's get started. Before that, I would like to thank the hope committee, volunteers and everyone giving me this opportunity to talk here and organizing this wonderful Hope conference, because this is my maybe second or third once I went near the Penn Station, then after that online, and this is maybe the third time I'm coming to the Hope. It's a wonderful community. Thanks for everything. And myself is Shesha. It's a long name, so you can call me Shesha. I have like around 15 years of experience in application security, mostly, not into the other areas. So, yeah. And it's a quick disclaimer. So, yeah, most of this quantum computing or like whatever I have done, this is my own learning and like the interest, because I did my bachelor's in science in math, physics, and chemistry. So quantum computing slightly related to the quantum mechanics. That's where it triggered me the interest and started looking into that. And I tried to relate that into the application security. There is some relevance, so that's the reason I did dive a little bit more into that and try to learn. So that's why we are here today. And the agenda is going to be like, first, initially I'll just try to tell very little bit about quantum computing. I don't want to go very deep because it's a huge area to explore. Still, a lot of scientists and researchers are working on it. But we'll see like what is quantum computing, pretty basics, not very deep dive. Then how that quantum computing is threatening at least the cryptography area. So the next one is going to be like, at least I'll give like little bit overview over what is encryption and what kind of encryptions are there, and based on that we'll try to correlate how quantum computing is going to impact the encryption area. So after that, how that cryptography is there in application security, if quantum computing is impacting. So that's the way how I outline the agenda for today, and let's see like how it goes. So before getting started, so how many people are here working in security, or like computer security? Oh, bunch. So I need to be a little bit careful. Okay. So next, maybe like I want to be make more interactive, or else like yeah, people may sleep. So you are going to hear these words randomly between here and there in the next 40-45 minutes, like quantum computing, cryptography, application security, or else like post-quantum cryptography. So don't get bored by just hearing those 4 words, but because that's the main agenda. So sorry about that. So yeah, what is quantum computer? Anybody has seen that here? Oh, that's cool. Then a lot of people. Did you guys see in physical? Oh, that's great. I expect 1 or 2, but a lot of people saw that in person. That's great. Maybe touch physically. Oh, that's even great. That's nice. So I need to be very careful if I'm done. Is it look like that? Quantum computer? I like this? Yeah, those are channelers. But those are pretty much similar to that. Oh, it's coming again. Yeah, this is one of the not channelers, sorry, quantum computer. Yeah, even though like it looks like chandler, but whatever we see, the threads or whatever people will call in the gold colors, those are like cooling systems. But the quantum chip will be like very small, like maybe like our iPhone, but everything will be like the Chandler structure, whatever we call, right? So that is mainly used for the cooling. So we'll see like why we want that kind of structure for quantum computer. Mostly I'll try to explain it in a simpler way. And then we'll jump on to the, maybe these images you could have seen in like maybe IBM, if you watch like whenever the IBM come up with that. And then after that, maybe Google come up maybe last year with the Willow chip, because it has computed some, I think, probabilistic in 5 minutes, which the classic computer will take a lot, like maybe millions. Not millions, they say like septillions or something. It's a long zeros and one in the left, not the right. So yeah, let's see. Before going to a little bit more into the quantum computer, first, like most of the people here use the classical computer, like because it's classical. It means what we are using at least like maybe 30 to 40 years. Like whether it's handheld device or like in your lap or like maybe in your iPad. So those are kind of like classical computers. Mostly they work with the bits like 0 and 1. And mostly they like, what we'll call it, usually they'll just take like one value and just keep it like 0 and 1, whether it's a true or false if you ask a question. Or else if you want to do some calculations, everything will happen in the 0 and 1s, but that's mostly in the back end. And just give me a second, I'll try to turn off the, yes. Yeah. Next is like, okay, that's like classical computer. So then what about the quantum computer? So what are the, like how exactly the quantum computer works? It uses a qubits, like quantum bits. It's not like typical 0 or 1. So usually, as I said, like everything will happen in the 0 or 1. Like if you ask a question, it's true or false. Or like any calculations, like even if you are doing any GPU intensive task, still they use the zeros and ones, but maybe because of the more processing power, it will do that. But the way how quantum computers works is slightly different. They won't use the bits, they use qubits. They will call it as quantum bits. They use like usually like, it's like similar to 0, 1, but it's not like, it won't be consistently at 0 or 1. It will be like, it's kind of a pendulum which will rotate from here to there or something like that. Maybe it may exist in the both state at the same time. So this is like how typical, like if you see the left side, this is like classical computer. So where we see like this NAND switch, or like all the gates and everything will be there. But if you move on to the quantum computer, it's slightly different. Like maybe you can see this A and that's kind of like the qubit, the way how they represent, it's kind of like A plus 0, 1. So something like that. So that's a slight difference as well. Like maybe it's a huge difference between the classical and quantum computer. So what is the main advantage of quantum computers? Because everyone is thinking more about the quantum computers, or like everyone is talking about that. So how it provide more power or like more advantages? It's not like power, because how we can say is like it's classical computers, usually how people will tell is like it's like a race car. If you take, it's just an example. If you say like a race car, a Lamborghini or a F1 race car, so it will go super fast by calculating by utilizing the power what it has in GPUs or CPUs. But if you take the same car and if you keep it in the water, it may not go that much fast, because the landscape is different, because it is designed to run on the earth. So similarly to that, classical computers in that, if you take in a car, so quantum computers, it's kind of a like boat or like steam or like whatever we use in the water. So it's kind of a different terrain or different landscape. So it has its own advantages, and classical computers has its own advantages. But at the end of the day, if real quantum computers comes into the existence and it get its own power, it will try to solve the challenges which classical computer is getting a little bit delayed or getting troubled. So that's where the main advantage is. So how the quantum computing is getting advantages, like let's see like how it is like the mainly that, because it uses the quantum properties, which we'll see in the next few slides, like if you say like superposition and entanglement and quantum tunneling. So superposition and entanglement is the major properties. By using that, the computer, like the scientists and researchers trying to solve the problems which classical computers are taking years to do that. As I mentioned earlier, like Google Willow chip has done the calculations in 5 minutes, which classical computers are taking a longer time, right? Like septillions or whatever the number number of years. So by using these kind of properties, the quantum computers are going to take the advantages. So the main advantage is. Oh, I did it. Oh, on? Okay. No, you are good. No, I thought like it may be disturbing you guys, so that's why I turned off. Okay, now it's good? Yeah. Yeah. So how these two properties are going to help is like the main is like quantum bits, like how the bits are like zeros and ones, how they can exist in the multiple states simultaneously by taking that as an advantage. Because if you see, like if you want to calculate anything, so classical computer has to be exist on the state and then only it has to move on. It usually will do like stuff in this simultaneously. So that's the classical computer. But because of this, the quantum bits property which can exist in the multiple states at the same time. So by calculating the whatever our requirement, so it's going to be helpful. So let's see like how it is going to help. Okay, the core concepts, like as I mentioned in the previous slides, so the core concepts will be like superposition. So that's going to be the main core concepts for the quantum computer. So the particle exists in the multiple states in simultaneously. We can see in the next slide. So how we can imagine that, how it is possible. So next one is like entanglement. So it's kind of like entanglements like. If you see like two particles, if one particle changes, like suppose if it is one particle is showing upward, then another particle, without knowing that, it can show into the downward. So it's like kind of like if you see in the physics, so there will be like neutrons or protons, right? So how they do this spinning and directions. So by looking at one particle itself, we can decide what exactly the next particle is doing. So that's the advantage of the quantum computer. So that's kind of like entanglement. So what will happen? Like, this entanglement will happen. Usually, what people will think, say, okay, that particle is next to each other, so that's why they know. It's not like they are very next to each other. Even though if they are very far itself, like even though if it is in another continent or like maybe another planet, so still it has that connection between those two particles. So by using that, we use the quantum computer. So let's see like the core principles. So what are this? Like superposition, and next one is like entanglement. So little bit detail. So just to get everyone picture, because I know few people are already aware of quantum computers better, but for the novice or like the new folks, so I'll try to explain a little bit in time. So if you see like usually like if some spinning coin is there, so usually what we'll say, like whenever someone spins, we'll say like head or tail. But whenever it is spinning, so there are like both possibilities, like 50%. Sometimes when it is slowing down, it may get like 70-80. So based on that, that is called like superposition. So if you see in the next, the below one itself, like it is just spinning over there. So it's until it come to certain stage, and or else like if we can measure at that point, we don't know what is the exact position. So that's the advantage of the quantum bits. So it can exist in the multiple states. All possible states, like maybe here I'm just talking about only one quantum bit. Suppose if we have like 50 quantum bits, so like 50 zeros and ones, but we can calculate on based on like what exactly is happening. So what exactly scientists are trying to do, if you want to solve the bigger problems, they're trying to get the millions of qubits running at a time to calculate these probabilities to get the solution for different. So not only for security side or like cryptography side, they want to solve the challenges which classical computers are not able to. That's, I have mentioned that. So let's see, like maybe we can see like what kind of challenges quantum computers can help if researchers or scientists can build the quantum computer which can use the millions of qubits. Currently, I think they have like around 100 only. That's, we'll see in the next slide. So probabilistic nature, as we say, like like still until we measure it, we don't know the exact position. It's a 0 or 1. It may be triangle in between them. So next one is like measurement impact. So as I mentioned earlier, so the main advantages is like computational power. Of course, GPUs or NVIDIA, whatever, they have the bigger computational power, but still, like if you see like 20 years back, the computation power everyone's are like 200, like 256 MB RAM should be fine. But now people are going for the 48 MB RAM also is not sufficient, because it's like all the programs or everyone is like memory hungry or GPU hungry. So that's the reason, even though if it is current GPU has enough power, but still we want more power to solve few challenges. So that's the reason quantum computing will use this parallel computing in the solving it. So next one is the quantum entanglement. So as I mentioned, like the state of the between the two particles, which can be measured even though they are not near as well. So that's the quantum entanglement. I touched it a little bit there. So let's move on to the next one. So we have seen little bit advantages of the quantum computing so far. So, but people may ask like why scientists started, because maybe it has started like 1980s or 1990s, like longer time, but why scientists or everyone is taking time to build the quantum computers which has more power, or like maybe, as I said, like it has currently like 100 or 150 qubits only. Why don't we scale up to the 1 million or like more than that? So, but the major challenge is like error correction, because the particles, whichever is, it's very small, and it has the disadvantages of like if you see like any small environmental changes going to impact the particle state. So that's going to be very challenging for the scientists or researchers who wants to develop the quantum computer. So they're trying to come up with that. And the next one is going to be like temperature. So it should be like near the absolute zero, not 0 Fahrenheit or 0 centigrade. They want at the 0 absolute zeros. That's going to be like Kelvin or millikelvin itself. So that's going to be very challenging, because it's colder than the outer surface. So it's very challenging that to replicate in the lab area. So that's the reason most of the people could have seen the quantum computers in the IBM research centers or Microsoft or whoever is trying to do, right? So that's going to be very challenging, maintaining the temperature. Even the programming is not super critical, because there are some interpreters which can convert the programming, whatever we have developed, into the quantum, but still it is in the earlier stages. But compared to the previous ones, those are the major challenges at least. So if you see the timeline currently, theoretically they started developing in the 1980s. Then 1990s, Shor algorithms come up. So that we'll talk in the later little bit more detail. So this is also kind of a theoretical, but if Shor algorithm will tell like if we have enough quantum computers which can break the encryption. So that's the other one. Then 2010, like 50 qubits has been developed, 2020. So it's kind of, nowadays I think Google or someone, they have shown like error prone has been reduced. And yeah, let's see like, so what is the quantum thread timeline? So how it is going to thread the, at least the encryption area. So the present day, like at least like 50 to 100 qubits are there. Maybe by 3 to 5 years, we may get more qubits, 5 to 10 years, which like it's based on like how faster, but actually the development and everything is happening at the exponential speed compared to the like what exactly the researchers thought initially. But even initially, researchers thought like to break any Shor algorithm or something, they may need maybe suppose like 100 millions of qubits, but the coming down, the estimates are coming down, and the rapid development is going a little bit faster. So there will be a overlap in that. So there are chances like we may get the good quantum computer which can break the encryption. So in maybe 10 or 15 years. So that's the reason we had to be like a lot of organizations are there, like maybe we don't know, like threat organizations or threat actors started to harvest now or like decrypt later, because what they're trying to do is like any sensitive transactions between the countries or between the banks. So they're trying to get it, store it. Maybe once the quantum computers comes to the picture, so they try to decrypt and they will try to get it. So that's a major threat exactly happening. Okay, let's leave like cybersecurity a little bit aside, and let's say like how the quantum future will be, like how it is going to help. So what exactly they are trying to do is like they are trying to help the maybe I'll go into the next slide, so that has the yeah, if you see the first slide, so that's cryptography. Just that we talk a little bit now. So the next one, how it is going to helpful is the scientific research. If you say like molecular modeling, because obviously at the like if you see in the molecular level, it's a little bit tough for the classical computers to calculate or like do the probabilistic for the molecular level. So it's going to be a little bit, but quantum computer, since it has that qubit nature which can exist in multiple states at that time, so that can help in the molecular modeling or like material science or even in the drugs, means like for the any kind of a disease which they can try to find out the medicine or something like that. So such kind of helpful features are there with the quantum computers. So that's the main reason why researchers are more interested to come up with that. So not just for breaking the encryption. So the main reason is like few areas in the challenges what we have like currently, maybe if you see like any farming areas or like maybe medicines which scientists want to, usually they do the trial and error methods, right? So they don't want to do it, they don't want to take a longer time because they don't have enough resources to test it in the lab itself and do it in the, so such kind of things, definitely quantum computers is going to be helpful. So how it is going to be like simulating the complex like quantum system, like molecules and materials, it will try to do, because of that medicine discovery or drug discovery or material science or chemistry, in that areas it is going to be helpful, okay. If you see in the machine learning, obviously a lot of people will ask whether quantum computers can help for the machine learning or AI/ML, whatever we call nowadays, right? So obviously it may help, because if you see in cybersecurity, so we want to read the patterns from the attackers or the attackers. They try to change they will try to obfuscate the attacks, or they will try to change the attack pattern. So that patterns, it's not easily measured by us. So definitely quantum computers are going to be helpful. Okay, we learned a little bit, maybe in first 20 minutes about the quantum computers. Maybe you guys understood a little bit. That's what I hope. Let's move on to cryptography. So I hear like, at least few hands rise when I ask the question about like how many works in security. So obviously, guys, most of you know about cryptography a little bit. So, but anyway, I will just try to touch like what is cryptography, means encryption. So encryption is like in one shot, like you will take a plain text and convert into the ciphertext. If you want to send some message to someone should not in the middle, someone should not be read, right? So that's, we call it converting the plain text to the ciphertext is called as encryption. So for that we use the key, because by using that key only the third party can decrypt it. But over the years that has developed because of the complications and man in the middle or like whatever then. So basically we use like two types of encryptions. Maybe you guys could have here like symmetric and asymmetric. The name itself will see like symmetric is like which use the same key for encryption and same key for the decryption. So what we do, like suppose if you want to send some message to someone in England, so what you have to do, like you have to share the key first, then only they can decrypt it. But that's not feasible for everyone, like all the time, right? So obviously, so that's the reason they come up with the concept called asymmetric encryption. So where you don't need to share the key all the time, because you can share only your public key, and if someone is encrypting or someone is sending data to you, so they can use your public key and send it back. Since you only have the private key, you can decrypt it. And so that's called asymmetric. So I don't want to spend too much time there, but if you see like the major impact from the quantum computer and what we are going to talk in next 5-10 minutes is like going to be in the asymmetric encryption algorithms, which currently we are using, which are prone to which has the weaknesses based on that quantum computers may break it in future. Okay. So encryption at web applications, that we see in the next slides, but I'll try to summarize a little bit, because if you see like web application or any mobile application or any application, obviously they may use the HTTPS. You could have seen in the browser URL bar. So for that, they use in a combination of symmetric and asymmetric in such a way to provide better security, instead of just randomly use symmetric or asymmetric. Not like this. The researchers or like open source community or whoever, they come up with a better solution to use in a way like by using asymmetric exchange the symmetric key, and there onwards try to use the symmetric key for further communication in the HTTPS connection. That's, yeah. So that's encryption 1 by 1. Am I coming back? No. So this is asymmetric. As I mentioned, like we are going to talk a little bit more in the asymmetric key because that's where quantum computing is becoming a risk for the encryption. So this is the one area. So this is a major area at least. Like so, asymmetric cryptography. If you see, as I mentioned, like if you see like in the first slide, for the encryption, we use the recipient's public key because recipient's particularly he will publish his public key. Whoever wants to send a message to him will use his public key and can encrypt it and send it back to him. Obviously, he won't lose. Obviously, we hope he won't lose his private key. If he didn't lose it, obviously he is the only person who can read it back what we have sent it. So that's how this entire asymmetric key cryptography works. So the major algorithms are like RSA, DSA, Diffie-Hellman, or ECC. So now let's see like how RSA algorithm works, and I won't take too much time here because the RSA algorithm is at least a little bit complex for my mind, but I'll try to explain a little bit easily. So if you see like the M is like the message which you want to send it to the someone, and by using these simple mathematical calculations, so we'll get back the M. So by using like exponential on top of that and something like that. So and N is like one of the modulus of N. So and we are getting back the same M. So by using this. So what RSA means, like 3 researchers or 3 scientists, they have come up with this pretty good algorithm. So what they have done is like they'll take a message and they use the exponential component and D, and they do the N, and this is M, right? So what they have done is like they try to split it into such a nice way. One is they use it for the encryption, another one used for the decryption. So if you see like this is the X is the ciphertext, what we have talked so far, right? We'll take the plain text and convert into the ciphertext. So here M is the plain text. Okay, here like M is the message, or we can call it as plain text. So we are taking the plain text and converting back to the ciphertext, and we are decrypting back to the plain text, the receiver. So this is how high level the RSA algorithm works. Okay, so here we are not sharing the same key, and also we are using the two different. If you see here, E is 1 and D is 1. So without knowing these two, they might not get back that. So now we have understood a little bit about the encryption types, asymmetric, asymmetric, and I have mentioned a few times like how quantum computers are going to impact that. So if you see the first side, asymmetric cryptography, sorry. So RSA is mainly depends on the difficulty of factoring. If you see that modulus, so the P, like if you take a large prime number, so how it works is like they will try, like we need to calculate 2 prime numbers which can come up with the large prime number. So based on that computational factorization, so it mainly depends on that. So but based on that difficulty, till now no one able to solve it because the classical computers will take years to solve it. But the way how the classical computer works in such a way, so it's difficult for the classical computers. But the way how quantum computers works, right, this factoring becomes slightly easier if we have the probability calculation, so they can try to break it. So that's way how RSA or else like maybe another algorithms are vulnerable to the quantum computing attacks. Okay, so if you see like this asymmetric mainly is vulnerable to the Shor's algorithm, and if you see like symmetric key cryptography is like Grover's algorithm. Grover's algorithm is slightly different because if you see in Shor's, it tries to calculate the factors, 2-factor primes in a faster way. But in the Grover's algorithm, it's like a search. Like maybe if you see like it's pretty good at the searching the index which is not indexed. So it is non-indexed search items. It can do the search very fast. So by using that, it can break the AES or like even the hashing as well. So if you are trying a little bit, like if you find a little bit tough with that, so I will try to explain like in a different way. So if you see like cryptographic algorithm. So AES, like it's a symmetric key. The main purpose is like for the encryption. So it's a larger keys are required. So if you want to move on to the quantum computer, so impact from the, so we need to increase the AES like maybe 256, 512 or more than that. Even the SHA hashing also, because hashing also it's kind of like maybe you could have here in the rainbow tables or few other, right? So how people try to build the rainbow tables and try to search for the matches. Similar to that, Grover algorithm will help this searching quicker. So that will, even SHA or AES are vulnerable to that. So that's the reason we want to move on from them or else try to protect the existing algorithm. So, and if you see here, ECDSA are like at least asymmetric or not secure against the quantum computers. At least maybe SHA or else like AES, we can use the larger keys or like maybe move on to the SHA 512 or like other SHA algorithms. So that those are helpful. Okay. Even if you see like most of the cryptocurrencies, maybe if anybody is interested in the area, they use heavily ECDSA or like ecliptic or digital signature algorithm for their calculations. Okay. So yeah, we have seen like few things like how it can break the symmetric or asymmetric algorithms, right? So now let's try to see like what it will break in real world. So we have just seen one part of the like symmetric or asymmetric or RSA or like elliptic curve cryptography, right? So what exactly it is going to impact? Because if you see like these encryption algorithms are used in the HTTPS connections, right, as I mentioned. So obviously it is going to break the SSL or like TLS traffic. Of course, SSL is no one using, but for namesake, we'll try to use the both words combinationally. But we can read it as TLS and certificate or PKI. Like if you see like digital certificates which we are sharing, right? So those are going to be impacted with these quantum computers. Even as I mentioned, like blockchain or any cryptocurrencies also, if they are using ECDSA or any another algorithms. I quickly touch on the how cryptography is using in the application security, but I could have touched high level, but let's see like how exactly cryptography is used in application like AppSec. Like if you see in the browser, if you enter the HTTPS URL, what will happen? So how exactly that entire connection is secure is like by using the symmetric and asymmetric encryption, which I have mentioned earlier, right? So it tried to use in a combination in a clever way to protect the entire connection. First, they use the asymmetric encryption to exchange the session key or like secure key between those two parties who wants to connect, whether it's a browser or like whether it's your mobile app or like any, if you are using any other the client also, like not only the browser. So they use in such a way to protect it. So symmetric is like another, it's the same key which we use the symmetric key to exchange between those two parties, right? By using that, they start doing the encryption. So if you want to learn a little bit more, these are the few areas which we can learn more. I just kept it as a reference. So if you see like this, like most of the people could have used the Wireshark. Maybe I don't know whether people are nowadays using it or not, but Wireshark is like which we can capture the packets. So what I did, like I tried to capture the packets in the first few milliseconds whenever I hit any google.com or anything. So these are the initial connections. So if you see this red box, right? So this is where exactly this entire encryption part lives. So I try to highlight a little bit more in the next slide. So if you see this one, so these are, we'll call it as cipher suites. So these are the cipher suites supported by the browser. So by telling the server these are the cipher suite which we can use to make our connection more secure. So like TLS, ECDHA or AES, and like you can say bunch of certificates which browser supports. Based on the server configuration, server will use that and try to exchange the certificate and key, session key or other stuffs to make the connection secure. So far we have seen quantum computers and how it is going to impact the encryption algorithms, right? So those algorithms you can see here itself, ECDSA or RSA, AES. So obviously this is the HTTP, so that's how it's going to impact. So because the first few milliseconds, if someone can break our connection and they can get back the keys, obviously they are going to decrypt your traffic, whether it's a sensitive or non-sensitive or transactions or whatever is happening, okay? So yeah, obviously, like not only at the transit level, even the encryption used at different layers. Because if you see like data at rest, also like maybe whether at the server side companies will store your credit card information or like your passwords or whatever. So obviously those are at the rest. Even not only in the server side, obviously encryption is required in most of the times if you want to protect something. So even if it's in the mobile side, if you want to protect any data, so you may use the key store or like any keychains, right? So on the iOS or Android world, so they also use the encryption to protect the data. If quantum computer can break those keys, so obviously anybody can get back your sensitive data. So even in like we have seen like in the transit and in the storage. So even in the authenticity, like authentication as well, cryptography is there. So everywhere, like most of the times, whenever you want to protect anything, cryptography is the important one. So and quantum computers are going to impact that. So that's the main reason why. Like obviously, it's not now. So maybe in the future. So we have to be careful and we have to lay out the plans to protect against the attacks. Okay, so we have seen so far like few cryptography or like few areas, right? So what are the strengths and limitations of this current cryptography? So everything is based on computational difficulty. As we have seen RSA, it's mainly prime factor or else discrete logarithms for the Diffie-Hellman or few other algorithms, right? So everything is based on the computational difficulty. But if someone can break that, obviously we like our encryption or like our traffic is in the danger. So it's efficient in classical environments, but limited resistance against the quantum attack. So next we'll see like quantum computing versus cryptography. I talk a little bit, but let's see a little bit more in detail, like how quantum computer can break the encryption. Any idea? So we have read, right? I mean, at least we have saw a few slides, right? This is just for, this is not in real. So if you see like, maybe anybody saw this? It's a XKCD comic. So it's pretty good one. So if you see like we are using the 4096 bit RSA algorithm key to break your laptop or whatever, but it's not, obviously it's not required super GPU power to break that encryption, because you can just need a hammer to ask the guy to give back the key, so you can easily break it. So not exactly like this, okay? So how exactly quantum computer can break the encryption? So it take the advantage of the, as we talked earlier, like it take the advantage of the superposition and entanglement while doing the calculations, right? So which classical computer may not do that. So breaking the encryption. So the SHA algorithm, as we taught, like, as we discussed earlier, right? So it can break in hours itself. Usually, like in the next slide, I kept like how much time typically classical computers need to break a 2048 bit RSA algorithm. It may take 10 to the power of 20 years. It's not like 10 to 20 years. It take like 10 to the power of 20. It's very long. So, but because of that advantages from the quantum computer, it may take like hours or minutes to break it. So ECC discrete logarithm also, it's like it's infeasible in the classical time, but quantum time it may be feasible. Even like Grover's algorithm, I think I touched a little bit about the Grover algorithm, which can help to speed up the search in the unstructured database, because obviously like in the SHA or like in the hashing or in symmetric encryption, we need the quicker way to search for the result. So that's where Grover algorithm will help us to. So suppose attacks and errors, because if it is happening, what will happen is like how attack can happen is like, as I think we touched a little bit, like harvest now on decrypt later. Maybe suppose if you are doing any sensitive transaction between the nations or between the banks, so they can harvest now on decrypt later whenever we get the quantum computer. So that's one long-term confidentiality risk. Look, as we know, like securities risk, confidentiality, integrity, and authenticity, availability, right? So it's going to be like confidentiality risk. Even if for the mobile authentication itself, like forging the digital signature, if quantum computers can break it, so someone can easily bypass your Face ID or some other, because even though Face ID is like, but at the end of the day, on the mobile they will use different techniques to encrypt the data on the device, right? So obviously it's going to be impact there as well. Even it's going to impact the blockchain and crypto. So this is also like slide which like I just summarized here, breaking the modern apps, like what exactly the risk and all. So next, like next is like, so far we have seen like maybe 40 minutes, and like maybe next 10-15 minutes I will try to summarize how we can protect against these attacks, at least in the application security world. So there are advantages with the quantum computers which we saw, so that's good for in another areas, but not for security side at least. Okay, but we'll try to protect obviously at the end of the day. So what is post-quantum cryptography? So we try to, like, not we means researchers or scientists try to come up with the algorithms or like the techniques which are resistant to the quantum computer attacks, because the main advantage for the quantum computer, which has the state or like superposition and entanglements, right? Based on that, it tried to calculate. So to provide provide better algorithms for that, researchers are coming up with the algorithms which are resistant to that, because even though it's try to calculate in that way, they try to trick it, or they try to provide the algorithms which are not vulnerable or which are not prone to the attacks for them. So that's the way how they are trying to do that. So for that, NIST has started this pretty much long back, maybe more than a decade. So they started asking the researcher or academia people to come up with the algorithms which can protect against the quantum attacks. So what they did, like they come up with the like researchers, academia people come up with a lot of submissions, like around 80. Then they try to I think they did like 2-3 rounds of evaluations, and once they evaluated, they come up with the final list. So they want to see like any known attacks on those algorithms as well. So they try to summarize. I think last year they come up with the pretty good solid ones. So when it comes to the like what exactly researchers has done, or like whatever the algorithms or like whatever the techniques they have submitted, right? At least we can categorize it into the 4 post-quantum cryptography algorithms, like lattice-based, code-based, multivariant, hash-based. So these are slightly different compared to what we have seen. Like at least in this last 40 minutes, I heavily talked about symmetric, asymmetric, RSA, or DS, DES or AES or whatever. Those are symmetric and asymmetric. These are slightly different because those are heavily depends on the prime numbers, factorization, or logarithms, right? So, but these are not slightly different. If you see like lattice based, it's like maybe it's kind of like it's like multi-dimensional. It's not like 2-3 dimensions. So based on the lattices, so they try to increase the lattices, then try to change it, and they will try to derive the key from the lattice and try to feed it to the algorithm, and it will provide the better resistance against the quantum computers. It's not easy for the quantum computers as well to calculate the key or guess the key or decrypt the encrypted data. So that's how lattice-based algorithm will try to protect. So even code-based, it's slightly like error. Like code-based is sometimes, if I remember correctly, it's kind of like error-based algorithm which try to protect. Even hash-based. So hashing is, as most of the people, it's similar to that. It might be slightly different. Hash-based is like it's like a one-way function which convert the message to the fixed length, right? So similar to that, hash-based algorithms, they come up with that. So at least the leading algorithms will be like Crystal's Kyber and Crystal Dilithium. So these are the 2 types of leading algorithms which are researchers proposing. So what, like, okay, researchers are coming up with the pretty good algorithms, and everyone is excited about to move on to that and try to protect against. Maybe in the next 5 to 10 years we have the path, right? So how like what are the major challenges, or like how applications can easily, like let me ask you, can your application easily move on to the new algorithm? I don't think so. Like most of the applications currently easily can be converted into another algorithm, because we have seen, like if you see, like maybe 10-15 years back, Oracle Poodle attack, whenever it came up against SSL v3 or like maybe TLS 1.0 or few algorithms, so it became very tough to move out of that SSL v3 protocol itself, like because there are legacy systems which are pretty much depends on that. So if you see, like if we have, like just move on from just one version of SSL or TLS becoming a little bit challenging, but if we want to move on from entire suite of algorithms to the new suite of algorithms, it's not easy, because we have to, like we have legacy systems, we have fresh systems, and we have to make integration in such a way where systems won't break, because as you have seen, like most of the connections are depends on the HTTPS, right? Whatever we are doing in nowadays online. So obviously it's not easy to move forward. Okay. So yeah, even federal is mandating that, even banking systems are planning for that, even a lot of IoT, like people are trying, but yeah, it's not easy to. The feature safeguarding data in a quantum. So how we can protect the data for the future. So we need to bring the awareness to in the organization. So if you see, like maybe whether it's SRE or DevOps or like server side system administrator or whoever, because as a security person, we interact in a day, like in different departments. If you say, like even though nowadays departments are shrinking, maybe SRE or DevOps may be doing the most of the stuff, but still administrative tasks, we need to teach them, or like we need to engage them, or like we need to keep on pushing them. So this is happening maybe in 5 or 10 years too. We need a proper roadmap for that, and we need the collaboration with the like government or industry or academia people, so to see like what exactly the new things are coming up, and we need to lay down a maybe 7 to 10 years plan to see, like obviously it's not easy to get it. So these are the, like I think I touched a little bit about the post-quantum cryptography, a little bit what are the different algorithms and how they can provide the resistance against the quantum computers. So if you see, like lattice based, it has a high dimensional, as it's kind of a lattice which has high dimensional. It's not like 3-4 dimensions. You can use larger dimensions as well to do the calculations which are resistant against the quantum computer. So next is like hash based or code based or multivariant. So these are the different post-quantum cryptography algorithms. So quantum safe migration strategy. So maybe obviously we need a strategy, because it's not like just a 1 year, 2 year plan. We need like maybe 5 to 10 years plan, and try to first cryptographic inventory. Like we'll try to in your organizations. Obviously there are several servers or systems which are very old, maybe mainframe or maybe even few other servers which are very old, right? So we need the inventories where the cryptography is touching. So maybe just for not only for communication between the browser and server, maybe internal communications will be there, even for the storing the passwords and few other areas. So we need the inventory of that. So if we can get that would be great. And we have to evaluate the risk assessment, how exactly it's going to be impact if the encryption is going to be break in like next 5 to 10 years. What kind of mission critical applications are like crown jewels, usually people call, right? So those kind of applications or those kind of data, how we can protect it. And we need to come up with kind of algorithms, or else like maybe if you want to implement any kind of a system or something, so what you can do, like crypto-agility frameworks, kind of something like that we can come up. So where we can do is like we can just plug and play kind of stuff, like instead of just completely depending on like developing in the application, it's easy to switch the cryptography. You can just change the word from RSA to maybe if it is some other algorithm. So you could just switch the easily. It's not, we should not be like very resistance to the change. So we had to come up with the kind of a algorithms or again such a applications which are useful for the quick changes like crypto agility changes or like maybe hybrid approach. Maybe you can use like both like hybrid approach like deploy classical plus post quantum algorithms together. If you want to switch, so just drop the classical algorithms and just try to use the post quantum algorithms itself. So that's other one. So we have seen few challenges. So I try to summarize what kind of challenges. Mostly like performance impact is going to be huge because sometimes post quantum cryptography keys may be a little bit longer. Sometimes they may require like kind of KB kilobytes of keys. So that's a little bit challenging to maintain and do the signatures and exchange between the, because if you see like usually the key will be like very small like 2056 or something, but if you need like kilobytes and more than that, so it's a bit complicated. So even integration complexity also there. Even standards also need to be verified thoroughly and like obviously once they come up, obviously like in any cryptography or like any encryption algorithms, only the key should be secure, but we have to see like whether the algorithms are going to provide the better security or not, because if algorithm itself has any weakness, so the key won't protect the data. So action plan for AppSec teams or like maybe any security team mostly is like educate your organization. So try to keep on telling the words like what exactly coming up and how security team or like maybe administrative teams can plan accordingly, and if they keep on listening to something, so at least they can, okay, something coming up, we should be careful, something like that. Update the security requirements. Maybe if we have any security strategy or plans, we can try to upgrade the requirements to include the post-quantum cryptography as well. Okay? Even on top of that, if you are evaluating any vendors, you can keep on asking the vendors, what is your plan for post-quantum cryptography? What will happen? Like, what are your plan for your cryptography standards in the next 5 to 10 years? You can ask the questions to your vendors as well. And maybe you can engage with the standard bodies and And next one is like, it's kind of like quick checklist. I just come up with like, maybe just try to summarize everything, whatever we have done. So awareness and education, that's important because as you know, like if you are into security world, so you could have seen like RSA, ECC, but maybe if people are not into security, they may not know that and how exactly quantum computers going to impact the security of the connection. So that's we need to provide the better awareness and educations to the other teams. Okay, cryptography inventory. If you can come up with like all of your inventory in your organization, or like that would be great. So then it's easy for the whenever we need to change it, it's going to be easy to find the important assets and try to change it. And if you know the key sizes, algorithms, what exactly they are using, and what kind of certificate types, so that's also helpful. And the most important part will be the risk assessment. So which are your mission critical applications, how you want to protect it. So the migration plan, once we have everything, we'll try to do the migration plan and what happens, and we need definitely require years of efforts to move from one algorithm to another algorithm. It's not easy task. I think, yep, we're almost done. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to jump in? So one question then, what's the first steps that you'd recommend an organization taking today? And another way of saying that is like, I think a lot of the things are like, well, you know, make sure you can use larger key sizes, tell your developers they should be ready to switch anytime or in 5 or 10 years. And a lot of developers are like product managers, if I go to them and say like, every time we're building something that touches cryptography, you need to make it ready to switch at some point with something that's in draft status. They're going to say, you're not going to need that. I can't justify putting that in my product cycle. Come back to me when it's real. should people be doing as like very first step? And maybe even a better way of asking that is like, so you're at Adobe, right? Like, what are the first things that you've done at Adobe to proof for a post-quantum future, like have been practically able to get into the development pipeline and security actionability pipeline to like move forward on this? Because like it's really hard to just say like I'm going to educate my entire organization on post-quantum crypto, and they're like, this seems so far away. I need to focus on my challenges of today, not in 10 years.
Yeah. I'll come here. Yeah, definitely. It's not easy task because, as you mentioned, like product team and everyone, obviously they will ask like, we have a lot of sprints, like we have a lot of features which we want to focus. We don't want to focus for the next 5 or 10 years. But it's challenging to convince them. But maybe if they can come up with like what kind of assets or like inventory they are currently using, we can keep it as a side and keep on updating whenever they changes. Because if you see like, obviously with the AI, everything is changing very fast. We don't know what will happen in whether the product still exists or don't exist. We never know. So, but still, like if you see like if it's a big organization, it's better to communicate with all the teams and try to come up with the like what kind of algorithms they can see. If the directly product team is not providing, maybe you can check in the logs or like few other areas where the the connections are like the major traffic is coming up and what kind of connections are going on and out. So that may help them.
Hey, we got a combo question from the chat. Is the goal to have widespread adoption? And if so, in regards to momentum, would there be any problem with widespread adoption? And will momentum be a problem like in terms of a roadblock? Example, Imperial versus Metric.
No, I missed the question. Can you?
Is the goal to have widespread adoption, and will momentum be a problem with widespread adoption in terms of
Gold?
goal?
Go. Sorry?
End result.
Oh, yeah. The major challenge, no, I think I missed the question, sorry.
Will momentum of adoption be a problem for widespread adoption?
Because the main problem, like whenever it comes like Go or like when we want to go, like just implement it, it's not that easy with the encryption or what in the area, right? Because it has dependency on the several, because if you break the connection, so obviously it's going to impact everyone. So we need to do kind of proper validations in the earlier stages itself instead of just, it is just not like switching the gates from one gate to another gate. Obviously we need several time to validate properly and test it, whether it's going to impact how many customers. Because if we have very old legacy systems, so it's not that much easy to switch back. Whenever like, okay, like if you see like next year, like now we have like another 4 months, maybe from January onwards, if you want to change it, it's not easy. Like if someone comes up and says like, okay, from January onwards, we are not using AES or RSA. So it's not easy to just go ahead and do that. So we have to do several evaluations and risk assessments.
Thank you for your talk. Some of us in this room believe that the NSA has influence over NIST and that the timeline for NIST adoption of standards will be manipulated so that NSA has ample opportunity for harvest now, decrypt it later before the standard is adopted. So it would seem to make sense for people who are working in this field to, even before a NIST standard is adopted, set up a hybrid system that combines one layer of classical encryption plus several layers of immature quantum-resistant encryption. So I was wondering what you would think is the best way to do that in detail. And also I want to ask, are your concerns about quantum encryption completely transferable to the risk that somebody might develop an efficient algorithm for all NP-complete problems?
It depends, because if you see like, usually like, at least in the encryption world, right? So whatever the algorithm researchers are coming up, right? They will post the algorithm outside. It's not like their secret source. Only the secret is the key. So obviously, if the algorithm is outside, so anybody can see, like, it's not like we can feed the backdoor into that and nobody can find it. Because if the algorithm or entire code is outside, it's not easy to, like, it's not like any organization can force it or like they can do kind of a backdoor, but we never know. So obviously, that's, yeah, it depends.
Talk.
Thank you.
wasn't fiction. Thank you for taking us over there. That is an example of it. Oops, where is the? I don't know where it goes. No, it's not plugged in to anything. Is it again? I don't think so. You can do it if you want. Okay, that's working. Yeah. Welcome. Thank you all for coming. We're really excited to share with you about a project that we've been assisting a doctor in rural Mexico to deliver medicine to indigenous communities that he helps serve. Imagine you're a doctor in rural Mexico and you get a call from one of the promoters in the community. These communities are in a mountainous terrain and it takes 4 days by mule to reach. Oftentimes, these doctors get calls that they can't respond to because they can't deliver or service the medical care to these communities fast enough. In often cases, there are preventable injuries and casualties. In 2014, this became reality for Dr. David. A young girl was stung by a scorpion, and David had an antidote in his hand, but there was no way to get it to her fast enough, and she passed away. So David, at that moment, began thinking of ways to solve this problem. And in 2014, drones were becoming more of a thing, and he was drawing up plans for how to deliver medicine 20 kilometers away with drones. So in his communities, there's a need for fast, small package delivery of medicine. And also to have an internet connection to these communities. There is a cell network, but it's not very strong. And in some cases, it would be really helpful to have a video call with one of these promoters who are helping the community, who are part of the community that have some medical background to be able to communicate with the doctors in the centralized communities. And also, it is necessary to be able to deliver routine medical supplies to these communities from the centralized clinic. And in fulfilling these needs, inspiring the local youth and to participate in this process, to learn how to also service the rural communities and to become engineers, doctors, or both, is a need and a goal of Dr. David. So this is an example of the terrain and the infrastructure in the rural communities in Sonora, and we'll explain a little bit more about that. But first, we wanted to show you a video of a news segment from our second year there, where the local state news agency came and did a segment on Dr. David and the project.
Gracias a René Antonella. Si usted tiene oportunidad de visitar Álamos, no olvide pasar por el mercado de los pueblos originarios. Y un punto muy importante de Álamos es el tema de la salud también. Y hay una clínica que nos encontramos, se llama Clínica Almas AC, que
Sorry. There are subtitles.
Gracias a René Antonella. Si usted tiene oportunidad de visitar Álamos, no olvide pasar por el mercado de los pueblos originarios. Y un punto muy importante de Álamos es el tema de la salud también. Y hay una clínica que nos encontramos, se llama Clínica Almas AC, que ofrece servicios gratuitos a esta comunidad, pero también a las más alejadas, las que tienen un difícil acceso. Vea esta información.
En el centro de Álamos hay una clínica que ofrece consulta general y audiología. Se enfoca en dar servicios gratuitos al área rural, principalmente a 5 comunidades guarijías que habían estado descuidadas. Se trata de Clínica Almas AC.
Tenemos el consultorio, tenemos estancias para médicos pasantes. Hemos tenido como 4 generaciones de médicos pasantes, la mayoría de la Universidad de Sonora. Tenemos el consultorio de audiología, que lo dirige el doctor Ted Lerky, un audiólogo de Arizona. Tenemos un salón de conferencias, una pequeña área de convivencia que es un café.
La directora de la clínica es Elizabeth Petit, quien ha generado colaboraciones internacionales importantes que permiten avances tecnológicos para resolver problemáticas de las comunidades más apartadas que pueden llegar a estar entre 9 y 15 horas de distancia de Mesa Colorada.
Han ocurrido varias situaciones donde los pacientes se complican y se ve en riesgo su vida por cosas tan sencillas como medicamentos que bien pueden caber que vienen en una cajita. El plan es a corto plazo poder mandar un vehículo aéreo no tripulado que pueda entregar medicamento en poquito tiempo.
¿Es como un dron?
Es un dron, es un dron de ala fija.
Este proyecto es posible gracias a jóvenes ingenieros de la Universidad de Massachusetts, Dana Gretton y Jaguar Christeler, quienes han viajado a Álamos para desarrollar los prototipos. Ellos pagan su viaje, han pagado su equipo y donaron una impresora 3D para el proyecto. Para empezar a operar se requiere validar su seguridad, coordinarse con autoridades de salud y de seguridad. Esta clínica está activa desde 2014 y se mantiene por la solidaridad de los residentes de Álamos. Con imágenes de Carlos Argüelles para Noticias Telemax, Rosalba Wong.
Gracias al doctor David Barton por recibirnos en esta clínica y platicarnos lo que están haciendo actualmente. Vemos tecnología tanto en temas de salud, también en el tema de artesanías y nos da muchísimo gusto ver este crecimiento. Vamos a una pausa y ya regresamos a Noticias Telemax.
So this was filmed in 2023, our second time in Sonora Alamos, and that last image was of this town that David is based, the centralized community.
Yeah, so now you've met our good friend David. So all of the things that we've just talked about up to this point are fairly somber, which makes sense. But also I want to try to convey in our talk like how much fun we've had working with him and meeting all the people who are local and putting together teams of students and engineers from around the world to try to solve some of these challenging problems. Yeah, as Jaguar said, that was a few years ago. So I'd like to give you a more up-to-date view of the project, but before I do that, I'd like to at least kind of roll back a bit for people who may not be familiar with all the native peoples of Mexico. So just for context, the Guajillo are an indigenous people of Mexico. They also go by the Macarawe and other names. Most live in a few villages near the Sierra Madre Mountains in a region that crosses the Sonora and Chihuahua border. So we've been working in Sonora, but the territory extends into Chihuahua. Most of the lands of these tribes, as we've said, are inaccessible by vehicle or horse. Access is generally on foot or by multi-day mule journey, and generally just not undertaken at all. These communities are very, for the most part, very isolated. And Alamos is a historic Spanish colonial city, which was known for being a rich silver mine early in its history, and is now primarily sustained by tourist activity. So I fit right in there. So that's been our home base for understanding and exploring these issues. Also, to kind of just land you geographically, this is the Guajillo territory in Mexico. So we are right there. Zooming in a little bit, this is what the territory that we're attempting to serve actually looks like from above. Shown are the routes by both land and air that are relevant for distribution of medicine in this locale. The hope is to follow some of these green paths directly, like as the crow flies, but you can see the red paths are quite tortuous. They go all over the place. Zooming in even farther, this is actually one of the areas we would want to serve. So this may or may not look like a dwelling to you from above, depending on how used to aerial photos of non-city or but places other than where I live, for example, in the world. But this is actually a delivery site that we want to deliver medicine to. So as you can see, it does not have great provisions for landing an airplane or any kind of aircraft at all. It's quite challenging terrain. So that's kind of laying the groundwork for what we're trying to solve here. Furthermore, we did actually visit these communities and we met some people. I didn't meet these people, unfortunately, but I didn't take pictures of the ones who I did meet. But these are some folks from those communities, and their dwellings do look very much like this, and they're beautiful inside. And this is the kind of the setting in which we are trying to deploy medicine. So yeah, mostly just to help you understand visually what sorts of problems we're tackling. So in these settings, there are a variety of resources that are already in place. There are 8 communities that are relevant for our project within a 45-kilometer circle. The medical supplies that we would want to deliver are already available nearby for the most part, or can be made available nearby. But they do need to be transported, what's referred to as that last mile or last several miles to actually reach their point of use. The Hospital Comunitario de Alamos is nearby and does offer some medical services. There are 7 rural clinics as well that are distributed throughout these communities, and each one is staffed by what are referred to as medical promoters, who are members of the communities who have been educated in certain types of medical care that can be administered directly on the ground. It's especially effective in concert with a doctor who is supervising or helping to triage whether things are emergencies that require transport or if they can be addressed locally immediately. Yeah, we have a variety of other resources like maps, and as Jaguar said, there's limited cellular coverage, and some residential church and elementary and primary school buildings. As for what we actually have to try to accomplish, first of all, we have to build and develop some things. We have to gain and use some technical knowledge that's relevant for this field, obviously, and that's not just us, but our whole group of people who are attempting to advance this project together. We also want to involve and inspire younger people. We don't want this to be just us and then we leave eventually and go to some other part of our lives or even are retired or whatever. We want this to last a long time beyond ourselves, which means rooting it deeply where it is and cultivating it. Just kind of on a more physical level, we need to actually transport a payload, which could include devices or medicines, and would also, if it did include devices, would also need to include energy to power those devices, which ends up being an important weight concern. It also has to be able to do things like abort and not cause a fire. We don't want it to land in dry brushwood and cause a fire. It needs to be safe to load and unload by people who would staff it who are not, who aren't aeronautical engineers, ideally, like people who can be taught how to use these things safely, but we don't want to make it insane. I want it to be well within their purview to do so. And there are other things that I think we've already talked about. So before we go on, I just wanted to shout out to Sasha Costanza-Chalk, who's the author of Design Justice and helped me understand some of the aspects of doing this in a more responsible way, especially because we're building user interfaces that are designed to be used by people who are not us. She has this concept of affordances and disaffordances, and the idea that you would try to make something easy to use, but in the process of trying to make it easy to use to you or to people you conceptualize, you accidentally make it impossible for someone else to use who isn't like you. It sounds obvious when you say it that could happen, but it's important to have it at least pointed out to you. We've been trying to mindfully include these types of principles when we're undertaking advancing this work. And kind of within that framework, and also borrowing from, actually shout out to Danielle Wood at the MIT Media Lab as well for helping me out with this. There are abstract and concrete categories of need, the desired outcomes, and the system objectives. The needs are simple: just prevent illness and death when possible, and connect Makarowe people to good outside medical care in the future. Desired outcomes: decrease rate of death as you'd expect. And the system objectives are like routine and life-saving medical supplies delivered and documented from hospital to near point of use. So we want it to be like fully integrated into the medical system, not just like impromptu. Ideally, that's looking for. So skipping to the bottom right-hand corner here, concretely, to achieve our overall system objectives, we need to build knowledge communities around building, operating, and improving many, like a fleet of medical delivery UAVs. This is our qualitative timeline, and just for context, we're approximately up to about the 2/3 mark here when we're into involve and inspire younger people. All the stuff on the left, I can happily say we've pretty much done, like trying out our first autonomous flights, but I'll let Jaguar take more of that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so now we're going to get into the part of the presentation where we're talking about our visits to Sonora and meeting Dr. David in person and working with him to basically run through this timeline and test these platforms. We first went to Sonora in 2021, the winter of 2021, and we had numerous ideas for how to get started with the type of delivery method. Actually, David and Dana met in 2017, 2018, and were talking online for many years, working together on learning how to do planes. And actually, in this case, like Dana is a software engineer, hasn't really done aerospace engineering or planes or building things that fly. And so special thanks to Amira from the Design Build Fly Club at MIT, who just totally got this project up and running and was like, use this plane in the top right corner and get an orange cube and get all these other components and like just use that as your testbed platform. Did a couple back of the napkin calculations to find that the quadcopter drones that most people think of when you say drone is not capable or a sufficient method to deliver medicine 20 kilometers in this special context. And
within budget.
And it's also not within budget. That is an important piece of this design space. So a drone that can glide is necessary. And then also, so in the bottom left corner here is Zipline. You may have heard of them. They're actually super cool. They've got some amazing tech to deliver medical packages to hospitals in Africa. And it's kind of like this centralized service that runs very efficiently. But it is also a very expensive installation and does not fit in this design space. So we started out with the Husky, which is A in this picture. And these are the progressions of our attempts to solve this solution, and we'll elaborate on them throughout the presentation. So winter 2021, 2022, it was the first time we went to Mexico. I was actually coming back from living in China, and Dana was going to meet David for the first time, so we met in Mexico. And Dana brought along the Husky plane and also a 3D printer. Because at the time, Eclipson Airplanes, which we'll tell you more about soon, was releasing their first 3D printed plane designs. And we were like, what if we just tried printing a plane while we were there? So amidst trying to learn how to fly, we were also running a 3D printer, printing different wing segments and playing around and getting really excited. We also taught David how to use a 3D printer and CAD, which paid off, I mean, not paid off, but like was incredible choice to help support. And David like is now teaching all of his students how to use CAD and like has multiple 3D printers.
Minor correction, he already knew quite a lot about 3D printing, but CAD was new to him. But yes, we were like helping him learn a lot about how to use the tools we were bringing.
So we didn't know how to fly. We brought this tiny little plane to learn how to fly. And the first time we flew it, we crashed it into a pole. A huge soccer field, and there's those poles with the lights on them, and we crashed it into the pole. But that set us up for learning how to do microsurgery on tiny motors and learn how to fix and service these planes. This is the first time we went to the clinic in Alamos, and David was showing us around the different spaces and showing us the map on the wall of the communities that they serve. And it was the first day we flew in on a big jet to a bigger city and then flew on a tiny little jet to another, to Ciudad Obregón, and then drove 3.5 hours through Navajoa to Alamos. And we were wearing masks all the time because this was during peak COVID. And we got to the clinic and we were like, maybe we should do a COVID test. And David takes us into the headquarter room, casually doing a COVID test, and then all of a sudden, like, Dana? Apparently, that one was positive, and we had to go into quarantine. And thankfully, Dr. Betsy, who was the founder of the clinic, had a space in the backyard that could serve as a makeshift quarantine hackerspace. So we set up, and we started immediately printing the plane and diagnosing the motor issues with that little yellow plane so we could test and fly more. Also, my partner from China and I were traveling around, and we had amazing meals every night. Also, Dr. David would come and visit us in Betsy's home, bringing meals as well, and oftentimes included an hour or two of amazing conversations and updates on what we're building and ideas for where to go next. And in those sessions, we were also playing around with CAD and 3D printing.
Truly an interesting way to be locked in for quarantine. Like I don't know what you did for your quarantine, but mine was very interesting.
So this first time in Sonora, we'd never really flown planes successfully. So we were learning the importance of a flight checklist and having your tools in certain bags, like a bag of infinite importance that if you don't have, you cannot fly. And basically building up this processes, these methods for being able to fly and execute repeatedly. 100 things have to go right. Just one of them goes wrong and your plane crashes, and then you spend another 2 weeks to fix it. So in this case, we were actually flying around 5 p.m. right before dusk. And it was always very stressful trying to get everything in the car and driving there and getting it out and getting everything set up before it gets too dark to be able to fly. And that led to some crashes. But in this case, we managed to get the plane up in the air and land it for the first time. But I didn't quite know about landing with a runway with enough space, so we crashed on the fence. But we learned how to print 3D printed propellers. And at that that became a very important tool that we used later on. But also, we had never done this before, and we were very concerned about the safety of 3D printed propellers. So we printed them. Dana spent an amazing amount of time to make this model, and then we set it up in the test stand in the backyard with a fence to spin it up to full throttle and make sure it didn't completely shatter upon use. And thankfully, they work great and have been working great since. Which led us to assembling the entire Model T Eclipson airplane. And want to talk about this a little bit? It was really cool.
Yeah, sure. It's sort of my baby. It was very surprising when we got it together and it actually looked more or less like a plane. I don't know how familiar the audience is likely to be with all the different aspects of 3D printing, probably very familiar, I'm guessing. It's not very straightforward to 3D print an airplane. Usually you build solid plastic objects, and usually planes are made of extremely light materials like foam or carbon fiber or whatever. So this is not something you'd really expect to go well, and Eclipson has pulled some real magic by making these designs that are relatively accessible. You buy the plans, but then you can print them as you wish. And this one came out looking beautiful. It is way too heavy, and I also used the wrong kind of motor, and it immediately burned out and lit a little bit on fire. But it was very much in the right direction. Yeah, the aftermath is visible here. It's very sad to build something so beautiful and crash it right into the ground, but we've learned to be very comfortable with that.
But also, it was incredibly zippy. We had a big motor on it, and it just like zoop, right up in the air and then right down again.
On fire.
On fire.
It was the wrong motor.
But we learned. And also we learned to not print in PLA because they will melt in the back of your car in the summer in Mexico. But this was incredibly inspiring and totally catapulted us to develop the next generation 3D printed plane. At the time, Eclipson was still getting ready and still building up, so we were kind of taking their first model and changing it. Dana made this candy class plane called All One Joy, and we actually, the red and white one was named Swiss Miss. Anyway, we had some fun with the naming. In this case, we're trying to put nacelles onto the wings to have 2 motors, and a bigger gliding area, so that we can be able to carry more payload and a hotspot on a phone to be able to service, to be able to allow for those video calls with promoters. But also, we learned how to build and fly and crash these planes.
Commercial planes will crash, and you can maybe like put the wing back on, and it could be okay. 3D printed planes evaporate, just dematerialize.
Which was an environmental concern, but what ends up happening is we go and clean up the planes and clean up more than was around from the plane. So we're actually helping clean up. In this case, another shout out to Charles, who was our pilot for these initial flights, and just an incredible pilot, really got us off the ground, literally. So, winter 2022, we go back and we set up a workshop in the clinic, and David, at that time, had moved on to working at a university, and so brought his students to visit the workspace and inspire them about the project that he's stewarding. And this year, we really learned how to fly. We learned how to land, we learned how to fly, and we had multiple types. We had a cadence of flying every other day, and we'd wake up at 6 a.m. before dawn, go to this field, and fly. We also fully printed and built the candy class plane that Dana was experimenting on during the summer, and flew that as well. Oh my God, I forgot about that. So this was like an incredible success moment of just seeing this thing flying overhead of us. We had the first flight, actually, it fell apart in the sky and fell down, but the second flight is what you see here. And also, just really incredible to get to know David's family more, going over to their house for meals and watching their little daughter, Kathy, grow up from being a baby the first time we went to now walking around and babbling. So skipping now to 2023, last year, we're now moved into David's university and working directly with the students. And the students were just absolutely excited about this project, and together we formed a club, Club Agilis, and we met with them every other day to build these Model X planes from Eclipson. And this plane was just like perfectly dropped in our lap, perfect like airframed for this use case, and we started printing them, and at that point we had learned how to print and build these planes. And it's quite big.
This plane is called New York Blue Heron. It's the first of this class that we built in Mexico.
The naming shifted to birds. And so this year was incredible. Working with the students to build, to set up processes, we had 3 different groups: an operations team, a logistics team, and a technical team. The technical team was responsible for getting the planes built. The operations team were responsible for flying and the procedures around flying and making sure everything goes right so that the plane gets in the air. And the logistics team were responsible for working with the communities, making connections, learning about the needs and requirements for how to design it and what the communities need for designing the planes and the larger structure as a whole. And so in this case, Karim right here, incredible operations team lead, learned how to fly, was on a simulator, like getting the plane to land on the red roof of that little simulator game, if you've played it. And we had this checklist to teach, like basically a certification to become a pilot. And here, Karim is finishing the checklist after having flown successfully and landing the little yellow plane. And then he flew the Model X, which was beautiful. Let it run? Great. It was a beautiful moment.
Okay, so turn it on. Full power. Yeah, full. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Woo! You're climbing too high. You're climbing too high. Okay. Go. Holy shit.
Throttle down. Good. Okay. Well, Blue Heron.
So that's how it is down there, basically. We make a lot of planes, so you have to build a lot of planes, iterate fast. This is totally okay. This is kind of what we expected to happen. Certainly would eventually happen with every plane, so that's okay.
And this was a healthy dose of hubris because Karim had just flown the Husky flawlessly and landed it like no other. And I was just like, how did you do this? It took me time, like 10 times to crash this plane before I learned how to fly, and you just did it first time. So he was excited, and this kind of put him back in the reality of the situation. Another big win from that first club was teaching Ingrid here how to CAD. And this is a picture of Ingrid demonstrating the servo holder on one of the wing pieces and holding it up to the screen and like seeing that it's like one-to-one. It works.
Yeah, it's one thing to be able to download the plans for these 3D models and then print them, and that's already a very advanced technical skill. But to make this actually sustainable in situ, like I really think that we have to teach people to do all the different aspects of the design process so they can actually make their own modifications to the models or their own models. I don't even know how to build a whole plane like this, but they could do that as well. But at least at a minimum, we want them to be able to do things like adapt a different type of motor that's a different size to the same type of fittings. And so that's what Ingrid has learned to do here. And she's demonstrating that it's exactly the right fit and shape.
And so moving on to January this year. Those hands, just like having the best time with Kati. So this year we really ramped up building airframes, and really excited about different materials, PETG, and also a super lightweight PLA. Sorry, not PLA. ASA, also temperature resistant. And ramping up with the students, learning more about how to service these planes, build them, and do the electronics behind them. This is actually Ernesto, who is the technical team lead, and we were prototyping, learning more about ducted fans, which is a future model coming. So one thing is we were really excited and building a lot of airplanes, but this past year we were not able to fly. Given the situation around the drone use in Mexico, David advised us to not test fly. And so it became apparent to, sorry, I skipped ahead a little bit. A special shout out to Eclipse Honest Planes. They since have developed a numerous amount of models and are really taking off. And it wouldn't, our project was supercharged by their models, and definitely, if you're interested in building planes, go check them out. You can buy their model and use it multiple times, print it over and over. And we've since modified and printed many of their planes, many of their Model X planes. So we have this wall of all the different planes because we were building up the airframes, weren't able to fly, so none of them were really getting broken. And we realized that in the next step of this, that our bottleneck to this project is actually forming a nonprofit organization and interfacing with the city and the hospital and the organizations that are based in Alamos to be able to start flying maybe at the airport, the local airport there, and working more together with the institutions there.
Yeah, so our ambition is to set up 2 different nonprofit organizations, one of them according to the norms, the way that it's typically done in Mexico, which is I can never say this word, it's a civil association, Asociación Civil in Mexico. It would be based in Hermosillo, Sonora, and operations out of Alamos. And then the one that we would set up here would be a 501c3 based out of Somerville, which is where I live, and also operate out of there, legally speaking. And if we do this correctly, we think we'll be able to, in a very standard and well-established way, collect donations that are for international research and development use and transfer across borders. However, we don't have any experience with this yet, and so we're very excited to talk with all of you who I think have plenty of experience collectively with this type of thing. And so if you have advice for us, I would love to talk with you after this.
And so here we went to the city house and talked with the mayor, the assistant mayor, and also the head of the education department. And it was they were very receptive, very excited, and we're looking forward to collaboration together. Want to play a short video from Dr. David himself to explain a little bit about the project and his passion for next steps.
Hello. Today is August the 13th, 2025. I'd like to thank you for your time and interest in our cause. Your support means the world to us. And first, I'd like to thank Dana and Jaguar for their altruistic efforts and intense work over 4 seasons of hackathon sessions. They have inspired young people in our communities to grow professionally and also to believe that nothing is impossible. Thank you guys very much. First, I'm gonna say that we share common values. We respect the value of the human life, and we believe that the power of science can truly bring harmony between our people and between our communities and peoples. So today I have the great pleasure to share with you that we are working together, Jaguar, Dana, myself, and my students. We're working in putting together, building a civil association to work to provide healthcare to communities in the state of Sonora that don't have access to community health care. Sonora is the second largest state in Mexico with over 70,000 square miles. I live in Alamos, we work in Alamos, and that's the 6th largest municipality with around 2,500 square miles. It has over 300 communities, of which about the 97% of the population lives in rural areas. So it's very significant that we are working here to try to achieve our goal. And we recognize that every human being has the right to access quality healthcare. And we also believe that in the process of achieving that goal, we could help make possible the right to a livelihood, the right to an education. These are critical rights to the holistic well-being and development of marginalized communities, and believe that we should always try to our best to make those a reality. So I'm happy to announce that starting today, our association, which I'm calling Aquila Aurea, which means translate to Golden Eagle, which is our national bird. We are going to be starting to work making this association a laboratory for dreams and a factory of miracles to support the integral development of our community. And in the future, we hope to be able to tackle other core challenges as quickly as our pace allow us. So thank you so much.
So thank you to Dr. David for recording that for us and allowing us to share it with you. I also wanted to say a thank you to Dr. Elizabeth Pettit, who originally connected me to the project and is a leader of the Clínica Almas, who you heard about at the beginning. Unfortunately, the Clínica Almas no longer exists. It has left Alamos. But we're still deeply grateful to Dr. Pettit for everything that she did to make this project possible at the beginning. So we have ambitions for how we're going to try to organize our thing. I would love to talk with you about how to do organizations and other like legal provisions and things like that effectively. So please talk. Go ahead.
But one core idea is that we're trying to set up this organization so that we can involve students from universities around the world and have them fly and come to Alamos to work with the students at David's school and support from different techniques, different parts of their studies, and develop this people system in the local area to be a sustaining engine beyond Dana and I's involvement.
Yeah, like we can route MIT students to some extent in that direction. We're well connected there, but we'd love to have involvement from other engineering schools and other types of schools as well. If you'd like to take a look at some really detailed logs of our time in Sonora, it's pretty fun to check out. Hopefully it'll load for you. Did it load? Did not. It did. Sorry. Let's go. Go.
All the way at the bottom. So I get really excited about cool projects we do, and at the end of every night, I go and write about all of the things we did. And so if you want to read about it, you can go here and see pictures along with the events of the day. That's at aquilaaurea.org.
All right, that's it from us. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Hey, everybody. Another round of applause for our friends. We have like 1 minute for questions. I really, really apologize for that. If we could get, friend, if you would like to ask the one and only question.
Excellent talk, guys. That was great. Especially the tech development. You started off this talk with a discussion of a case with a young woman or young girl who was stung by a scorpion. And as you know, antivenoms require strict refrigeration to maintain efficacy. So I'm curious, if there's plans to, or if you're looking forward to like temperature control or refrigeration as part of, because that's going to change the weight of what you're dealing with. And also it opens up to, talking about hemorrhages, right? Because now you can have blood on board. But has that been a consideration, especially with the thermodynamics of the climate you're working against, plus the engine being right there?
It's a really good point. So we are able to achieve a lot with just unrefrigerated, pure delivery of stuff at room temperature. For this particular antivenom, it isn't actually, it doesn't require It is shelf stable and it can be mixed with sterile water on site immediately. Yeah, exactly. So it's still, you still have to bring the water to the site, but you can reconstitute it there. You can't assume that sterile water is available. But yeah, at least thermodynamically, as you're saying, like we don't have to fight that too much for our near-term objectives. For our longer-term objectives, I think it's a phenomenal idea to establish an actual cold chain, which would be the series of -80 to -40 to other freezers that eventually culminate in a foam box that allows you to get cold goods where they need to be at exactly the moment they need to be there. That said, this is, I think, not even within the purview of Zipline in what they offer yet. I'm not sure, but yeah, they do blood, but it's not frozen, right? Anyway, I'm not sure about the details of what they offer, but I know it's another technical challenge on top of what we've already done. So yeah, I'm looking forward to challenging that. If you have ideas for us, I'd love to talk.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Nice.
Yeah, and sorry for the lack of time for questioning, but please find us at our booth in the vending area, and we're happy to talk more about it with you. Thank you very much.
Can you drag that over, or this part over?
Where?
Yeah, exactly.
Where is
to the other screen.
I know, but I can't see it.
Ah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how do I know where it is?
Everything's computer.
Well, you would see the preview in another window. Yeah. You would just.
Hey friends, we're going to get started here in a minute. If you could find your seat.
Right, so we're going to extend.
Turn off your phone, or not turn off your phones, mute your phones. If you got a ham, please turn it down. If you plan on taking video or photos, please be mindful of consent and those around you. And we'll get started here in a minute once we're ready. Thank you. She'll introduce you and we'll go. Hello, friends. I have here our friends Khalil and Azana. They're here to talk about turning leaks into leads with OCCRP Aleph. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Hi, thanks everyone for joining us. My name is Khalil. I'm a software developer at the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. I develop applications for strategic civil society. That's how I would term it. I try to work with the good guys on investigations and digital security. There's a lot of overlap with the hacker and maker spaces here, and actually walking around, I see that I do have a lot of mutual friends with you folks. Azana.
Oh, yeah. Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Azana Cheman, and I am the product manager for data platforms at the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. I joined OCCRP in 2021. I'm about to hit my 4-year anniversary in just a few weeks, and my role primarily focuses on overseeing the development and enhancement of our investigative tooling at OCCRP, such as OCCRP Aleph. In practice, that means working with different teams to ensure that we are building the tools that journalists need, tools that are easy to use, high in performance and functionality, and that are aligned with our mission of exposing broader corruption and crime across the world. So that's our little introduction spiel. So a little bit about the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, OCCRP for short. You can try saying that 5 times quickly. We are one of the largest investigative journalism organizations in the world. We are headquartered in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We previously used to be headquartered in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we have about 125 members on staff. That number is significantly lower this year, as we had to unfortunately lay off a quarter of our workforce earlier this year, as the current administration found it that international development funding should not be given out to organizations such as ours. Other than that, our focus, our staff is primarily editorial. However, we have different teams, such as the product team, the product department, which I'm a part of. We have the tech department, our platforms team, our research and data team, which also encompasses our data desk. Overall, we are a mission-driven organization. We publish stories that expose crime and corruption around the world, and we are a media development organization at the same time. We provide support to over 75 local media outlets in different countries all around the world. We call them member centers, and essentially we give them everything they need to collaborate on these cross-border investigations, from the tech to the infrastructure to the legal support, physical and digital security to research and data resources and more. If you'd like to learn more, you can just visit our website, occrp.org. There's also a handy-dandy QR code here, which you probably can't see, but this is just a screenshot of the homepage of our website, occrp.org. If you're interested in seeing the investigations that we do and the impact that they're having, please give us a visit. Essentially, on our website, this is where the output of our journalism lives. So all of our projects are here. You can learn more about us, and you can access our key resources this way. You'll also be able to find a list of these local media outlets that I mentioned and our partners accordingly.
Right. So besides being a newsroom, we are a network, like Izana alluded to, and a resource hub. So we share resources among all of our member centers, especially tech, which would be hard for any one member center to build and administer themselves. Our flagship application is called Aleph, and this is an investigative data platform for journalists. Unlike a lot of other tools, this is specifically oriented towards investigative journalists, so not law enforcement, not necessarily hackers. It's meant to answer editorial use cases. And it's also meant to be a sort of catch-all platform. I can say when I was a developer, before I was working in media, just working with investigative nonprofits, I found that journalists were really awful clients because they wanted everything like right now, and it was impossible to get through a full development cycle with them. And they also didn't necessarily know what they wanted when they started a story. And I think when you see journalists get attached to developers to tackle a particular story, they don't usually get very far. The solution to a situation like that is a platform, so a general solution to anything that could feasibly come up in the course of an investigation. So you want the data to already be there, ingested and organized in a way that you would expect to find it when you query. So specifically, a user would be a journalist who logs in and is able to search across all of our data in all of our jurisdictions, of public records and including their own documents as well. Just a few of the features here. We're going to do a deep dive on these later, but you can upload your own material and extract information from it. You can create network diagrams and also cross-reference data across different domains.
So why was Aleph created? To make our lives easier or harder, right, Clell? Just kidding. But the real reason that we created Aleph was because journalists were getting all of this data, leaks, registries, court filings, etc., and half of the time they didn't know what to do with it, and they didn't even know where to put it. So we had to find a solution to this. It's almost like solving a giant puzzle where all of the pieces are scattered all over the world in different countries, languages, file formats, and more. So we tried to make a one-stop shop of sorts. So Aleph is named after a short story by Jorge Luis Borges, and it was developed as part of OCCRP's broader mission to support transparency and accountability in reporting. It centralizes all of that data from those corporate registries, leaks, legal filings, financial records, and more, so that journalists can actually search, cross-reference, and make sense of it instead of drowning in this data chaos, as we like to call it. When it comes to Aleph, we're not in the business of just hosting or housing data, rather. We are looking for a place to make it usable. So with Aleph, as Khalil mentioned, reporters can upload their own documents, you can connect them to other data sets in the database, and you can securely share your exclusive material with other reporters during your active investigations. Everything that we've listed, all of these functionalities, all are key in exposing cross-border financial crimes, organized crime, and high-level corruption. So I wanted to give a few examples of the investigations powered by Aleph. It is fair to say that any project or any investigation that you'll see on our website was powered or has had some sort of touch with Aleph along the way. So the first one I'd like to highlight is just our Swiss Secrets project. This project exposed hidden Swiss bank accounts used by criminals and corrupt officials. Reporters on our team, and this was a cross-partner investigation. There were hundreds of people working on this investigation. Reporters used Aleph to analyze this leaked banking data and cross-reference it with public records that we made accessible, revealing just how much that money was sheltered behind Swiss secrecy. Next, we have Dubai Unlocked. So this investigation revealed how Dubai's booming real estate market has become a safe haven for corrupt politicians and criminals to stash their wealth. Aleph's cross-referencing tools allowed reporters to connect those property records with individuals across different data sets. Next up, we have Scam Empire. Here, there were multiple related leak batches that were ingested in Aleph at speed. Reporters also used Aleph's API to enrich that data and even search through millions of audio files and hundreds of thousands of video files by keyword. In our Dear Compatriots investigation, journalists leveraged Aleph's API to translate a massive Russian email leak. This enabled multilingual collaboration across newsrooms worldwide, making it possible for reporters in those different countries to connect the dots together. With our Banquera investigation, we saw Aleph's flexibility in action here, so we were able to structure and connect all of these highly complex data sets in Aleph to go deeper into the data. And finally, we have the steward files, another example of how Aleph was central in helping reporters sift through and organize large volumes of leaked material, revealing financial mismanagement and abuse of public trust. So whether it's banking leads, or leaks rather, banking leaks, real estate records, email troves, or anything that comes our way, Aleph keeps proving itself time and time again as a core tool in the investigative journalist space that helps our colleagues turn all of this data into impactful investigations.
All right, so those are the results, those are the stories that come out of Aleph. And we want to, in this talk, because a lot of you are technical people, to talk about some of the behind the scenes and pop the hood and to mix metaphors. This is what we call the data iceberg. This is taken from my colleague Eric's previous talk. The idea behind the data iceberg is that there's certain types of journalism technology that you'll see as a consumer of news, and there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. So if you're opening a story, you might see the data visualization, you might even get exposed to some of the analysis that went into the data. But what forms the basis of the story are issues like, how do you even know that something is happening and worth writing about? How did you know that this company was even registered to this person? How did you know that they had an asset declaration that left out that company? How did you even acquire the data? How did you get it ahead of time? And how did you have it in a way that was searchable to you exactly when you needed it? These are the kinds of questions that our engineers are making applications to support. This is what most of the work of Aleph is engaged with.
When it comes to what kind of data do journalists need, the short answer is all of it. Whatever they can get, we'll get, and we're more than happy to take it, so please share. But overall, Aleph brings together both structured data, so databases and spreadsheets, anything tabular really, and unstructured data, such as scanned documents and PDFs, which we get a whole bunch a lot of. At this point, Aleph contains over 4.4 billion records or entities, and we run about 150 scrapers on a regular basis to keep our public data fresh. In addition, Aleph houses some of the world's biggest leaks, biggest troves from banking data to email leaks and so on. And our journalists, we make this accessible for our journalists so that they can move forward and analyze it and specifically cross-reference it across other data, which we'll show in a demo very shortly. On top of that, just as we've mentioned before, reporters can upload their own documents to their own secure workspaces, share them with their friends who are on Aleph, their colleagues. And it's the combination of having all of these records, all of these entities, all in one place with the exact functionality that we provide that makes this tool so powerful.
All right, let's get a little bit deeper. Just to frame the technical challenge that we're trying to solve, as Anna mentioned, that broad category of data. So we need to first of all collect all of that in a sustainable, easy to maintain way. And that could mean crawling websites. It could mean maintaining scrapers that can work through web browsers, or maybe getting around proxies, things like that. We need to standardize all of that data across those sources. And what that means is, we'll talk more about this, mapping them onto a common semantic model. We want to do kind of the same process on unstructured data. So we want to also get semantic data from text, from images, from PDFs. And we want to put all that together in a really, really, really big search index that spans all of these sources and languages, and also has some sort of basis for cross-referencing them. The data base logic needs to be structured in a way that allows for, I guess, robust update logic. Journalists are always going to come with questions about where data came from, how long we've had it for. They're very interested in the lineage. And we, of course, want to wrap this into a web application and serve it to our users according to their permissions. I'll add as another requirement, this needs to be very scalable and robust and secure. We don't know if tomorrow there's going to be a 10 terabyte leak from some militia that we need to process. We need to just be ready to accept it. And of course, our users are also the people that are uploading and ingesting their data. So all that together, I'll start talking about data modeling. So if I'm going to a company registry and getting data from there that is going to be used in future investigations, and at the same time I'm going to court records of mentions of companies and people. Looking at this data, you can kind of reason that there's overlap. There's people tend to have names. They don't necessarily need to be named in a particular context, but you could make that statement about any person. So we take that and we map them onto a model that we call follow the money. This is an open source ontology, if you're familiar with that term. It's a taxonomy of concepts. And we want to be able to make structured and semi-structured records outlining how they relate to one another. I'll show an example of follow the money, I think, as of a previous release. This is our taxonomy. So you have persons that are a type of legal entity, which is a type of thing. Of course, they inherit properties in the same way that you would expect if you're familiar with some semantics or some programming languages. I'll talk briefly about properties and statements. So we mentioned, a person would have a name and a registration number. A company could also have a name and a registration number. These values, together with an entity, would form a statement. So if you're familiar with RDF or triple stores, this would be basically semantic data. So we collect that and we put it into, these are just examples of of how we might extract data from some text. So you have an entity, a referent, a relationship, and then another entity that it relates to. Okay.
Good.
So,
Index.
great. So once you have this data, you're able to put it into a search index. And actually, the more that I work on investigative applications, the more I just think that it's the work of creating really, really weird and out there search indexes to answer different kinds of queries that a journalist might have. So definitionally, an index would be a mapping of a term or a keyword to a record. You might hear it called an inverted index. It's really referencing the same thing. This is really important in creating a user experience. It's also has some editorial considerations as well. So if you've ever Googled yourself and maybe found something you didn't like, or maybe something that was in the first search result instead of the 10th, so maybe your 5th grade talent show is the first result and your PhD dissertation is the 10th. That would be an example of maybe editorial values breaking down. So we want, even though this is a decision that's made in engineering context, we try to curate our search index to be fair across all contexts and different languages. So I gave 2 examples here, 3, where 2 are a person named John, that's spelled differently, but of course the name John would map to both of those. That's just an example of small analysis that we do on the way when we index data, just to make it work for journalists. The data model makes it easy to update the index when data has changed. So I alluded to this before when I talked about properties, but basically to identify any particular entity, we need a little bit of flexibility in a journalistic context. In fact, even governments sometimes have a hard time like conclusively identifying someone. So you might say that your ID number and your date of birth are identifying features, and maybe your name is not. You can change your name. So our data model allows us to basically nominate certain properties as being identifying. So if I check tomorrow whose company is registered in a particular state, I don't end up creating a duplicate. I will actually update the previous record based on those identifying properties. This is done with a lot of flexibility to actually allow data journalists to make the right kinds of editorial statements.
So on to the fun part, how to get started with Aleph. So for anyone in our space, if you're interested, if you are a journalist, an activist, a researcher, an academic, we have a list of categories that are available on our website. You just need to navigate to our service portal at requests.occrp.org. There is a form there that says Aleph, create a new account or request a new account. And question? Yeah. No, actually, we don't. Not yet. Hopefully soon.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, please sign up.
Hey friends, I'm sorry. Can we hold questions for the end to make sure that they have enough time to finish their presentation? It's okay. Thank you so much.
So you can go to our service portal, you navigate to it, you fill out the form. That form comes to me and my team, and we review them on a rolling, regular basis. We will get back to you with next steps, and that is how you get your Aleph account set up at the moment. Aleph in its current state is open source software, so anybody can go ahead and use the technical documentation. If you want to spin up your own instance, customize it as you like, you are free to do that. Our Aleph public instance, which we will be demoing in 2 minutes basically, is our public instance where all of our data for our journalistic investigations live. And overall, just the goal is that we made this tool accessible for the public good. We have our intentions with it. It is for investigative work, and we've seen the beauty of it.
All right, so sometimes we'll do this demo, we'll show it to journalists, and they'll say, that's great that you have this incredible, investigative application that I can search anyone, anywhere. But what I have to do right now is, I'm writing a feature about the mayor's dog's bar mitzvah, and do you have anything on the mayor's dog? And we have to say, no, that's not really a priority for us. We can add it to the list. And they say, okay, fine. And then maybe they kind of put it in the back of their minds. The things that you can do with Aleph right now, number one thing I think you should do when you make an account is to log in and set an alert for whatever. I think most journalists have people that just kind of interest them, that they try to follow, that are just kind of in their universe. Get notified when that person appears in new data. This uses, if you're technical, this uses Lucene as the search language. So you can just search for raw text, or you can search on a particular field for a particular type of entity. These are just some examples. So any search can become an alert. I recommend searching, start broad, because there's a lot of data, and then use the filtering and the facets to narrow that down. Azana will demo that in a moment. Cross-reference across data sets. Sometimes journalists will have some documents or a leak or a data set of their own, and all they want to know is anyone from my local city council, let's say, in this leak? And so that's a good use case for cross-reference. You don't need to understand absolutely everything about 10 terabytes of emails leaked from a Guatemalan militia, but you do want to know if someone from a company that you're interested in is mentioned in there. So you could use the search, or you could use the cross-reference if you want to know the relationship between two data sets. Uploading your own files, of course. If you have a lot of files, or if you have a leak of your own, you should do that through our whistleblowing channels, which we'll outline in a moment. And of course, collaboration. If you are working in a newsroom context, absolutely get your colleagues invited as well. And you can set up a space for yourself to organize your files in your work.
Cool. So I'm going to invite Clill to have a seat because we have a bit of a demo to go through. So for the purposes of this demo, we wanted to take a real-world example of something that happened 2 years ago where we received a breaking news alert on our phones, and we decided to look into it. So this is what we're looking into. We are investigating an explosion that happened at a cafe in St. Petersburg on April 2nd, 2023, which killed Vladin Tatarsky, real name Maxim Fomin, who was a war correspondent. For the purposes of this demo, I am going to, I crossed it out. I want us to take that second part out because at that time, we did not know what happened. All we knew was there was a bombing in St. Petersburg, and we were able to find the address where that happened. So here, what are we working with? We have the address. It is in Cyrillic. I will not attempt to read that, but we know that the name of the place is Street Food Bar Number 1. Next, it took us about 30 seconds. We went on a domain lookup website and we typed in that address, and we were able to find the company owner, and we were able to find their tax ID. So in Russia, the tax ID is basically the company registration number. And from there, we decided, hey, let's go into Aleph. So if you just bear with me for a moment so I get my screen back. We do not see that. Just 1 second. Alrighty, welcome to Aleph. So this is Aleph when you log in. It's going to look a little different for everyone once you log in, as we do this based off of security groups. Security groups are dependent on what access to data you have. So I'm using a demo account. It looks a little empty, but the data is there. And going back to our demo, let me just find the slide. Clill, actually, can you read me the tax ID number so I can just type that in? No, next slide. There we go. 771564070. Perfect. So what we did was, within 30 seconds, our team, this is a real-world example, they went on the domain lookup website. We got the taxpayer ID, came into Aleph, and all I did was navigate to the search bar on the top and type in that taxpayer ID number. I'm going to click enter, and Aleph is going to do its magic. And we're getting some search results here. Let me take this out. And we're getting some search results here. So on the center of our screen, this is our little search results pane. And we know that the company name is Concord, so we're basically on the right track. And to filter this down further, I already have a data set in mind that I know that I have access to, so I want to filter it by that data set. So to filter, we have these handy-dandy filters on the left side menu. I'm going to click on data set, and I am looking for, let me see, the Russian Unified State Register of Legal Entities. This is your Russian corporate registry, basically, your company registry. And I see I have one search result. When I hover over it, Aleph does this beautiful thing. It gives me the Latin transliteration for anything that is not in Latin English. So I'm able to see, hey, this is the same company, Concord. I'm going to click on it. And whenever you click on a result in Aleph, it just expands in that same window. I will expand it further so that we have a full screen view. And what I can see from here is a few different things. So to the left, we have some information about this company, information what data set it's found in, who's managing that data, which is our team. At the top, I can see assets and shares, owners, directors, and similar. Similar we'll get into in a bit. But what I'm trying to find out is who owns that cafe where that bombing happened in St. Petersburg. So I go ahead and I click on owners, and we can see there's two owners, a company entity, so you can see the little icons. Each of our entity types has a relatable icon to it. I can see that 10% is owned by this company, and then 90% is owned by this person. That looks interesting, so let me click on that person. And lo and behold, who do we have? We have Yevgeny Viktorovich Prigozhin. So if anyone is unfamiliar with who that person is, that is a former Russian mercenary leader of the Wagner Group, an oligarch who died in a plane crash bombing allegedly situation. And you do with that information as you wish, but what we just did was we got a breaking news alert on our phones. There was a bombing in St. Petersburg. Within 30 seconds, we got the taxpayer ID. Within 30 more seconds, we found out, hey, this is the owner of that cafe. So this is just one real-world example of how Aleph is used. And I'm just going to take you through a few more features of the UI so that you can see the investigation workspaces and the like. I wish we had more time. This demo usually takes me like an hour and a half, but I will just speed through it. When you log into Aleph, this is your homepage, and depending, like I said, on your security group, you'll see different amounts of data. So in this security group that I currently have access to, I have access to 502 different data sets. So if you are a journalist, activist, researcher, academic, please apply. The next slides that we'll go through will show you how to get extended data access. But here I have 502 data sets that I can scroll through. I will filter it by leaks. There is one data set I'd like to show. So these are our leaks that are accessible to our security group that we're demoing. And I will filter it further by country. So I'm going to look into Russia. And from here, let's see, the Russian state TV and radio broadcasting company emails from 2022. This is your dataset landing page, your home page, and here you have different sorts of widgets. We can see all of the different entity types. There are over 1.7 million emails in this dataset. There's over 350,000 tables, 300,000 images. Whenever we upload or ingest data into Aleph, it is extracting, as you can see, all of these. There's over 2 million email addresses here. We have over 4,000 IBANs. Each data set has a little info box on the right side, so please read it. It is to your discretion how you use this, so please use your editorial judgment on how you use leaked data, for example. But you'll see some more information here. We actually got this data set from our colleagues at DDoS, or Distributed Denial of DDoS, Distributed Denial of Secrets, and our team manages it. You'll also be able to see other information about our data sets. So if they are regularly updated, you will see that it'll say monthly, weekly, bi-monthly, and the like. I have to move things forward. So something I just want to show are investigation workspaces. These are your secure collaborative workspaces where for each investigation that we have at OCCRP and our partners and our member centers, each investigation has a workspace. So for the purposes of this demo, I'm just going to open one that we already have populated. I can go through the entire process after if anyone is interested, but let me just find one that says Hope. It is somewhere in here. You can ignore all these names. These are all of the testings. There we go, Hope 16 backup. So we created an investigative workspace that has dummy data in it, pre-populated. The entities are already generated, but I'll still walk you through it. This is your investigative workspace landing page. I will navigate to the documents. So in this investigative workspace, we have a zip file. Most file formats are accepted into Aleph. It's in our user guide and our documentation, what can and cannot be ingested, but for the most part, a lot can come in here. We have 3 CSV files, and when I open up this company CSV file, for example, it'll show you the table that comes with it. From here, you can go ahead and generate your entities. This is already pre-done, but essentially you're just selecting your objects and you're selecting their relationships, and then you're selecting your unique keys for all of them, mapping them out across the columns that are in your CSV file, and then you're essentially clicking Generate Entities. So these entities were already created a long time ago, and we can see them over here. We have about 60 ownerships, 25 companies, bank accounts, and people. I'll just come into the people, for example. I already added myself here, but Clill, I'm going to add you, just for the purposes of this demo. Yeah, okay. Clill, you're here. And I just added and generated an entity strictly from this UI. Something that I'm going to show quickly is that within these investigative workspaces, you can create network diagrams. We are very big on visuals, so this is a very nice network diagram with all of our entities and relationships mapped out. It's very easy to create a new entity on the network diagram, so I'm just going to find Clill. You should be popping up somewhere if I missed you. Yep, you popped up somewhere, but I can't see from here. But essentially, this is your network diagram. There's other cool features that we offer, such as timelines and lists to help with the visualizations. And then we have our cross-referencing feature. So I'm not going to compute the cross-referencing right now because it is going to take all of my entities and cross-reference the 502 data sets that I have access to with my Aleph account. But essentially, this is what most people use Aleph for. I can see my entities, what I inputted into the system or ingested. I can see a possible match. I can see a confidence score. And this is how we start connecting the dots. So this was Aleph in a nutshell. Very short demo. I wish I could show you more, but we are close on time. We have a few more slides we want to get through. Please request an account. Join us. I would love to talk more about it after the session. Okay.
Yes, this is how you can request an account. Just navigate to requests.occrp.org. We have, as Anna pointed out, a lot of data. We have the right to have a lot of data as journalists. We also take the responsibility that comes with that very seriously, so we make sure it's used for the right journalistic use case. Outside of our member centers, I'll say people that have access or newsrooms that have extended access are usually ones that we have, I would say, close relationships with, which we like to develop. We also, for Aleph in particular, we have a discourse group. So discourse is like an open forum platform. We love hearing from users. Of course, we don't go into your investigations and your spaces and see what you're doing. So the feedback that we get is going to be from our users here. Please do ask questions. And of course, we have our contact info as well. Or do you want to say a word first about future of development?
I'll just mention something briefly. So when it comes to our roadmap and what we're planning on doing with Aleph, we are currently working on building Aleph Pro, which is the next generation implementation of Aleph. The time finally came to take this extremely complex piece of software that was built about a decade ago and completely redo it. So we rewrote the whole thing from the ground up, basically. And the reason that we're doing this is that we can't just think about setting ourselves up for success for today, but we have to think about where we're going to be in 10 years' time in the future. So what Aleph Pro will bring is a complete rewrite, as I mentioned, modern modular architecture, faster performance, easier scaling, foundation that's ready for extensions and integrations. If you've used Aleph previously, you know it's a little slow, so we're working on it. We are enhancing our ingestion pipeline, and we're supporting more formats, working on our data models, enabling knowledge graph capabilities, working on changing the entire UI coming soon next year, hopefully. So it's going to be faster when it comes to searching, smoother usability. We're going to have flexible deployment options with it, whether it's a SaaS offering, private cloud, on-premise. We're going to help with the migrations. And it's going to have a tiered access model. So Aleph will always, forever and ever be free for nonprofit journalism. It is what we do for our space, for our field, for our colleagues. And we're going to offer additional paid tiers for organizations so that we can sustain ourselves when it comes to everything that we're doing here. And if you are interested in early access or beta participation, same website, same service portal, request.occrp.org. Please fill out the Aleph Pro interest form. As a product manager, I need to hear from you. So please, we would love for you to test it out. Whistleblower?
So, if you have data that you'd like to share, or if you're a whistleblower, we do maintain a Secure Drop instance. Secure Drop, Freedom of the Press Foundation's application for secure whistleblowing. You can also reach out via email. All of our journalists have encryption keys available on our website. And if you need guidance on how to do that, you can talk to us afterwards. I will say don't leak to us. I don't want that. I'm not a journalist. But we can guide you in how to navigate that.
Shameless plug, we are hiring. So in case anyone is interested, we're looking for a head of data, investigative data director, a back-end developer, and front-end developer. Claude, do you want to talk about your back-end developer for a bit?
Or if you're interested and you have some back-end development experience, feel free to chat with me. I'm hiring for my team.
Yes, and I'm looking for a front-end developer for Aleph Pro. So if you want to come work with us, please talk to us after. And yep, that is our contact info on the screen. Our Signal usernames are there. Feel free to reach out. Our emails are there. Our encryption keys are available on our website as well. So that's Aleph. Cool.
Great talk, great work, super pivotal. I was wondering if the organization has considered, taking the financial expertise that the group has and applying it to, some of the people who are suffering under these financial controls. The Paris Protocol is one of the facets in how the State of Israel is, helping genocide the Palestinian people and their inability to, control their own finances. And just with the, it seems like the aim of the group to say, hey, how do powerful people use finance for ill? I'm wondering, just what the organization, would just, even by just bringing it to light about, this Paris Protocol. Some people have, highlighted this of how Palestinians have no access to their own financial services, hence why they can't build economy and, resist this action. I'm just interested in, what the organization might be able to do to end the suffering.
Thank you for the question. So when it comes to our editorial work, there's not much that we as representatives from, let's say, the product department or the research and data team can influence along those lines. But that being said, we are 100% going to give this feedback to our editorial department. There is at any given time, I'm going to say 50 investigations that are in the works. A lot of our work is grant-based, I have to say. So where we get the funds to operate in, we do, and that's just how our NGO lifestyle is. And I hate to say it, that's just the reality of it. So I wish that we had people on the ground. I wish that we could cover every single region of the world. And I know that's not the answer you want to hear, and it's not the correct answer either. But I guarantee that I will make sure to bring this feedback to our editor-in-chief specifically.
Just thinking about like, okay, in 50 years when we're all old, you know, what would we have been proud of? So, thanks for the answer.
Of course.
I mean, I can say you can investigate our coverage. We do have member centers in those regions that are doing great work. A lot of investigations have come out of them. I think, like Azana said, like I don't try to influence editorial as a software developer. I think, you know, our mode of change, or what we believe in, is just investigative journalism, and that's how we drive things forward. There are, I think, plenty of financial investigations in the Middle East and Palestine and Israel. Yeah, check them out. I think they do really good work.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It's really a cool product and very important work. My question might be a little bit outside of the scope of Aleph, but it's kind of like a natural extension for the next step, right? Because I think Aleph has a potential of enabling like individuals or smaller teams to conduct investigation journalism at a professional level, or a more solid one. So, but in many of those cases, that those smaller teams or individuals, when they try to develop a report, they have to face some kind of pushback from individuals or institutes that empower, right? Most of the important reports do. So where do they, like, where do those reports go, right? For example, a individual, a small team can have their own website, but that have very little audience. Or they can go through larger or more popular channel, but then there's more gatekeepers, right? So can you talk more about that landscape, or what do people usually do in that case, or like for the potential Aleph users, if they're small individuals, what are their options there? Yeah, thank you.
Of course, so I'll just comment that we are a community. So OCCRP and our network, it takes a network to fight a network, as we say. If we have, let's say, freelance journalists who find something interesting and they need support, they are more than happy to reach out to us. We are happy to help. So when it comes to working with smaller newsrooms or just individuals on a case-by-case basis, anyone can reach out to our editorial team at any time. I don't think we've ever said no, particularly. We are also able to provide research services as well. We have an amazing research desk as part of our research and data team. We have this service called ID, Investigative Dashboard, which is a research ticketing system where our colleagues in our network and even individuals who don't directly work with us but need support can use that service. So I'm just gonna say that overall, we are happy to help out whenever we can. We love that Aleph is being used. We hope that more people use Aleph, and it is a free service that anybody can spin up, really. You had something?
Yeah, I think like Azana said, the answer, you know, how if you are, you know, freelance or an independent newsroom, how can you kind of get into larger channels? So Aleph isn't a publishing platform. That is an interesting, you know, feature set that we've contemplated. Right now, it's just an investigative tool. But if you're trying to get published, or you're trying to get access to more serious tools beyond Aleph, or maybe domain expertise that our teams have, absolutely just collaborate with us. So we're a network. We're used to working with people that are on the ground, or people that have a particular interest in a story, and kind of augmenting their work. So that's 100% the format that we like to work in. Let's do a question from this side. I think we
have two questions from Matrix.
Are you guys also waiting?
Yeah.
All right, should we do one and one? Is it?
Yeah, one from Matrix and then one from the crowd.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, so one question is, for smaller news organizations, investigative organizations, what advice do you have when running your own instance of Aleph? Getting public data sets in FTM format, and also any advice on any more guided training online, things like that?
Sure. So I will just instruct our friend there who left this comment. Please use our discourse community. So that is the way to get in touch directly with the Aleph team, myself, and the developers. Once a week, we have Aleph Community Days. These are Thursdays, 1-hour blocks that you can book with us to come to us with your issues if you're having technical difficulties or if you have any questions. So you can just contact us directly through our discourse community, and we'll be happy to help.
Hey, so I have nothing but praise for OCCRP's journalism. I think that you guys do some of the best that I've ever read. I don't read every piece of journalism. I'm sure there's something better, but it's really, really good. I have a question about access. So, like smaller journalists, all of that, supporting that. But how about organizations that call themselves newsrooms, that have journalists on staff, but that publish stuff that is really, really just meant for tabloids and doesn't really have much of a implication for public well-being or corruption? How do you respond to those kind of requests? And do those people get access? Do they get the same amount of access? How do you protect the innocent people that are in the massive data sets you've collected?
Yes, thank you for the compliment. I will be sure to let everyone know that at work. But when it comes to our extended data access, we have a very rigorous application and vetting process, and this is all run through me and my team. Every single person who requests that an Aleph account be created with extended data access has to fill out a set of questions, and they have to provide links to their stories. They have to provide, let's say, somebody that they know at OCCRP, if possible. So for everyone in this room, you know me. My name is Azana, so feel free to put me down. But we take it very seriously. So we do regular audits where we clean up who has extended data access. We make sure that people need to reapply and renew their extended data access, so we are on top of it, for sure.
Yes, the other question was, will Aleph Pro still remain open source for open ad hoc groups to self-host?
So the answer with Aleph Pro is we're moving to closed source. And I know how that sounds, but given everything that's happened this year, earlier this year, like I said, we had to say goodbye to 25% of our workforce, and we can say goodbye to any United States funding that we previously had for international development. So we had to find sustainable revenue streams to keep our team employed and to keep our work alive. So we want to make Aleph what it can be. Like I said, it will be free forever for nonprofit journalism organizations. For organizations that maybe cannot pay the price, you can just talk to us. We are a very friendly bunch. We're also just, this is a work in progress. So we don't know how this is going to turn out. We're very optimistic though. So please just talk to us if finances are an issue. But yeah, that is the story of Aleph Pro, and I'm excited that in a few months we'll be able to demo it.
I'll also add that I think it's worthwhile to differentiate between the data and the platform that the data goes into. The platform specifically, which is what handles the indexing and the cross-reference and the serving of the content, that is something we're having to move into a different revenue model for. The data itself, in the past, we've been very open-handed with data sharing what is permissible to share, and that's something that is going to continue.
Hi, thank you for the lecture. I was just listening to the news today and got really concerned about the revisionist take for a lot of our Smithsonian museums and just the revision of history here in America, and I'm very worried as people are continuously importing that into our K-12 schools. Are you interested in any preservation of what was originally mentioned, particularly in phrasing and tonal changes that we noticed to reframe the effects of very dark moments in our history, like slavery and such? I know governments might use that tactic in a fascist lens to control populations.
So I want to say when it comes to the concern, we all share the same concern. Believe me, I am right there with you on that. When it comes to what OCCRP can do in this sense, once again, I wrote this down, or I will write it down rather, and I will bring it to our editorial team. If there's something that we can do here in the United States, we will. We're a little restricted, as I mentioned, there are other organizations that do this type of reporting here, and we have very strict focuses, but I 1000% will be bringing this to our editor-in-chief and to our editorial team.
Yeah, I'll also add that just the way we structure our data collection process, we are very good about identifying changes on pages if it's a page that our editorial is interested in. So we would be able to see when content changes and only update under those cases. And it's that problem, I think, more generally, and even in other countries, is something we pay attention to a lot.
All right, thank you, everyone. I know
Thank
we
you.
went over time, but if you have any questions, Quill and I will be in the back. This is yours.
I think it's working now. Okay, cool.
Hello, everyone. Next up is Patrick Bowler with New Journalism, Reimagining Information Networks from the Ground Up. Take it away.
Thank you so much for having me. It's so cool to be here and speak at Hope. I'm really excited about this, sharing some thoughts with you. Some of them might be a little bit provocative. So when I last presented a version of this at a journalism gathering, like half the people left the room. So the intention here is really to work towards greater utility, greater public service. And so please don't take this as like kind of like journalism is dumb or journalism is useless or anything like that. That's definitely not the intention. When we first discussed this pitch, it was called New Journalism, so that's in your program. And actually, also building on that feedback from that presentation and building on feedback that I got over the last couple of days, I actually tried to rename it to Reclaiming Journalism, because a lot of things in journalism are not working. And it's not really about saying, we need something new. I think we just need to discard the things that don't work. And so a little bit about myself. I started out as a journalist. My first journalism job was in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. I worked in exile and dissident media space most of my professional life in Myanmar. And then I had a dream job as a human rights China reporter at the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong. Ended up somehow working at the New York Times, and then in newsrooms in Europe and mostly public media. And in my last role in a news organization, I was responsible for the digital transformation of Radio Free Europe, which runs newsrooms, exile and underground newsrooms in about 20-ish countries in Europe and in Asia, including Russia, Iran, and Afghanistan. And about a year and a half-ish ago, I started my own little research lab called Gazeta. And why Gazeta? Because it's really about reclaiming journalism. And I went back to some of the first kind of newspapers in Europe, and this is one of the first editions of a local paper in Venice called Gazeta, because it cost one Gazeta, which was the currency at the time. And they had to explain why you're selling this piece of paper with text on it. Like they had to explain, this new concept. And so in the beginning, the first editions of the Gazzetta Veneta, they always had to explain. And so what they said is, well, here, what you're getting here is information that's partly entertaining and partly useful for the public. And that's really what I love about this, because often in journalism, we've kind of forgotten about that last part, about partly useful to the public. When I was a journalist, when I was a reporter, I've really invested a lot of my energy into getting the stories because I wanted to be of public service, telling the stories that were important. I have risked my life, I've risked my livelihood, my security, my mental health, and my well-being. And always in these challenges is like, here is something that's wrong, and how do I distribute it? How do I distribute that information that I documented to other people? And when I later became a media executive, I kind of realized after a while, at scale, maybe I'm asking the wrong questions. As a reporter, that's right. But if you think about media as a larger venture, how to reach people is just one of the questions that we should be asking ourselves. And I think because we're asking ourselves not exactly the right questions, I think this has happened, like a bit of an ecosystem collapse. And we see the traditional media organizations becoming less and less relevant, really, to people's lives. And partly that is because of the broadcast trap. We're so used to having large audiences, and we kind of take for granted that we have these large audiences. So when I have a story, it goes to many people. We kind of assume that it goes to, and they'll be listening in or reading, whatever, what have you. And one of the wrong assumptions is there's content scarcity. There is so much content out there. If you look at any market, so worked on Turkmenistan, not in, of course, but on Turkmenistan, even countries like Turkmenistan, there is an abundance of content out there. You're not competing against nothing. You're competing against a lot of information. And a lot of it is very performative. So if you go to a journalism school these days, they will teach you how to sit behind a podium like this and read the evening newscast. That's still very well known. A lot of things are very formulaic, and because of our understanding of what journalism is. So you stand behind a camera, you have a microphone, and you tell your story. And that's kind of where the thinking goes in journalism education. And I say that as someone who's taught in journalism schools. And the funding is another problem. A lot of it has gone away in the last year, of course. But a lot of, especially US funding, but also in Europe, for journalism has been kind of thinly veiled from funding for messaging. And that's not to say that the journalists who received the funding were complicit or willing to do messaging, but the intentions of the funders were messaging. And that has also done really, really serious harm to our industry. And lastly, it's just the world that we live in has changed. This is a Radio Free Europe newsroom, I don't know how many decades ago. This is just a generated image of someone actually getting their information. So to say, like on distribution, one of the reasons, and I got this slide, a version of this slide from friends at Splice in Singapore, is really that we've been competing in the attention economy. So we have a story, we have something that we think is very important, and then we want to get it out there to as many people as possible. And as long as these big platforms we share the economic or political interests, or it's in their interest to distribute our work, we benefit from their distribution. Now, there's a shortcut in thinking that we already have a large audience. Of course, these platforms have a large audience. And these, as you all know here at Hope, this attention economy is profoundly rigged. And so in theory, if we had a context like a free context in a liberal democracy, we will be able to have a supply of information of journalism and a demand of journalism, and they would meet in some way, and somehow civil society would course correct. The reality is that we have these intermediaries, and we have polarization and this algorithmic distortion that prevent that Venn diagram from happening. And as more and more of the world is becoming more and more authoritarian, and I don't know, in some instances, I don't know if fascist is the right word, these kind of barriers are getting worse and worse. And so you have platform control, you have threats, violence, stigma, and poverty. And I really worry that the journalism industry, or the trade, or like the community of journalists that I also belong to, we really have create with our expectations to this large reach and this kind of performative expectations toward change, we have created a lot of kind of unnecessary martyrs because the situation that's the reality in more and more of the places. And what has happened is that because we're unable to adapt to this new situation, and we're kind of sticking and like kind of entrenching ourselves in our understanding of who we are and what we do. And I can tell you myself, I feel very strongly about wanting to live in an open society where journalism, the acts of journalism can happen and can course correct our shared lived experiences. But if we don't reflect on the changes that we have to navigate systemically, we're irrelevant, and that leads to new constraints and less leverage on society, and so it's kind of a vicious circle. And what has happened over the last maybe 5-ish years is that we've really gotten really addicted to this really broad reach that we have enjoyed thanks to YouTube, thanks to Facebook, thanks to TikTok and what have you, and have been exploring two ways of approaching that. One is collaborating with these big platforms, and the other way is just trying to trick them in some ways or forms to work around them. And by focusing so much on distribution, this relevance gap, so this Venn diagram, has widened even further. And I have been working in the Chinese dissident and exile media space now for 10, 15 years. And I can tell you that if this, in an autocracy, when we operate with the wrong assumptions, and especially if the donors, the funders, the people who support it operate with the wrong assumptions, this relevance gap leads to a lot of harm, but it also leads to irrelevance. And that is the most crucial indictment of what has happened over the last decade. And I think the misdirection that I myself have had, and that others that we have in the wider industry, is that we're really optimized for a different era. We're optimized for an era where we will be able to have a captive audience. We're also optimized for the metrics that these platforms give us. So Facebook can give you amazing metrics. Google Analytics can give you amazing deep granularity of consumption metrics, but it doesn't really say that much, and ultimately they control who you reach next. And the business models is, of course, deeply broken, both on the advertising side and the subscription side. And there are amazing technologists in newsrooms. I think OCCRP was just talking earlier here. They have amazing, fantastic technologists. But I think one of the challenges for technologists in the newsrooms is even like, and especially also in the internet freedom space, also is that you want to help journalists to be relevant, to stay relevant. And that leads you to keep thinking of, okay, what are the journalists' needs? What can they need? And typically the answer you get is, how do we distribute this to people? And that leads people, technologists, using their really, really smart talent to work for on distribution, where you have diminishing returns on investment because you keep kind of just trying to squeeze a little bit more out of these things, using VPNs and what have you. And so basically it's a little bit like this. These are the technologists working for the reporters, working against the government. And I'm hoping to make a case here, just while I have your attention, that it doesn't have to be this way. This is how it worked until now, and it doesn't have to be this way because it hasn't worked, at least in the time of my professional career. And I would love to work towards something that is a little bit more like this, where technologists and journalists work together and have a razor-sharp focus, not on a government or and what have you, but really on the people that they're meant to serve in the first place. And while this is happening, while really we have seen that the newsrooms that I have worked in and the newsrooms that I have looked up to have lost in relevance and standing in their societies, and more countries have become less and less free, there are things that are happening in the world that I have only realized later that are really, really interesting and provide us opportunities to kind of rethink and reimagine and reclaim journalism. What I had not realized as much as I should have is that communities really don't wait for traditional journalists to share information, to get information as they have. And there is, this is some interesting research here in the United States that's upcoming. It hasn't been published yet, but Anika and Daryl here have been really looking at news ecosystems in the United States and kind of stepping away from the definition of kind of journalists, newsrooms being like the kind of the node of it all, kind of that's how you define a news ecosystem, but really looking at like who are the information providers in communities, even if they don't have a badge, like, you know, or an accreditation or what have you, and really found it was super interesting. It's super interesting to see this kind of research, find information ecosystems that exist even when there's no kind of traditional news form. In my own work, I was, so over the last year and a half, I've been working with the Open Technology Fund and partners really on kind of rethinking how can we think about in a highly autocratic space, what are the key elements of technology that we need to make sure that the acts of journalism really can continue to exist organically. And I was really amazed by a member of my team who was doing research in Colombia and for Internews at the time. And he was embedded with Chinese migrants who were crossing the Darien Gap to reach the United States. And what was so interesting was for him to see that this is illegal everywhere, and it's totally not organized. But what he saw was that there was a rich information ecosystem on information on how to get there, how to cross, where you can find a doctor, where you can exchange money, where you have to deal with bribes and worry about security, what have you. So in this like kind of highly illegal, I'm not making a value judgment about this migration pattern, but it's something that no kind of authority would condone along the way, is a rich ecosystem exists. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting. Maybe there's something we can learn there from the space. And looking a bit more at in China specifically, started looking at the VPN market. When I lived in Beijing many years ago, I had people secretly install like a little satellite dish on my roof and realized that many people also had little satellite dishes on their roofs. This is no longer a thing. What you can get now is little boxes, kind of this size, that would be just a VPN. And you don't have to know what a VPN is, or you don't have to know how to set it up or install it on your TV or your computer or your smartphone. You would just connect it with your router, and you'll be able to watch Netflix or really what have you, or access ChatGPT or what have you. So started looking into that space, and it turns out there is really a huge kind of information space within China around these VPNs, where people like share information about what is trustworthy, what is useful. They even share information on the pricing and what have you in this space. And that's really, really exciting because it's just happening organically. And another example, this is not from my lived experience, but just really from an article I read on Rest of World, is the West Bank There are these initiatives to track where you can cross checkpoints and where it's safe to drive, what have you. And this is really, I thought it's just a great example of when people, technologists, and people who are gathering information and want to share information get together and provide services, information services, to their communities. And I was thinking maybe that's more journalism than the performative act of standing behind a microphone in front of a camera or publishing a newspaper, what have you. That is more of why I became a journalist in the first place, all those years ago. And so one of my friends who gave me feedback on this presentation really said, okay, VPNs and Darien Gap and the West Bank, these are crisis moments. But so much of our lives are not defined by crisis, by these extreme needs. There are always these kind of latent, constant needs that we worry about all the time. And so what about those? And in our discussions, we ended up looking at this FCC report from 2011 that tried to think about what's the internet for? What is communication for? What are the information needs that people have anyway all the time that are really important? And it listed these civic information needs that I find really, really interesting as a starting point to think about any kind of information service that can be provided to a community and that will always be relevant. We will always care about education. We will always care about transportation, economic opportunities, environment, and what have you, and healthcare. And I think that's really helpful because newsrooms traditionally have beats, right? Where you're in a healthcare beat, you cover this over time. And that's also gave me hope again. Like if we keep the skills of journalism and keep these specializations and that deep expertise that healthcare reporters have and just move get away from that performative kind of superstructure that's above it, maybe we can provide more utility to people. And one thing, when we think about the VPNs and what have you, there are a couple of key elements that really unite any kind of organic information services that we see again and again. And that is really that people are connected through personal sharing, so not through algorithmic amplification primarily, like, hey, this is cool, hey, this is useful, you should follow this. Trust is established over repeated interaction. Information on a UX front is shaped for memorability. There is constant support for onboarding, for technical troubleshooting, and verification through network consensus. And so if you think about it like this kind of traditional journalism versus this community information that's kind of happening organically, it's distributed, it's not institutional, it's through peer connections, it's many to many, and often the impact is very, very concrete. So it's not abstract, it's concrete. And this is really why most of the people left, so many people left my presentation last time, because we talk about human rights as like this abstract level, and I've worked a lot in human rights coverage, but think about it, what does that mean in concrete ways, right? Does that mean that there is a human rights specialist of the UN giving a press conference? Or does that mean that we can do reporting that helps people actually navigate discrimination at school and deal with discrimination in healthcare, what have you, like those kind of aspects? The level of abstraction is totally different. And then I came across this really, really interesting work here in New York by a group of people that are thinking about, okay, news is happening anyway. Even if there's no newspaper, even if there is no TV station, the communities organically share news. And so they start talking about, we shouldn't be talking about journalism as an industry, but we should be talking about acts of journalism that are happening in the world anyway. And so they actually renamed these acts of journalism to community news roles. But I really like the concept of acts of journalism, because I'm really attached to the skill set and the mindset of journalism. So I would really love to preserve that rather than the industry. Yeah, so Megan and Cole at the Journalism and Design Lab at the New School have defined, and this is upcoming. They have published versions of this, but this is a new one that they're going to publish soon, and I'll share a link where you can subscribe to updates on their work, which I highly encourage. Is they define these acts of journalism, and they kind of break the journalistic process into these parts. There's listening, documenting, there's commenting, there's inquiring, asking questions, sense-making, what does this mean for us? There is amplifying, right? This distribution is only part of what we do, really. It is one thing that we do, but it's only part of what we do. Navigating a system, enabling people to achieve something. And then it's a bit of an iterative cycle of, okay, we've done this, provided this service, and we continue to provide this service. And in now, organically grown information systems are typically very fragile and frail, and we might not be aware where there are weaknesses. And so what I'm trying to suggest to you here today is really to think about, okay, the journalism industry, or the journalism, this kind of writ large, we don't control the information ecosystems. We're increasingly irrelevant, actually, in this space. And the question is not kind of to think about how do we get back to that dominant role, but how do we insert ourselves with our knowledge, with our expertise, into these information ecosystems? How do we contribute to them being better, right, than they currently are? So just going through these roles briefly. So listening, right, understanding what community needs are and priorities, documenting, archiving, helping preserve information. This is our shared memory. Commenting, sharing personal expertise and experiences with others, inquiring, gathering information and asking questions on behalf of the community. Sense-making in the sense of creating original content that helps people understand and contextualize issues. Amplifying is the distribution, still important and a part of it, but not all of it. And then navigating, helping people guide people through complex systems by navigating them to resources. So if you think about all these Telegram channels that these Chinese migrants were using as they were reaching Colombia, that was a navigating role, right? And then there's enabling, and enabling is really for the technologists in the room, is really like, how do we provide the infrastructure, the setup, the conditions, so that communities can exchange information, and that information is good and useful for them. At this point, it's like, give me examples. So people say that, and then so here are examples, not mine, but from Megan and Cole. Lots of examples. I'm not going to go through them one by one, but and I'll share the slides afterwards if you're interested with you. But it really goes to show that a lot of people are engaging in these acts of journalism anyway. And what we can do as journalists is really support and contribute whenever this kind of cycle is struggling, right? We might, sometimes it really helps to come from to see, okay, this is where we're struggling, here's where we can support. In internet freedom technology and internet freedom space, you could ask yourselves the same questions, right? A lot of the internet freedom space, and I have some friends in this room who are very familiar with this, focus is really, well, there's a project, how can we make sure we can distribute journalism more, get some more page views, And I would like to think about it like, maybe we can think about it differently, is how can we build technology that helps with facilitation, with listening and facilitation? How can we build technology that helps people with inquiries, archiving, what have you? And a lot of technology exists, and it's just a different taxonomy of thinking of that tech. And so really want to step away from kind of the journalist by badge, by education, by employment status, understanding of journalists, and really establish the idea that journalism is it can be a job, but most of all, it's a mindset. And you have that, you're part of that tribe if you are committed to pursuing acts of journalism to help your community navigate their lives better. And this is really a critical moment for collaboration because we have an unprecedented information crisis with fragmentation of information spaces, intermediation, thinking about AI, exhaustion, people are really tired, and fascism. Bad actors are, as OCCRP, which is here, have documented many, many, many times, well organized, they are coordinating, and they are very, very well funded. Fascism is a business model, and no single group can combat this alone. So it requires really a mind shift that I also am working through, and that is to stop trying to fix journalism and just start enabling acts of journalism that already happen, or enable new ones when that circle is struggling. And stop broadcasting and stop building platforms for journalists, but really start enabling these community information flows. So for journalists, for traditional journalists, that's kind of why so many left the room last time. It felt like, oh, so what am I going to do? I'm no longer special. But also, you are no longer, it doesn't matter whether you stand in front of a camera or, all these things. It really requires a shift from these declarative, performative acts to a concept of journalism as a service. And a service like many other services. So you're no longer that's kind of where a lot of exile and newsrooms really struggle, where they define themselves as kind of the elite and the vanguard who is like pushing for change. And actually, it's you have this position. You're enabled to provide really a service that really no one else can, and that is the responsibility of benefiting still from this diminishing freedom that we still enjoy. So a lot of funding applications in journalism, philanthropic funding applications ask you, what is your theory of change? And that's kind of where the funder expectations come in. Is like, how can we make people be different, be more? And sometimes it's well-intentioned, right? It's like, how can we make them more like us, or like values, or certain values, or what have you? But sometimes it's also just very cold-blooded geopolitical garbage. Sorry. And I want to step away from that and just encourage like anyone who is in the funding space to just take that and throw it away and think about a theory of service on a functional, psychological, and social utility of journalism. Because that is the only way we can step away from that failed model that did not work and was sometimes profoundly insincere. What can we do to help people navigate their lives better? And this is kind of the question that I ask myself is like a much more exciting challenge, intellectual challenge, than a theory of change. Like, what can we do to make people behave differently? And I'd like to think in the long term, this has a way of being resilient and prevailing, because propagandists, anyone who is trying to make you behave differently, they don't really have your interest at heart. They want you to change, right? That's in their interest, right? They aim to trick you, and over time, they always disappoint. And So worked with a Russian newsroom that really has we had these discussions about what is it that they want to do, and one thing they taught me was actually we want to provide information that helps people make up their own mind. So it's not necessarily that we want to tell people, this is what's happening now, this is helpful, but actually we want to provide information, value to people, and they can then navigate it and make their own mind with that information. So it's really, for me, that was really eye-opening, is that there are actually these two moments. There is the moment we provide value and the moment people act, and not thinking about it as one moment. And traditional journalists are really super, super well equipped to participate in that organic information ecosystem because they care, they're creative, their work is rooted in truth, and they're trained experts in all of these, right? Like how to ask the tough questions, how to tell the great story, how to navigate these tricky environments. Just examples. And so for technologists. So it's really shifting from what do newsrooms need, what technology do newsrooms need. If you now went to newsrooms and asked them for technology, I bet 80% of them will say, we need better distribution. We need to optimize our distribution, especially in the exile dissident media space. How do we get in front of people? And there really it's a shift. And I really encourage you to take on greater agency and say, well, maybe that's not the best way in the long term. We can work toward better information ecosystems. Maybe we need to think about this differently. Look at how does information already travel in this space and where are the parts that we can strengthen. Aleph, just mentioned, OCCRP is such a fantastic tool in terms of tracking commercial financial connections amongst people. And these are the examples around the investigating, inquiring part, right? Documenting. But then how can we help with the sense making? How can we help with navigating? There are so many technology opportunities if we look at it from this different prism. And security is really a foundation of service. And how can we think about in all of these aspects on security? And I think that's why HOPE is such a great place, because there's really, everyone who is here, many people who are here really have that awareness of how fragile and how our information ecosystems are and how pervasive surveillance is. So just some examples that I thought about, thinking about what could technologists do, and a lot of these tools already exist. I shared some from the internet freedom space, but just some additional ideas, and I'd be really curious to hear from you on what your ideas are. Really, so that we can move to a stage where we really don't build for journalists so their content gets distributed more, but that we build, that journalists and technologists work together to contribute to this cycle of information that is already happening organically and will, to some extent, will always happen organically, really in every society, but with different degrees of quality of information and different degrees of reach everywhere. So trust through service, not authority, and in a decentralized way. And I would also like to think that these are two examples, one in Russia and one in China, that if it works under extreme censorship, imagine the promise of this in an open or still open society. So just on the Russian example is crowdsourced tracking of blocked websites and platforms across China, and then shared on Telegram regularly with updates on where things are blocked and what's blocked. And then the other one is also often crowdsourced tracking of labor protests in China, and that helps people kind of navigate and make their choices on where to work and how to navigate dealing with their own employers, especially the migrant worker community in China. And so how do you start? And you start where where we are. We need to do better jobs and find new ways of really understanding how information flows in our communities. We need to identify the friction points in that circle. We need to build tools that reduce the friction. We need to test with real communities and share what works openly. And really, while this is happening everywhere anyway, like I shared with you examples from Russia and China, most communities are struggling, failing at some elements of this. There is an urgent need to help people to navigate their information ecosystems. And communities are often unaware which parts are broken or could be improved. So you have a lot of opportunity to work. Now, in the feedback, a friend asked, like, okay, that's all nice, but isn't it too late? Doesn't do the Sam Altmans or the Jeffrey Bezoses of the world already determine everything and we're doomed? And I think, yes, to some extent, of course, the traditional local news ecosystem is collapsing or has collapsed, and autocracy is spreading. But information needs are not going away. People still need to navigate the world that they live in. They're just often filled by worse actors on a functional, psychological, or social level. And the infrastructure of community networks, to a large extent, exists. It was built by people who are at Hope to some degree and elsewhere. And it really also helps me, at least in this, that we don't need to save newspapers or TV stations. We don't need to save radio stations. We need to save the functions that they served. And so I'd just like to say that the right people are in this room and at Hope. You have the security expertise, you think about distributed systems, you have a community-first mindset, you have a healthy skepticism of institutions. And this is just the most amazing group of people. So just a couple of links. I shared all the articles I mentioned on my website, and I'll put the slide deck there as well. I'm doing a workshop with a couple of dozen journalists next Thursday to think about how we get from a more service-minded towards a more service-minded journalist, and would love to have technologists there. So if you join, you're very welcome. And yeah, so just a couple of parting words is the question isn't whether we can build tomorrow's information networks. It's really the question is whether we will, whether we are willing to do that or just keep going. And the other one is, you don't need a badge to be a journalist. Someone should have told me that before I spent all that money on that journalism degree. You may just not call it that, like when you document, when you verify information, when you help people make sense of like something that is really complex, you're committing an act of journalism. You're committing something that's really good and important. And I would also just finish by saying that the same systems that control information really control everything else. And what we need to work towards is really that communities own their own information networks so that they own their own power. And when we enable these acts of journalism, we enable ecosystems that are self-correcting and that are able to help people navigate these systems. And so we really don't need more broadcasters, but we need more nodes that are part of this system. So I just want to finish by encouraging you to be the node, build the tools, and share what works, and that we really need you to overcome this really, really, really shitty moment, but also really cool moment in terms of opportunities that we have if we understand it and really use it and seize it. So thank you very much.
We'll now allow for a question.
I love the talk. I applaud you. That's great. How do we prevent this type of system as it gets opened up to reduce the noise generated by AI? AI can be good, but it could also create undue needs for verification.
It's a great question, and I don't have a ready-made answer to it. I think, let me give you an example of a friend who lives in Georgia, the country, not the US state. And so these AI systems, his daughter started using ChatGPT to do her homework. And what happens is that whenever they have a some history assignment, suddenly now this ChatGPT blurts out this in Georgian, this really kind of propagandistic kind of text, right? And then he got really worried because, you don't need that kind of, Soviet Union nostalgia. Like anyone with some exposure to reality knows how horrible that was. And there you have these AI models saying these things. So I think there's also an opportunity there to really think about, can we create alternative systems that integrate with, so that the user experience can be, so that we can allow for more memory, so that we can share, right? Or critical thinking. So it's a lot of work involved, and I don't have any answers other than that, but just as, I don't know.
Thanks for your talk. It was very provocative. I guess I have a reflection and a question. So the reflection is, I think, seeing that cycle of information, there's a lot of other actors besides journalists in that, and I would say I'm a librarian, and I see that, and I think I'm not doing acts of journalism, I'm doing acts of librarianship, right? So I guess just thinking about, the role of information-seeking behaviors and things like that, which actually leads to my question, is one of the things I notice most when people do come to the library, they want information they can trust, because it's hard to know who to trust when there is so much information. So I think we often use the institution as shorthand because we cannot know everybody who's sharing information. So I'm just curious, as you think about this model, like how does that work when trust is hard to earn?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, thank you so much for being a librarian. And I've been thinking about this in the context of the creator, kind of like news creators, that kind of space, where people are working on their own and sharing information on their own. And there are some people in the journalism space who are thinking that's the future of journalism, like we'll all be individuals. And I was thinking maybe there's still a space for institutions. It's just that they need to be defined by utility rather than by the formulaic kind of expressions of the past. And because you really need institutions for specialization of labor, for economies of scale, for all of these roles. And so I'm kind of hoping that we're going to see kind of new institutions emerge. What they will look like, I'm not entirely sure, but it's a little bit like cooperatives. There are news cooperatives. There are things emerging, and it's going to be really exciting to see. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You want it online?
Oh yeah, so we have 2 online questions. The first was, I believe I missed your thesis. Are you saying traditional journalism does not target specific individual communities, or the content is too performative, or something else? Bottom line, why is journalism not relevant?
Why is journalism not relevant? I was hoping to get across that journalism isn't necessarily relevant or not relevant. What I was hoping to get across is that a lot of the journalism that is happening right now is not built with the intention of relevance or utility and service. It is built in the context of performative structures that have existed in the past, built on systems that have allowed for authority to continue to perpetuate. And in that, much of it has lost touch with reality and has created heroes that aren't heroes and martyrs that should not have been martyrs.
Thank you. You have one more question that's online. So they say, you raise the problems of intermediation and polarization / fragmentation. I'm not seeing how acts of journalism or the democratization of journalism can address this. It seems like it would just increase the volume of journalism available. Personally, I find myself gravitating to slower, in parentheses, weekly magazines, close parentheses, or otherwise highly curated journalism to reduce overwhelm and outrage fatigue. Where do you see a editorial / curation role?
That's such a great question. Thank you so much. And it really goes to the point that I think in journalism we're so hardwired to have expectations of large scale, quick fixes, and huge power and influence, and that's just no longer the case. And once we accept that that is no longer the case, or wherever we have it, it's just kind of like what we have inherited, but we're not building. That once we accept that, we can build again. And once we rebuild, we can build again towards scale, but we can never build towards sustainable scale when we start from the wrong assumptions.
Thank you.
I appreciated your talk, and even though parts of it I think could be construed as provocative, I've heard this type of thinking from other traditional journalists, particularly about enabling community networks that already exist. So I really appreciate that. I do worry sometimes about this, like in this new conception of journalism, about how we can help people to maintain traditional standards that we still appreciate. I think of an example from a couple of years ago of a writer whose work I follow that calls himself a journalist, and he writes specifically about wine, and he publishes on Substack. And a couple of years ago, he took a public tour of a relatively large winery in Austria. During that tour, one of the winemakers made, I guess, like off-color comments about migrant workers. And he ended up writing about it on his Substack. It caused a lot of controversy. People were, accusing the winery of racism, and the winery was very upset. And, their reaction was to say that this person never identified themselves as a journalist. They never had the opportunity to respond. And I'm sympathetic to that because those are things in traditional journalism that I think we should have those standards. People should know when they're speaking to somebody who's going to be reporting what they say and have an opportunity to respond. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I 100% agree with your assessment there. And I think there is so much to the craft of journalism that we need to preserve. And then the challenge is like, how do we preserve that in a way that it is lived, not abstract, in some kind of, spaces that aren't seen by many people, and that's kind of what requires that reset. The other thing, though, is also I do feel like, especially as journalists who are very much attached to these values and the craft and skills and all of that, that we navigate we have some imaginary nostalgia of the past. Anyone who's worked in the newsroom the last 20, 30 years can attest to them being extremely misogynistic, toxic places that have not always had, like the major newsrooms, right? That the interests of the public at heart. So, and talking about tabloids, right? So I think, how do we kind of take these skills and all of that, create new services, and really root that legitimacy, these skills in social legitimacy and relevance is going to be the challenge that we have to navigate the next couple of years, I think. I don't know if that answers the question.
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I used to work as a journalist. I currently work as a software engineer. So I worked for the media the whole time and been to a bunch of conferences. I really enjoyed your presentation. And philosophically, I agree with most of it. But I think we have a cycle of this, not this exact idea, but this type of idea, right? Like we had local blogs, we had atomic journalism, we had hyperlocal, and they all face a specific challenge that I don't really see addressed here, which is how do we keep them independent and funded because they keep getting captured, right? We see the local blogs captured by Nextdoor. We see hyperlocal get captured by big companies like AOL and shut down. And it just keeps
being a problem, and that's a problem that exists here in a way that like it doesn't exist if you're running an illegal Telegram chat in China, right? And so, I don't know, I saw you have the funders TBD, and that worries me a lot because all the funding's falling out, public media, academia, all of it, right? Everyone's in dire straits now. So what is the way this becomes sustainable so that the people who are doing acts of journalism don't burn out, don't fall apart, can make a living, can stay in the communities that they're reporting on?
Thank you for the question. And I don't have an answer, but I have like a starting point maybe to something that could get us to an answer, which is I think it starts with what are people willing to give money to? There is a huge philanthropic, there's money available. The premise of a lot of philanthropic funding has always been theories of change, theories of like, we'll get people to be more democratically engaged. And if we could step away from that and think about, okay, here are the consequences of this failing. We have a shared interest in how do we invest in something that provides specific utility rather than a newsroom that provides all of these things badly. I think it's the beginning of an answer, but from there and making the case for that is a long journey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to give a reference, a book by a German professor, Bernhard Porksen, P-O-E-R-K-S-E-N. It is titled Digital Fever. The English edition was published, I think, last year. I was asked to do the introduction. And his salient point to me was that he has realized that what social media lacks is journalism. And I had thought about that in my career in social media and put together some ideas, but it turns out he named it, and of course, people know what journalism is. So I want to make that as a reference for people. I'll be speaking in the next session, so I may talk more about that later.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to add to this, I was just thinking like a lot of the business model of social media was rage bait. And I'm really worried about the business model of AI right now, which is basically suck-up bait, right? Like these very kind of friendly chats. And it's something we have to think about is really, are we repeating the same mistakes and how are we holding these platforms accountable? Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello? Alrighty. Next up is Lee Felsenstein and Harry Halpin. Their talk is NIM VPN, the first real-world decentralized noise-generating mixnet for anonymity. Thank you. Take it away.
Okay. So thanks everyone for coming. So we're actually going to do something a little bit different than what's in the program, because I was relatively shocked to see Lee Felsenstein here, who's one of the original kind of hackers. And what we're building with NIM VPN is a defensive tool to resist mass surveillance, even by nation-state level adversaries. And so on some level, we're fighting a negative system in order, a society of control, in order to give ourselves a degree of freedom. That's what privacy affords us. However, I think it's also important to have a vision, a positive vision of social change. And so I think I'm going to do my talk relatively quickly in order to hand the mic to Lee, who will give forth his, I think, positive vision of what, and both the history of what can be done to change society via technology. So this is Lee. He's right there. Just for people who may not know of him, it's detailed in an excellent little book, at least the first third, called Hackers. But he originated a lot of work in social media with community memory in the 70s and personal computing with the Sol 20s. And he's selling his book, because he's probably too polite to advertise, next to the info desk. And then, after, I'm just going to give a little bit of historical context about why we're building this. Obviously, digital communication took off due to the work of Lee and many other people, my former boss, Tim Berners-Lee, so forth and so on. However, one of the main problems facing the early internet is there was no cryptography, right? So cryptography at that point, when ARPANET was taking off, was effectively a military secret. I mean, I know Vint Cerf, and he said, yeah, that we knew about it, but we couldn't put it in the public version. And thanks to Whitfield Diffie and Hellman, we did get public key cryptography. However, public key cryptography only solves half of the problem. You can have an encrypted message, but the metadata, who is sending data to whom, reveals valuable information, sometimes more valuable than the actual content of the message you're sending. So David Chaum, another personal hero of mine, invented this thing called mixnets, which is honestly a little bit simpler intuitively than cryptography. How a mixnet works is that when you're sending a message and you want to make who's sending it to who anonymous, you just mix it up like shuffling a deck of cards with other people's messages. So it's a bit, does what it says on the tin, so to speak. And that allows kind of anonymous, untraceable communication networks. The concept was from like his PhD thesis in '79, printed in this wonderful essay, which is very readable, called Untraceable Electronic Mail, Return Address and Digital Pseudonyms. And then he came up with a second concept to prevent what he considered the dossier society, which would rob our way of, how information is used about us, which is to create what's called anonymous credentials. So we're probably familiar with credentials, certificates. You get TLS certificates whenever you connect to a website. Certificates just like kind of a signed thing, which gives you some attributes. And what he imagined is that rather than giving yourself a permanent identifier, you would have a way to prove anonymously, who you are, what you've done. I attended Hope, or I'm over 18, or whatever. And you could do this with anonymous credentials. So we actually use both kinds of systems to make a fully anonymous communication network. And we believe this is continuing the legacy of the cypherpunks, one of Lee's friends, Jude Mulhoon. And a lot of people think, okay, all this crypto-anarchist stuff is very right-wing libertarian. However, I think it is important to remember that the editor of Mondo 2000, who invented the term cypherpunk, was a civil rights activist and a woman. So we have a lot of representatives from the very origination of these terms from people who are facing oppression. And the concept of the mixnet came to me. I know he's somewhat of a controversial character in these circles, but nonetheless, I think he's also was a political prisoner and someone we should support, from Julian Assange, because he, someone who's taking in very valuable data where that communication between, someone like Julian Assange and a whistleblower could get the whistleblower put in jail. He was very concerned that when you're using most communication networks, a global adversary that can watch the entire network could de-anonymize you. And there was also additional concerns, which I think are valid under the Trump regime, that a lot of the tools we use now, such as Tor, what's going to happen when the US government cuts their funding? They're already trying. So what we did over the last, we presented the first version of the system way back in HOPE 2020. It's called Resistant to NSA Level Global Adversaries by Nim Mixnet. So I'm not going to go into the technical details. You can watch that video. It's online. But essentially how a Mixnet works is it has kind of two components. One is very similar to Tor. We hop your traffic through multiple independent servers ran by independent people who we don't even know who they are. In our case, that's ran by a smart contract on a blockchain, but there's probably other ways to do it. That's the only way we've seen that works. We also use cover traffic. So this is not something that's in the original Chaumy and Mixnet designs, but effectively, if you want to imagine, like, if I'm sending a message and I'm mixing with other messages, that's fine, but what if I'm not sending a message? Well, there's not enough people sending messages. So what we do is we add fake cover traffic, so you're always emitting messages. It does on mobile burn your battery down, so we turned it off on mobile, but it continues to be what we do on desktop NIM Mixnet applications. And the most important thing is, the general concept of CHOMS, of packet mixing. So when you use something like Tor, maybe we should do a quick illustration. What happens is that you create a circuit through the Tor network, and you synchronously stream internet traffic for, I think it's like 10 minutes right now. You can possibly change that parameter, create new circuits, and then every 10 minutes you create a new circuit, and all your packets for those 10 minutes or so go through that circuit. So a Mixnet is very different. That's the bottom here. What we do is we mix the packets up. So the packets are put in, your data is put in encrypted packets using a packet format called the Sphinx packet format, which you can read about, and it's described in Anya's previous presentation. And that Sphinx packet format takes some of your data and ships it through one route, and your next part of your data you're sending goes through another Sphinx packet through an independently chosen route. So what's different is that a Mixnet is what you would call message-based asynchronous communication, and that makes it a bit more anonymous because we can put stuff in these packets which are of uniform length and encrypted, and then at each hop we basically we do a exponentiation, I'm not sure exactly, and that basically scrambles the ciphertext, so like the bits in each ciphertext are scrambled at each hop. And you do 5 hops, that's a lot of scrambling. You can't link who sent what packet. That's really important. So you go to a first hop, which is a gateway, which you choose, and you're going somewhere, which is an exit gateway. Maybe it's the internet, maybe it's a service provider, and you're sending these packets, these kind of equal-sized packets through this distributed network. And that's in contrast and that's what you call the Mixnet mode. We also made a fast mode because the problem with Mixnet mode, it's perfect for things like Signal messages or Telegram. It's not so great if you want to stream video. It's okay for like browsing Wikipedia, but maybe not browsing a site that's a lot of JavaScript. So we made a fast mode for people that uses the same decentralized network, so those packets kind of at least running through the same routes as the Mixnet, but it only goes through 2 hops, effectively using WireGuard, which I think there's been a workshop on, and it's a popular VPN protocol. And then I think this is much superior to centralized VPNs. How many people here have a VPN? So, okay, that's good. VPNs are much more problematic, though, than most people think. So if you're cool and you took the workshop with Michael Taggart yesterday, you've set your own WireGuard on your own server. Now, just be clear, even with Tor or your own WireGuard server, an adversary who's watching like your ISP connection, your router, and they're trying to figure out, oh, are you going to some dodgy website or communicating with someone else, they can still, even if the message is encrypted, because those packets are flowing, and the kind of timing and volume of those packets is revealed, they can still de-anonymize your packets. So they don't know, because of encryption, they don't know what you're saying, but they know who you're sending it to. And centralized VPNs of any sort, unless you run it yourself or you're using Tor, are incredibly dangerous, even if they're quote-unquote multi-hop, because they're all run by the same an entity, and that entity knows exactly what you're doing. So rather than like your ISP knowing what you're doing, you're trusting some often very shady VPN company with what you're doing. A lot of these VPN companies are actually honeypots. They collect your data, they can give it, they sell it to government sometimes, they sell it to other private actors, and they use your connection often as a sort of botnet or for malware delivery. So VPNs in general, unless you're using maybe some of the nicer ones like Mullvad or Proton, are pretty dangerous. Even when they are good, you're still not anonymous. You may be slightly more secure, maybe anonymous against a very weak enemy, but definitely not something kind of NSA level. And what NSA level is now, you know, it's not just NSA. It's Palantir, it's most governments, I think, particularly I would say China and Russia, probably have these kinds of mass surveillance capabilities. So we just sort of summarized where we're at. Again, we have an anonymous mode, which is really slow, right? So just to be slower than Tor. So, but fine for things like Signal. And it uses encryption, but it also protects metadata. You can also use Tor, which I recommend. I use Tor, or our fast mode, which is a little bit faster in Tor because it's pure UDP over WireGuard. And that's less private and secure, but much faster. And then the centralized VPNs, which obviously we're never going to be quite as fast as, but they're essentially dangerous to use. So I really would recommend you, particularly if you're doing anything important, do not use them. So we have built this. 5 years ago, we presented the design. That was a much more in-depth take on the design, but I just wanted to tell everyone, I hope, we actually did build it, so it works on all the operating systems, including ones, it's a little bit shakier on operating systems we don't like Microsoft, because we don't like coding for Windows. But if you're using iOS or Linux, it's pretty good. And you just install it. You click if you want to be anonymous or you want to be fast. And it's all open source. It's free software. GPL. We security audit every year. We have a kill switch. Not perfect, but we're getting there. And it looks like a normal VPN. And most importantly, we're trying to make it available to people in repressed places, such as Russia. So we are enabling some censorship resistance. Importantly, the most dangerous thing with a VPN is that you often sign with your credit card, which completely doxes you. I don't understand why people don't think that's really problematic. We do let you sign with a credit card, but we discourage it. And we do not require any personal data to sign up, any email. You just sign up. You can pay in Monero, shielded Zcash. You can ship us cash in an envelope if you're really crazy. Whatever, we don't care. And we just give you essentially a private key, and that's all we have, and that's your connection. And then we delink even your payment information because we don't want you to have any identifier which you reveal to any server in our network. So going back to the beginning of the talk, we give you a Chaumian anonymous credential, a decentralized one, which we call ZKNIM, as a sort of proof of payment, so that when you pay, we kind of, you pay some money, it goes into like a smart contract, or a BTC Pay server, depending on how you pay. And then back, you get like a little receipt. And the nice thing is that receipt is anonymous, because again, that receipt is a digital signature, which is you can just take to another exponent, and then it's scrambled, but still verify. So that's the general concept. And what happens, all the money we get in, this is a decentralized network, has to go pay the nodes. Now, we're not a volunteer network, so I love altruism. I'm an anarchist, power to altruist. I do think altruism is very important, but we also don't want to compete with like the same altruists who are running Tor nodes. So we actually pay for people to run these nodes using cryptocurrency, which I understand is probably pretty controversial here, but nonetheless, it does help us get a lot of nodes. So we have 500 people or so, 500 different servers, 700 maybe running nodes, and they're hopefully financially sustainable, and we don't even have any idea who these people are because they just kind of register through a smart contract. So we understand blockchain technology is mostly used for, as I said yesterday, transparently bribing our president, but there are other use cases which we hope are fine. And that's a very complex diagram, which I'm not going to go into because Lee's here about how all the payment and everything works, but very briefly, when you want to access the internet, you're over here. The internet is that weird globe-looking thing. You basically talk to, you start the VPN on your laptop or your phone or whatever, you get a little anonymous credential back. That anonymous credential is like your proof of payment. You show that to the first gateway. That's the country you selected. That gateway says, hey, yeah, you paid. And then it lets you through the mixnet, this noise-generating mixnet. You exit to the internet, and then at the end of every day or so, the people that you show those kind of proof of payments to, they collect them, they hand them to us, and then the smart contract pays them. We are trying, it is not a particularly great VPN to use in China right now, but we are working on that very hard. And we are also currently, and hopefully we give a presentation on this next year, we are currently working really hard to upgrade to post-quantum cryptography using McEllis, Classic McEllis, and MLChem, following the advice of DJB and other cryptographers that we're working with. And you're like, well, that's terrible, a cool system, but why are you forcing me to pay for it, motherfucker? And I agree, that's a terrible thing. That being said, again, we want to be financially independent from nonprofit grants because I detest the nonprofit industrial complex. I worked at W3C, I'm very familiar with it. We want to be independent, particularly as all the governments are moving towards various forms of fascism. So if people are going to pay for VPNs that are total scams, they should at least pay us, get real privacy. That's cool, but that being said, the thing which is interesting probably for everyone here is the mixnet, because that's what makes you really anonymous. And while you have to pay for the VPN, which is the fast mode, mixnet's free. You guys can set up your own fast thing with a WireGuard server, but the mixnet is free to use and access via our APIs and SDKs, which are built on Rust, JavaScript, and we have bindings for C and Go. Just go there, and we hope we've been kind of hoping more people would build cool anonymous apps, like anonymous chat apps, or anonymous, or at least privacy-preserving social networks. So that's me. If you have any questions, just pop me an email. I think I disabled my X account, but maybe one day I'll re-enable it. But I'm definitely available over email, and give us bug reports. It's still a pretty buggy piece of software, but we're proud of it, and we think that it is one of our best. Right now, again, I'm trying to build defensive software to prevent the rising tide of fascism from throwing everyone in jail or killing people. So, however, that's not very uplifting. So I want to end on a more uplifting note. So I'm going to hand the mic to Lee. Maybe you want to come up here, Lee. Yes, we'll plug your laptop in. We'll get a nice, I think, history, which I think contextualizes that we need not just to build technologies for defense, although I personally like building those technologies, but technologies for offense and for communication and social media to not only defend our existing social lives, but build the kind of society that we want. So are you ready? Okay.
Hurry up. Hello, hello. Magic. I have another adapter, but this one has always worked.
It's not plugged in. It's not plugged in. You gotta plug this.
That, oh. Silly.
I don't know if I plugged in the right place.
Any place will do. Now we will do. Hold on. There we go. There we go. So, here we go. Yes. What's it doing over there? That wasn't the way the slide was. Maybe it'll readjust? No, it's worse. It's gotten shrunk. No, expanded.
Yeah, maybe just go to like present mode.
Well, I'm doing that.
And
Start from first line.
that's not,
That's right there.
it's a little weird, yeah, but
Yeah.
you can still see it though.
This one we can, but they get bigger.
Oh, okay.
Any ideas?
Maybe go, you can go full screen. Just go full screen. Give us 1 second. I've never been in a situation where Linux works and Macs don't, so this is a really interesting situation for me. I think you want to go slideshow. Usually it's like a full screen button, like view maybe?
Somehow positioned it off to one side.
Yeah, or you could just show the screen and like flip to it manually.
Show the screen.
Oh, there it goes. That looks fine.
Well, that's that one.
Yeah, maybe just one of them screwed up.
I hope.
Okay, we'll find out.
Well, that's what, okay, we're on a wing and a prayer here. So. All right. So I'm the guy with the engineer's hat because I am an engineer. Hardware design, which makes me a stranger in many places. I have said since 1964 I am an engineer and therefore a radical. I have experienced or participated in 3 revolutions. One of them is currently developing, and also I'll talk about each one.
Re-plug in and out real quick.
Go ahead, see if it helps. No. All right.
I have to do it just with words. I apologize.
It's slow. And well, again, that's not the full screen.
Just go to, I'm going to. I think it should eventually figure it out.
Give me that option here. Well, let's see, this. Can't bring down the, I think we have to escape.
I don't know how to escape from whatever mode we're in.
Oh, there we are. Try again.
Yeah. Okay. I think
Same
okay,
thing.
Okay. Now we're good.
Well, one thing you learn as an engineer is you've got to improvise. You have to work with imperfect tools. I've written a book describing my 60-year journey through 2 revolutions and into a third. It's available through QR code on my website, which is felsensigns.com. And there's the table just to the left of the registration table, the Vintage Computer Festival table. They've let me camp out there. If I'm talking about revolution, I have to explain. So I define at least 3 characteristics for revolutions. One is mass participation. It's not just a few people. Number 2, it overthrows an existing order. This is the most important part. Well, maybe not. The number 3 may be more important, which is the consequences of doing that are far beyond those anticipated. My first revolution was 1964 at Berkeley, the free speech movement. One hears about that, and there's a snippet of a speech by Mario Savio that you see all the time, and it looks like we occupied a building and then boom, it was over and good. Well, not that simple. It was a reaction to the administration's attempt to suppress student support for organizing civil rights demonstrations in the North, where we were. Students were coming back from Mississippi summer at that time, and the university made a really stupid decision. And in September, they decreed that the tables that had been allowed to set up on the edge of campus weren't really outside campus, they were inside campus. So they had to follow their directives. And you couldn't, mount demonstrations outside campus for where people might get arrested. No. Can't sell bumper stickers, can't raise funds, solicit funds, et cetera. Well, the entire spectrum of student political entities united as a united front, which became the free speech movement, to oppose this, and very quickly began to initiate civil disobedience by setting up tables right in front of the administration building. Names were taken, people came in to replace every time someone's name was taken, there was a new person. Fill the jails was the technique. 150 students went up to the dean's office and demanded that they were there to be punished. They were told to go away. They were disrupting everything. And a day later, they arrested somebody, put him in a police car that they brought out on campus in the plaza at noon. And if you know the Berkeley campus, the entire campus pours through that plaza to go out to lunch. It was captured by demonstrators. The car was there for 32 hours. And Parents' Day was coming up while they were bringing up the motorcycle cops behind the building there. And quickly an interim decision was passed out. Okay, boom, it started happening. It went on for 2 months. It wasn't just one event. And it ended in December 8th of 1964 when the faculty voted to support the free speech movement's position, which was, as we put it, first and 14th or fight. And of course, because we were a public university, that was applicable. It's not applicable to private universities. And what we did was to overthrow the principle of in loco parentis, that the university could act in the place of the parent of the minor child. Now, in those days, minor meant under 21. But that was gone. We had the same rights everybody else had outside of campus. We had those on campus. And what happened? In the next year, in 1965, the counterculture erupted. First of all, I have to explain. The reason why we won was that the alienated and isolated students formed into a community. And that was done by facilitating cross-communication. We did that through our phone room and through leafleting and the human structure that we set up for gathering information and disseminating information. It doesn't just happen by itself. But what we got was a lot more. Maybe 5,000, maybe 10,000 students. We don't know yet. Nobody's done a detailed study of this. Dropped out. I said, who needs this noise? I'm going to go live my life the way I want to live it. That's the point. And a lot of them wound up forming the Haight-Ashbury years later, a few years later. Oops. Hello. Next slide, please. There we go. And I was so enthralled by this, I wanted life to be like that all the time, and I still do. It was amazing where everybody could do what they thought they wanted to do, try it out, wouldn't be reprimanded for it. And some students started a magazine that was kind of a precursor of Rolling Stone. And as it happened, the future publisher of Rolling Stone was on campus too. Probably got the idea. It only lasted a few issues, but had never been seen before. Spider, Sex, Politics, International Communism, Drugs, Extremism, and Rock and Roll. It really started from Sex, Politics, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, but they had to put an I and an E in there. People were forming bands. And of course, the Vietnam War started cranking up, and anti-war activity began to that fairly early. Second revolution. I date the beginning of the personal computer revolution from September of 1973, when Radio Electronics magazine published an article, The TV Typewriter, Build Your Own TV Typewriter. And you would be able to type on a keyboard and see the words show up on your TV screen. They said you had to send in $2 in a self-addressed stamp envelope to get the construction plans, which are pretty extensive and difficult to do. Expected 20 responses, got 10,000, each with $2. Something was happening. And I believe that the attraction was that this offered personal, firsthand, immersive experience the hard way with both digital technology and video technology. That was the attraction, very powerful. And then things churned along until the 1975 with the Altair 8800, the first kit computer. There's a desperation move by a tiny company that was going broke. They got it on the cover of Popular Electronics magazine. It was basically an empty box. It had a processor card and it had a little RAM card that at most could do 1K bytes of RAM. And only 256 bytes of that was filled. It had slots, it had sockets for the other chips. Well, I couldn't do anything with a computer like that. Everybody knows that. Well, we didn't know. And so a lot of people who were casting about for something to do started little companies to build plug-ins because it did have places to plug cards in. It didn't have any place to plug a teletype or a terminal in. You had to use the front panel switches. So we made those cards to plug the terminals in. And because of my experience with, I'm getting ahead of this slide. Let's wait. The manufacturer of the Altair, MITS, was overwhelmed with orders, and that was a good thing because they'd only expected to get 200 to break even. Well, I'll have to go back here because I sort of forgot to mention. So prior to that time, my quest for technology to facilitate community, because I'd seen the community formation and it had been explained to me by people smarter than me what was going on, but the barriers to lateral communication went down. So how do you make a machine that does that? I spent several years researching that and working in the underground press and trying to understand what media would work. And by 1970, I came to the conclusion that what I was looking for was a network of computers. And then I said, where am I going to get a computer, let alone a network? Well, the universe arranged itself, and in 1 year, I was a member of a group that had, in fact, secured the donation to their nonprofit of the same computer that had been used to run the mother of all demos, if you've heard of that, where personal use of computers was demonstrated to the industry for the first time. We didn't even know that was its heritage, but we got it. XDS 940 time-sharing system. And we had access through our network to many of the people who had developed that software and were working with it. So we were there in Silicon Valley, and we had done let's give it credit where credit is due. Pamela Hart English was responsible for the hustling effort, which cannot be reproduced. My book explains why, but I'm not going to do that here. So I started a project. I came to them with a project for a community bulletin board. And since they needed a hardware engineer to help maintain the computer, I was welcome and joined the group. And after I got out of school, because I had to drop out for 4 years, moved into the building and lived there and worked with them, kept the computer going somehow. And in 1973, August of 1973, we opened the first terminal on what we called community memory. And this was a bulletin board type system that used walk-up terminals. At no point did we permit external computers to be connected. First of all, there weren't personal computers then, but also on the principle that I called rust never sleeps. If you have a bigger, better computer, you're at an advantage over the others who can connect their computers to it. So you just use what we got there. And it worked. Ordinary people with no training could use it. It was easy enough to set up the user interface because we could do things you couldn't do in a business computer. We told people, whether they were entering an item or searching for an item, think of a word. Enter it. That will be the keyword for whatever you're going to enter, or you enter it to search. You're looking for everything with that keyword. And the software kept all the books and kept it all straight. It wasn't simple software. So this was a success. It went through 3 generations. There was a big gap in the meantime. And we did not structure it to be a commercial entity. We didn't charge for it because we wanted to see if people would use it. And I've got a series of posters and T-shirts up on this display, and one of them says, we opened the door to cyberspace and found that it was hospitable territory. And that was our missing the word here, but that's what we got out of it. Okay. Now, we come to the personal computer crowd. It was an underground at the time, at least certainly in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley, centered around Menlo Park, California. We all knew, oh, wait a minute, I know. Here we go. Ted Nelson, the inventor of hypertext, published a book. I couldn't find a picture of the cover here. Computer Lib in 1974. You can and must understand computers now, is what it said on the cover. And he used a collage technique, imitating the Whole Earth Catalog. And a lot of people read it who didn't have to be academically qualified. I know because a lot of them came to me and said, I got into this through this book. It basically gave you a tutorial on not only how a computer worked, but why the mainframe computers were the wrong thing. It was a call to arms. We formed the Homebrew Computer Club around the first Altair that came out. We shared software, which was a no-no in the big computer world. And we began the process of open source. That was one way to do it. IBM, which we were afraid would crush us, and now we'll go back to that slide. They were the big dog in computers. What they said went. And they would sue you and screw you if you try to do anything that opposed that. Any company and there were companies who tried to make plug-in compatibles, did things like disk drives and things of that sort. Oh, lawsuits and all that stuff. I think they lost the lawsuit, but it took years. They guarded all of their designs jealously. I know as a hardware freak that if you're rummaging through the bin of surplus stuff and you come across something that says IBM on it, never mind. You'll never be able to get any information of it. It's made of parts that you can't get, and that was quite intentional. And the people that they trained, working class men, because they had very few women working for them, underwent an intensive training situation and also were trained in much more obscure aspects of the technology, For example, IBM, I mean, if you know the XOR function, it's simple. Are things equal or different? Two things. It's a symmetric function. But to IBM, it was an asymmetric function because you had to have another factor in there. You had to do XOR on something else. I don't even understand that. But that's the way they kept things obscure. And the people that they trained knew that what they had learned was their whole career and existence and weren't going to go bring other people in, weren't going to tell you at the back door. They would guard the technology because that was their livelihood. And so they were feared and loathed by us computer freaks. And so that's what we meant when we were talking about demystifying technology. It's really breaking IBM's stranglehold on computers. Because we felt that, you know, once they discover us, they'll shut us down. I actually heard people say that in our club meetings. And so, last item on this slide. What happened? IBM is living off of open source. They are a software shop, and they're dependent upon Linux. I can think of no sweeter revenge. They put out a personal computer in 1975. They called it the portable computer. It weighed 30 pounds. This minimum version cost like $8,000 in 1975. That's not today's dollars. And they withdrew it from the market in 1979. And it had the number 5100. And IBM introduced the personal computer as 5150. But they had to do it open. They had to publish the schematics and publish the ROM code, something that IBM would never put up with. But they had to change. So that was the order that was overthrown was IBM dominates all, and you keep your hands out of the technology. They wouldn't even sell computers. They would rent your computers. Now we come to revolution number 3, which I believe is in progress. That's pretty obvious. It's the communication revolution, the recapture of the commons of information from the mass media that it had become. Now I need to explain this. Civilization developed in the village, not in the houses, but in the spaces between the houses, the public space. And that became the Agora of Greece, the Piazza of Renaissance Italy, the plain of the Netherlands Renaissance, and the public square in the US. It's where personal, political, and economic transactions are carried out in public. That's the most important word, in public. So that all can hear and, when necessary, can testify that that's what they heard. And it's something that civilization needs. Over the centuries and millennia, as literacy developed, it moved on to printed form, and for quite a while, only a few people were literate, but it was more than just the clergy. So books were written to be read to groups. And you can tell the way they're written. And then they worked to enclose it. You know, that's what capitalism developed. And they tried to enclose and privatize everything. So that became the mass media, which went through stages, and now is hegemonic. In other words, there's no real support for the public square, except we let a few nutcases give, you know, speeches in public. So here we come to my talking about community memory, their terminals. Where we are now, of course, we see that the media companies, the digital media companies are definitely squeezing social media for all the profit they can get out of it. And it seems to be the way everything is done. Of course, all along, the way things was happening seemed to be the way things were done, but better was possible. And that's what engineers do. So we can do better using open source and what I call a civic structure. In other words, I'm specifying, working on the specifications. I've done the descriptions for the next version of social media, my style, which should be a civic system. It has to be something that you expect to be in the community, like public parks. Maybe they should be run by Parks and Rec. It doesn't matter, but whatever it is, the managers should be librarians. And it needs to have a management structure. Any study of the commons will tell you that commons, it's the same word, singular or plural, need to have management. Fisheries are like that. They elect their own management. This will need management. And it's not going to be free because otherwise, you know, you're the product and somebody else is buying you. But it can be pretty cheap. And so what I'm designing has a payment system built in, and will be able to support people to do the work of the algorithms. No algorithms. It's just, first of all, the system is built to support conversations in public. I go into this in much more detail in the book and in the documents I'm writing. At the table where I've got the displays is that I have business cards, and they have a QR code, which is the talk I might have given here if I thought I was not too late to sign up for it. And the functions of the supervisory or management functions of the system will be done by people. First of all, referents. That's E-N-T-S, referents. People who refer other people. You probably know people like that. They just love to tell everybody what they've heard and where you can go to find this or that. Everybody on the system, in theory, should subscribe to more than one referent. There will also be a stratum of journalists, speak of the last session here, so that their job is to observe and report. They don't have any power to do anything. But that's what journalists do. And we want them to be able to support themselves doing that, in principle. Exactly how? Well, that's the work that remains to be done. And the system is going to be open source. As I say, in the ideal, the community that it benefits will host it one way or the other. And the users will pay for the value that they get out of it. It should be an extremely active commons of information, because you can hang out your shingle there, you can lurk and see everything. You can start by jumping up and down and giving performance, and then that's how you start a thread, or you're just part of the list of index words and so forth. That's where the indexing database goes. The rest of it is networked. You can comment on a thread and negotiate with the owner of that thread as to whether they'll accept it, and acceptance gives you a green light. Otherwise, people reading it know, well, this is a comment that wasn't accepted, but it might be interesting, or this was accepted. That would be useful to follow. But in no case can you block the flow. You can't disrupt it, because every time you make a comment, you're not blocking a papyrus scroll. You're adding a page to a book. I'm using the book metaphor rather than the scroll metaphor. So I could go much, much further, but I don't want to run out of time here. And I am recruiting, in effect. I brought some cards. They include that QR code and the information on how you can contact me. Oh, and I encourage you to go to the exhibit. You also have merch. Everybody knows the money's in the merch. With posters and T-shirts. They're not really making me rich now, but whatever. I got to try. And the book. Buy the book. There's a QR code for everything that gets you to the order page on my website. So that's my commercial notice. That's all for now. I can take questions if we have any time left.
I think we have.
Thank you.
Two questions. So I do think we have time for like some brief questions. Obviously, the next talk is coming very soon, so maybe take 2 or 3. Folks have anything to say to either me or Lee? Or
Maybe I've
nothing?
silenced them all.
Yeah, no questions at all is a bit disturbing.
Well, it's only started. And we're going to need a lot of help.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think maybe one question? No? Okay.
Yes, one question.
Thank you so much. What is your recommended method for out-of-band verification, like chain of trust? I know, for instance, like Roger at Tor has his key fingerprint. Is there anything that we can do to...
Identity.
Yeah,
Well,
to validate?
This might go over like a lead balloon, but I realized that in the 30, 40 years that we've been waiting, the phone systems has solved at least 4 problems that knew we were going to have to address, but had no idea how we were going to do it. One is identity, like use a phone number. Now, I know there's lots of fakery that's possible there, and we want to try to work out some improvement on that. The other is collecting money. The other is ubiquity and security. I mean, we'll probably wind up, for the first system, co-locating our equipment in a phone system. Everybody can say, eek, for phone system. Well, it works, and we got to have something that works while we invent something better. Best I can do right now. I don't have the magic solution. Again, as a hardware jock, I wouldn't really understand it. But I definitely want to talk with people who do, or think they do.
So just on a quick note, NIM has, obviously one of the problems we have with anonymous communications is how to find people and preserve their anonymity. NIM works by sending Sphinx packets, which basically drop off Dropbox locations within the mixnet. Those are called single-use reply blocks. And you can that's how we work. It's more of like a chat paradigm than a hidden service paradigm. It'd be interesting if someone tried to build hidden services on top of NIM. No one has tried that yet. And then there is a kind of building on this Dropbox metaphor. I don't have time to go into it. There's a design called Pudding, Pudding, published by University of Cambridge, building on top of NIM, and Usenix, I think, last year. However, it has not been fully coded up. So if there's any cool free software hackers that want to build an anonymous contact discovery protocol with some form of kind of not long-term persistent identity, I think that it'd be a great project and we'd be happy to support. One more question and then we got to run. No?
No? Well,
Okay,
so
well-
I'm counting on people like this. I anticipate that we will have a grand competition of all the various approaches and have to choose something. I'm not looking forward to this, but it's coming. I mean, there are people working on that very problem. And in this kind of Cambrian explosion era of the revolution, there's going to be all possible solutions, and we're going to have to maybe bring them together and keep them from fighting, and we'll come up with it. But right now, the immediate and obvious solution, which is not the best, is use phone numbers. But, that's not good enough, really.
So we'll be around outside at near the info desk. So stop by and say hello. Thanks so much, everyone.
Okay, see you at the table.
Hello, everyone. Next up is Sabar Dasgupta. His presentation is The Arts Open Framework. Take it away.
Cool, thanks. All right. Take this off for now. Hey, my name's Sabar. Today I'll be talking about the Arts Open Framework. My name and email are up here, and there's also a link to these slides. Just hosted on GitHub pages if anyone wants to follow along that way. Make sure I'm on the right page to be clicking here. All right, so first for a little background about me. This is my second time at Hope. I really enjoyed last year. Got my ham radio license, which was super fun. Mostly, I'm an engineer. I build tools for researchers. If you were at my workshop on Friday, we looked at one of those tools, Licorice, and did some real-time audio processing. I also build tools for automation. I do a lot of hybrid provisioning of workstations and computers used to self-host. And I'm an electrical engineer by trade, so I love to work with batteries, I love to work with lighting, audio, you name it. And this is all kind of coming from a background in systems neuroscience. Cool. So today we're going to talk about kind of a problem that we've been dealing with in the research space for a little while. And this is, I guess, that we have what's a standard research output, the paper, and you have a paper with figures, tables, and more recently, people will be including data and code for those papers. And oftentimes you can find the data is linked to the paper, but how do you actually use it? It's been kind of a hard thing as a researcher and someone who just is interested in science. I see the results, but if I actually want to dive into them, if I want to build off of them, collaborate, it's hard to do that. A big part of this is people in research work in a lot of different development environments. They're using different hardware and might have a really complicated setup to collect their data. But more and more at the end of the day, people are using the same kind of analysis tools. So people are running code on their data. They're often using like a cloud provider or a local cluster to do their analysis, and they generate figures and results that way and include them in their output. So one goal we had, and sort of this problem we've seen over the years, it's hard to run code that even if I wrote code a year ago, I might have trouble running my own code. And so we definitely want that to be easy, but we also want other people to be able to run our code. And further, we want people to be able to do that years, decades into the future. So how do we do that? Let's see, going back up. And okay, yeah, the other kind of problem here is that data sets are disappearing. We're seeing federal cutting of spending. This example is from NOAA. So they had, I think, is it 17 or 18 data sets that if you go to the page for any of these, you just get a 404. These are no longer hosted by the government. And so a number of institutions have gone and backed them up. But it's obviously a problem. I like to see this as a bit of an opportunity where these are great data sets, but they aren't often linked to accessible examples. I don't have a good way to look at the shoreline coastline resource unless I know GIS really well. I, as an individual, can't actually interface with these data sets. So hopefully there's an opportunity here to actually build off of these. And yeah, that's something we're going to talk about today. So goals in this framework, I guess, are, pull this up. So I want to validate and communicate scientific knowledge first and foremost. Things should be reproducible. Things should be clear to people and clear to people at different levels. So obviously if you're reading the paper, you're in academia, it should be clear. But also if I stumble upon this paper and I'm maybe interested in the field, it shouldn't be a high barrier to get into that and run the code. The first part of this is the code and data have to be available, which we're doing, but oftentimes it's not usable. And so there's lots of levels of usability, and we'll kind of talk about that. And finally, we want to maintain some kind of historical records. So, in the case of data sets no longer being present, we're relying on this institution to host the data sets and to make them available. But we're also thinking about ways that we can allow individuals to do this, or have a more decentralized approach where it's easy to upload data sets and archive and push research outputs to multiple archives. So there are a few pretty good existing solutions for this. The first I'd like to highlight is CodeOcean. I think they've done a really good job in a more SaaS commercial space of giving researchers tools for reproducibility. So you can have your whole experimental workflow in this kind of cloud environment. You can click a button and have the whole thing rerun, and they take all your data and your code and output your figures. They do let you output some of the tools you need to actually build things locally, but you still have to build it yourself locally, and it's not open source. So that's, if they're not maintaining their stuff anymore, or they realize, okay, we're not making enough money doing this, it's kind of the end for that. BrainLife is really cool. They let you actually run their code on your own servers locally, so you can provide your own compute if you have it. But it is neuroscience specific. It's not really a general reproducibility computational framework at this point. And then this one called The Whole Tale is really interesting as well. I know it had like NSF funding, but it doesn't look like there's been a lot of movement on it in the last few years. All of their examples, like the links don't really work, and so it's great in theory, but I haven't actually seen like any outputs from it. So that's where we're at with that. And really what we're looking for is a framework that's open, modular, and easy to maintain. So it shouldn't be super complicated. It shouldn't be like required to be maintained by like a huge company to support the many existing and new research workflows that might pop up. So with all that background in mind, that is kind of why we came up with the ARTS Open Framework. So ARTS stands for Archival, Reproducible, and Transparent Science. We built this in the context of science, but I think it really applies to any situation where you have some data, you want to do some computation on that data, and you want to produce something, and you want to be able to kind of archive that result and have it persist. So what I have up here, and I'm so sorry, I've gone to the next slide on my computer and not over here. So what I'm looking at is this slide, and you'll see here that there is a kind of standard research lifecycle of collecting data, processing it into some derivative data. Oftentimes this derivative data is something you can share more easily. The raw data might be protected health information, it might be terabytes, it might be really difficult to move around, et cetera. And then you have some analysis code that from that derivative data gives you some kind of result. Maybe that's a number, a table, it's some kind of figure, but you've created some scientific output from this data using code. And then you might write a paper or put some kind of manuscript together where you showcase the results and talk about them. So all these things get archived, and a big part of what we're proposing is to essentially have better practices around how we do this. So running code in containers, having a kind of clear environment that things run in, also using timestamping. We'll get into all these details. But this is kind of how people are doing things now in a lot of ways across many fields. And so we're just looking at ways to kind of create some best practices that people can kind of speak to each other within that. So here are kind of 7 topics that if you're able to touch on all of these, inputting your research output out, you'll have something that's pretty much maximally compatible with this open framework. Really, the only ones that are mandatory are the first one and the last one. So it's really important that you have a license with whatever you put out in most jurisdictions. It's also really important that you have some kind of configuration file, and we'll get into those, just so that there is a standard of some sort. All the other pieces are really great to have. The more you do, the more accessible, the more persistent, the more reproducible your output will be, but none of them are strictly mandatory. So we'll start with licensing. Oh, and actually, first, we do have a paper out on this. The first version's up on arXiv. If you are curious, I submitted a second version recently. It should be out on Tuesday, probably. But this is like, if you want to read even more. So yeah, the first thing I want to talk about is licensing. Here's a comparison of some open source licenses. So in general, it's, copyright is default in most jurisdictions. What that means is that if you just put code out, it is kind of in a proprietary situation. No one can actually use that code unless you provide like a license and define terms for how it can be used. The same actually applies for data too. So if you just put data out, it is important to have a license with that if you can. Creative Commons has some really great, hopefully everyone's familiar with that, some great licenses for attribution and share-alike terms. So in the Arts Open Framework, it's great if you can have an open source license, and these are some examples of different open source licenses, but you also don't need to. You can use non-commercial licenses. You can use a proprietary license, and that's compatible with Arts. I just personally would love if you could open source it. So that's licensing. In terms of archives, let's see if we can get to the next slide. Not quite. There we go. So in terms of archives, there are a ton of different existing archives that researchers often publish their data to. Usually the guidance is that if you can find an archive that fits your specific use case, so if you're in, say, you work for NOAA and you're putting out a data set to do with ocean temperatures, there might be a specific data repository for data sets like that. You should put it in there because that's the most kind of findable place for that data. These are more general use archives, so they're good as backups. They're also good if you can't have a specific data storage for your data set. What you'll notice here, so we're kind of judging these archives on how accessible, persistent, and trusted they are. Those are kind of subjective terms, but there are a bunch of different points under that which might make an archive more or less, say, accessible. None of these archives actually hit all of the points. So the closest one would probably be Zenodo. A lot of data sets are stored on Zenodo right now. It integrates really nicely with like ORCIDs and other kind of identifiers. You can mint a DOI on Zenodo. The main thing that Zenodo is missing is some way to actually programmatically pull data. So if I have a repository there, I can't use version control to clone it down. I can't look at individual pieces of that data set. I need to kind of take the whole tar file or zip file and download it, open it up. And so it's not ideal for doing things in an automated way or doing things in a reproducible way. Interestingly enough, the Internet Archive is really good for that, but it isn't really built for having provenance and history over time. Everything's kind of mutable, and the original uploader can delete their data set. They can modify it without a changelog. So that's a problem for things we want to persist, but the back end of it actually does allow you to clone things down and have containers and stuff. So that's archives. We talked a little bit about, I just touched on now, version control. I use Git primarily, but the Arts Open Framework only dictates that you use some kind of version control. And you can have multiple repositories, you can have multiple different pieces of this, but it's important in order to preserve some kind of historical record that you are using version control. The other consideration here is that for any kind of science or preserving records, it's good to use a merge strategy over a rebase strategy if you're doing version control. That way, rebase generally rewrites history, so just something to watch out for. And then, so a big piece of what we're actually trying to do here is, I guess, get people to use containers where they can. If we can do like a brief show of hands, how many people are familiar with containers? Do you use containers? Looks like most folks, some folks. So containers are essentially standalone executable packages, and they include everything that an application will need to run on your system. They are maybe similar to like virtual machines. If you haven't heard of containers, virtual machines are sort of like an older but similar technology that let you virtualize a whole computer in a different operating system, different operating system, and then you can run it on maybe the computer in front of you or when you have access to remotely. So containers essentially are a big piece of allowing things to be reproducible and sharing environments. If I run something in one environment on my machine, I can send you a container file, and if you're running the same container engine, you can run that binary and essentially not have any environment setup time, and it makes things a lot easier. So one distinction I want to make is between a container file and a container image. So I like to think of this as like the recipe and the cake. If If you have a container file, that's the recipe, but you still have to make the recipe, you have to build it, and the container image is the actual cake. The recipe is really easy to pass around. It's just maybe a few lines of text, whereas the image could be, it's a whole compiled binary, it might be 3 gigs. So passing around container files is nice, but if you're able to actually compile a container image, people can download that and run everything that you've been able to put together without building it on their own platform, which is a place where a lot of errors and issues are introduced. So I mentioned CodeOcean before. They let you download a container file, but not the container image. So you still would have to go and build whatever outputs yourself. Some popular container engines are Podman, Docker, and Apptainer, which used to be called Singularity. Apptainer is really popular in scientific communities because you can run it on open on-demand clusters and compute infrastructure that universities already have. But Podman and Docker are maybe a little bit more ubiquitous within individual spheres. The nice thing about these engines is that they conform to a shared spec. So if Docker goes out of fashion in 5 years, the spec is still there. We can build something on top of it. They're all kind of speaking the same language. One big issue with using containers, especially in a research environment, is they can be really large. Like I mentioned, that container image could be up to like 10 gigs if you're pulling a lot of different packages and want to be doing some kind of complex analysis. So that's just a consideration. There are some strategies to deal with that, but it's good to know. So to keep going with pieces of the framework, the next piece is provenance. So it's how do we actually keep that historical record? And there's a technology called trusted timestamping. It's defined in RFC 3161. My longtime mentor, who I work with, put out recently a trusted timestamping website that allows you to upload a piece of data in your browser. It doesn't send any data anywhere. And it'll essentially hash that data, send the hash of your data to a bunch of different timestamp authorities. And then this, all these hashes kind of get put together and hashed and put in a file. So what this allows you to do is over time, essentially prove that a certain piece of data was collected when you say it was, and then build a record that spans potentially years or more. And one thing to note with this is if certificates expire, right? So if you have a timestamping authority, it'll have some certificate that'll have an expiry date. As long as you're essentially hitting that timestamp authority at some regular interval, you can hash the entire record and put that in sort of the future and make a sort of trusted provenance that way. So all to say, there are ways to ensure that you have continuous kind of trusted data over time. The really nice thing about this is when mixed with something like Jupyter Notebook, you can actually have like a verifiable electronic lab notebook that you version control over time, and you can prove that things happened and data was collected when you say they were. So yeah, this is a great technology. Would encourage people to use it, and it's really easy to plug into Git. You can just use a post-commit kind of script, and it just works. So that's nice. Cool. Getting towards the end here of the pieces, documentation. I think this is the most important part because even if you have the license and I can, access your code and your data, I don't know what's happening if you don't have documentation, especially documentation at multiple levels. So you ideally have high-level documentation that is accessible for lots of, kind of a general audience. You have documentation in your code. I think this is a lot to ask in the research community because oftentimes it's like one grad student and they're pretty stretched, and so to add more work onto that is difficult. But at the very least, when you're putting something out and you want it to be reproducible, it's really important to have some kind of instructions on how to set it up, how to run it, and then how to use or change the outputs. So that's a big piece. And then finally, the end of the spec is this basically how you set things up. So the file structure, and then including this config.n file. So as I've been saying, the ARTS Open Framework is kind of unopinionated on purpose. We want to have a ton of mandated ways of doing things. We want to remain flexible to support the different kinds of research workflows that are present and essentially present a language that we can all speak and standardize the ways that code and data play with each other. So this is an example of a very minimal file structure that has code, it has data, it also includes under this end directory a container file and a compiled image that you could run. It of course includes a license, and then has some scripts that you could run locally if you wanted to without the container. None of this stuff is really necessary except, like I said, the license and the config.n file, and in the config.n file is where you specify where the different pieces of your deposition can be found, so the code, the data, et cetera. So we'll see an example of this, but this is sort of the spec we're defining, and it's open. We don't really have, we have the paper, we don't really have like a spec definition, so at some point we'll put that out and it'll be open source and people can make pull requests, so it can also be sort of a living scaffold. Great, so the kind of toy example I set up to test this is this watch calibration example. So I bought a cheap watch movement, I think it was like 20 bucks online. It's a mechanical watch movement. If you hold it up to your ear, you can hear like a little tick frequency at approximately 6 hertz. So what you can do is you can rest that on your laptop, you can record it, and then I wrote some code in Python to analyze it, essentially see the drift of that clock over time. So I can say, okay, over a month, how far out of sync is my clock going to be, and I can adjust that. So this example doesn't have anything to do with the research that we do, but it seemed like a good test of recording audio data, which is fairly large, and then doing analysis with signal processing in Python. And then, so the test of this is, can we archive this and sort of make it accessible and runnable on a lot of different platforms? Let's see, we're doing on time. Pretty good on time, so we'll take it slow. Cool. No, not time for questions yet. Okay. So the main output of this deposition is essentially the environment. It's the fact that I put a Jupyter notebook together, I have all my code and an explanation of what's happening, and this is kind of where I did a lot of the analysis for this experiment. And I want other people to be able to just dive in and start seeing that. They should be able to run the code, they should be able to see the actual graphs being made, they should be able to modify the code slightly and see how that changes things. I'm a very hands-on learner, that works for me. That might not work for everybody, but I think when you are producing something that's often static and just in a PDF file, it's a lot more powerful to have it be configurable and kind of manipulable like this. So this is running in a container on my machine. I took a screenshot, and this is kind of the goal, is to make this accessible. Great. So this deposition, to kind of go back to the framework, we use GPL and Creative Commons share alike and attribution licenses. So, and again, I'm not on the right slide. Here we go. So those are the licenses we picked. That means you can distribute these if you make changes. We ask that you keep those licenses in place. The version control system we're using for all this is Git, so you can git clone the deposition from GitHub. It's also archived on a couple different archive platforms, but it is nice to be able to clone it. The archives are Stanford's digital repository, which is really great. And if we go back to that archive table, there are a lot of points that it is really kind of doing well on, but it doesn't allow just anyone to upload. You have to be collaborating with people at Stanford, so it's obviously not very accessible that way. And then, of course, it's on Zenodo, which is probably the most accessible platform, but doesn't have some of the fun back-end ways of pulling the files automatically, like I said. So I'm going to walk through a couple of the files in the deposition to give you a sense of how this looks in practice. The first, and we've been talking about containers a bunch, but it's probably not super concrete, is the actual container file. And so this is the environment, essentially a definition of the environment that I'm using to run my analysis in. You can see I'm using Python, version 3.10. This is sort of a Linux environment, like a Debian flavor, and so I'm using apt-get to essentially install the audio and other dependencies I need, and then I'm basically just creating a directory to run my code in, and then installing all the Python requirements, copying the files over, and installing these the actual package. So I've written the code itself as a Python package. There are a bunch of entry points with Bash, but it's a fairly simple definition that then, when compiled out, allows other people to jump in and start coding right away. The data provenance piece. So this is what that trusted timestamping file looks like. Essentially, there's a hash of the actual data. It tells you what algorithm it's using. It gives you a name for the data set. And then you'll see at the bottom here, this is, there's a list of timestamp authorities it hits. I think it hits 6 or 7 at the moment. So it gets, one from DigiCert. It gets a reply from that, and it provides a hash. And so it's important to provide these timestamp JSON files with your deposition when you actually archive it somewhere, because that's how you prove that essentially the data I collected and the code I wrote happened when I said it happened. Someone can basically then go and use these timestamping tools to verify that by uploading the data and uploading this JSON file and essentially checking that, okay, these match and all the hashes work together. The other piece I said is really important is having documentation. So we have a README. You'll see here, essentially, this is talking about how to run the scripts that essentially give you these container entry points. So you can generate the figures again. If you run the run script with this generate figures command, we go in and load all the dependencies, run the whole experiment, and then output all the figures that some of which you saw in this presentation. So they're all kind of baked into this framework and able to be run again and again. And then, finally, there's this configuration file. So here we basically have a number of art-specific environment variables, and this is the part that I guess is the actual standard. So this is something that, if you want to be kind of in line with this framework, you do need to define these variables. But they're fairly simple. They define where the raw data is, if it's present, where the derivative data is, if it's present, any code, and you can list multiple directories for this potentially, any environment path. So in this case, we just have the container file and the container image just in the root directory of the deposition, so we can just list the present directory here. Any outputs you have, so I put some outputs in this figures directory because I had a bunch of figures with this. And then, specifically the license, the README, and scripts you might want to supply, those should also be present. The other cool thing about this is you can actually provide high-level knobs to your experiment in this file itself. So in this case, when I'm actually running data collection scripts, if I want to run data collection for 5 seconds, that's specified here in the recording duration. I can just change this to 60 seconds and essentially run the scripts again, and that'll give me a 1-minute long recording with the exact same environment, the exact same parameters that the original experiment was run in, just with a different recording duration. And by the same token, you can provide variables for the analysis that are kind of high-level knobs. Of course, you can always go into the code and change these, but I think providing these at a high level is really useful for people who want to enter into a new field, or maybe are in the same field, but just don't work in the exact same environment that you do. So the last piece of this is essentially a demo. So I guess we can open this up because we have a little bit of time. But there's this really great tool called MyBinder, Binder Hub. What they do is they essentially take a Git repository, so you can put in a link to a branch and a specific file, some kind of notebook, and what it will do is it'll go and it'll pull the container image from that repository. It'll, or I actually believe it pulls the container file, so it does actually do a full build. So it pulls the container file, it builds the image, and then it hosts it with, some amount of memory and CPU resources for you. The really great thing about this is then I can go and share that link, and someone else can essentially work in my environment that I just set up without any setup on their own machine. So here is the demo. I'll put this over here. We'll see if this works right now, but essentially we're launching this, this container that I had. Cool, so while that does its thing, I guess we're into it. And this is basically pulling up a Jupyter Lab server. So I'm using Python. You can use other programming languages with this as well. But you'll see here that this is the notebook that I had up earlier, the one that I ran locally. It's running just like on a remote machine right now. And I can actually go, and if I can find my mouse somewhere on the screen, I can go and run this code. You can see it thinking over here, and boom, it ran. It imported all of the Python dependencies I had, including Matplotlib and SciPy, which are kind of these powerhouse tools for doing analysis. And then I can go and load my data and actually kind of regenerate the figures that I actually had in the presentation and put in my paper. So this is kind of how I want to keep doing research in the future. And like I said, I think this is applicable not just for research, but if you're doing any kind of project and have data and code, it's just a different way of being able to share that. So I think we're a little early on time, but I am out of slides. So yeah, if people have questions, open to taking those. And if you want any of the links, I'll put the link to the presentation up. That's on the first slide, and people can look at that. So yeah, thanks so much. Pull up the slides one more time. Hey. Yeah.
I'm a librarian, so I have colleagues who help people with data management plans and that kind of thing.
Cool.
I'm curious, I know that in terms of open data, there have been some real big sort of carrot and stick changes in the last few years in terms of grant requirements for sharing data, and then publications, so journals requiring that data be open. I'm curious if you have thoughts about how this framework could get integrated into that, or because I know there's a lot of issues. People assume, okay, I've got my data is up somewhere, I'm done. I don't have to help anybody use it.
Definitely. Thanks so much for that question. The federal mandates on that have actually been a big reason why we kind of decided to do this right now. The kind of the status of that, I think we're a bit unsure of right now, obviously. But we were under the assumption that, okay, by this year, we essentially need to, at least for federally funded things, have the data available. And if we're going to do that, we should do it the right way and have it also usable. I hear you where professors, students are overworked, and they don't have the time to do extra work to make the data more usable, more shareable, and so that is a big problem. I think I've definitely seen funding towards research software engineers, and I think there's a lot of cool work happening there, and that's one place that can happen. But I think you raise a really good point, and I guess my hope with something like this is that we start putting out outputs in labs and communities where we do have the resources to work like this. where it's just so easy to play with the data and build on things, and it just sets a good example. And so I guess that is more of the carrot approach, because the sticks are kind of all over the place right now. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm hoping to just provide really nice carrots that are easy to use. And like I said, I think some of those tools, like CodeOcean, for example, is a really nice one. But it's also like a big piece of infrastructure, and it's like adopting that is a whole separate thing. So that's.
I have a follow-up.
Yeah.
So I think your answer just made me think about how some of the sharing data stuff, there have been some fields where people always have done that. And computer science comes to mind as one place where a lot of people are sharing things on their own websites.
Sorry, which field?
In computer science.
Yeah, sure.
But a lot of scholars see their data as a proprietary thing. So even if they're required to share their data, they may not want to share how to use the data the way they did.
Yes.
So I'm curious what discipline you've come from, or you're sort of, where you're finding this is more popular. You gave some science, some sort of medical examples.
Definitely. It's very applicable anywhere there is federal funding, right? Just because you are required to share data and put it in the public domain oftentimes. Which is also interesting because sometimes that's not the right license for things, even though, anyway. Yeah, I think the fields that I've been reading up on that already have a lot of really cool examples and work has been done here, definitely astrophysics, a lot of life sciences, so genomics. I come from systems neuroscience, so we have a lot of data as well. And then I think on the climate side, because things are so federally funded, I'm sure there are more, and I'm missing some. Computer science makes a lot of sense because everyone there's already using all these tools. They're already using version control and containers, and it's just like, why would I not put my research out that way? So, yeah. Sorry, what was the question?
No, you've answered it. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just curious what disciplines you've worked with. So
Yeah,
thank you so much.
yeah. Those are the disciplines, I guess. Yeah. Thanks so much.
So I was thinking back to working in a lab and having to keep a lab notebook and hating hating this like extra thing to do that broke flow, but then it not only became useful from like a record keeping standpoint, but for external purposes, but also for me, like I went back and looked at my data and data I might otherwise not have written down because it seemed not core to what I was doing at the moment. So I guess I was curious if you've seen similar value generated by this tool where it's not just for external compliance reasons, but promotes internal record keeping in a way that can help science move along anyways. And I guess I just didn't know if there were examples of that or if you've seen that in using this.
Sorry, the question is, like examples of?
Yeah, I guess like, have you seen this be useful? Are there incentives for people to use this on their own, even without external compliance purposes? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the question. I mean, for my own records, like I was saying, I definitely will come across things where I wrote code a few years ago and I have no clue how to run it and everything's broken. And if I had like just put it in container, like that problem wouldn't exist. So yeah, for myself, I have started to create that habit, and it's been useful. Yeah, I think it is that mix of like mandates and like what's practical. And so one thing we really want to do, and I guess this kind of goes back to the first questions as well, but what we really want to do in at least our specific field of neuroscience is provide a bunch of containers that we use day to day. We have containers that on our clusters, we SSH into a machine, the container's already set up, and it's just there. And those should be available. People should be able to use the same compute environments that we use. And so, that's something we're working on and hope to have out. We'll see when, but hope to have out at some point. So I think part of that is standardizing the kinds of compute environments we use. So if you are really opinionated on a specific field or kind of application, cool, like what's your environment? Like, what are you using? Is there a container file I can download and run on my computer? Because then I can sort of use the same tools that you're using, and I don't have to go through the whole setup. So I think we still have a culture of having a list of dependencies and installing those, and as we saw yesterday in the workshop, right, it works on different machines different ways. And I think if we're able to shift to a culture of having more of these shared environments, it'll make a lot of those things easier, and it'll make getting into new fields and looking at different data more accessible. So I guess that's the hope. Yeah. Cool. Doesn't look like we have any more questions, but yeah, now's your time if you have one.
You're good at time.
Okay. Thanks. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
awesome. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, test. All right, we have our next presenter, Roel Schoenberg. He's going to talk to us about whether the political and AI singularity are inevitable, or are they?
Hey everyone, I'm dealing with a light migraine, hence the sunglasses. I'm not trying to look cool, it's just a cool side effect. All right, so let me start by introducing myself a little bit before going into the singularity. I've been in cybersecurity and Intel for give or take 20 years, a little over, but I don't want to date myself. And I was doing disinformation research before it was cool, before there was an industry around it, and before it kind of got redefined and reshaped into what it is today. In the context of this talk, because when we think about AI, or at least when I think about AI, I think about communication and communication ecosystems and whatnot. My first weekend in the US 20 or so years ago, I actually locked myself in my hotel room and just watched the commercials on TV because they were so different, and it helped explain some of the cultural differences between, let's say, the US and Western Europe. That's really enough about me. Before we get into it, some disclaimers and guardrails here. If we really want to try and figure out what's going on, right, we have to probe, we have to be uncomfortable. So I'm going to try and take us into a somewhat uncomfortable space, hopefully not too uncomfortable. And yeah, I might not actually agree with what I'm saying. Again, the purpose here is to try and probe and to better understand what's going on. Because when we look at HOPE this year, and I have to also thank the organizers for having me yet again, right? We really see in a lot of talks, a lot of dread around AI in various shapes, ways, and forms. We see a lot of frameworks in trying to deal with AI and its effects. And I'm gonna partially in this talk introduce another framework, because that's what we need. We always need more frameworks. But hopefully also give us a bit of a direction on how to better cope with some of these effects. And the other thing I'm going to do, because I like cramming multiple topics into one talk at HOPE, is we're going to talk about some current events, and the current event being the new Clipper chip being around the corner, if it's not already here. I was rather surprised to my knowledge that nobody was really talking about it at HOPE this year. So I figured I want to focus on that a little bit more. So that's a little deviation from the abstract, but I think it will be interesting. Before we get to current events, we'll do a little bit of history, a little bit of theory. I know that's boring these days. That's not really TikTok worthy. So maybe now you take a nap. And actually on that note, could I get a show of hands who here uses TikTok on, let's say, a daily basis? All right, that's a couple people, not too many. Well, this talk is going to be the opposite of TikTok. It's going to be very long and very dense. So you're in for a treat. So going back to actually, before going to the next slide, why does this this talk have two titles? Well, you know that thing when you buy something and then you realize, hey, I'm seeing this thing that I just bought or I just started looking into all the time. Well, that's how I feel about the word alignment, right? Certainly when it comes to AI, but not exclusively AI, the word alignment comes up a lot. And that word gives me the creeps. I think that's the official term for it. It makes me rather uncomfortable, right? Because it tries to coax this idea of agreement. I think rather than let's say the influence era, we are in the alignment era. And or authenticity era also does not exist. It's an alignment and intensity era. And that's where the A and the I stand for in AI, alignment and intensity, right? Because what we can tell is that things are moving in a very, very intense fashion, in a very intense manner, right? It's clear just going around that people are very uncomfortable with the effects of AI and that we can't yet grasp. So in a different way of looking at it, when we combine alignment and intensity, that's the building blocks of something that isn't so good. But going back to the singularity here, what is the singularity? Generally in AI, it is seen as the point where AI will overtake human capability, and then who knows what happens next. Even in the context of AI, I'm actually more interested in the physics version of AI, of the singularity, where the singularity is generally considered to be in or near a black hole, right, where gravity is so intense that you get completely ripped apart and the general laws of physics no longer apply. That's how I feel about AI, or at least it's a possibility that we'll go into that way. We go into a very special direction. A different way of looking at the singularity is here somebody from Anthropic asking for an AI shrink, right? So we're trying to build something as a society right now. We're trying to build this system that's going to have more knowledge, more capability than us, but we clearly don't understand it yet. Even the builders don't understand it, and that gives me a lot of hesitation. Looking at yet another type of singularity, we can already see the effects of AI very strong, right? Here's just a couple of AI subreddits talking about, AI soulmates, my boyfriend is AI, my girlfriend is AI, right? Clearly, people have started to develop very strong feelings for AIs very, very quickly. I'm not judging that, but it is something to be concerned about and something to watch for, right? Clearly, there's a lot going on here as it pertains to AI. And looking at this, in a different context or with some context, we can tell, right? And this is just one graph of like 1,000 that I could have put in here, right? We see there's been massive societal change in the last 10 to 15 years, right? So we can see conscientiousness is way down, neuroticism is way up, right? Across the age spectrum, but specifically for those people who grew up, not just with social media, but who grew up with the smartphone, right? And it's important to put all these current developments in this context, right? Because we're not just getting AI, we're getting AI in this context of all these things that are already happening and going to be intensified by AI. So here's a study that was published earlier this year. Some of the researchers actually work for Meta. And the research shows that 2 weeks, so the researchers paid the test group to not use internet on their smartphone for 2 weeks. And the results were extremely dramatic. So after those 2 weeks, the memory improved, their mental health improved, their attention span, their duration of focus improved. I think one of the lines in the paper was that some people showed basically an improvement in memory was the equivalent of becoming 10 years younger, which is wild. Just 2 weeks, right? I can't stress that enough. So what is this backdrop, right? As I said, we're not just getting AI, we're getting AI in this crazy roller coaster that exists already. So the first thing that we have to understand is when we want to look at AI and we want to look at politics, is that both politics and culture are downstream of the environment that you are in, and more specifically the media environment. And what we can see throughout the years and throughout the centuries, really, is that society changes every time we have a shift in the dominant medium. And if we just want to look at the last 100 years or so, right, we saw massive changes in society after radio, after TV, then came the internet, et cetera, et cetera. And to just talk about the effects of TV or radio and TV real quick, is it was Walter Ong who said that what the effects of radio and TV on society were so great that the scholars only at that particular point realized, oh, we're being influenced by our media. The media really has this effect on us. Prior to that, right, they did this retroactive analysis and they realized, oh, the printing press had this effect and all these other things had these effects. We were basically oblivious to that prior to radio and TV because the effect of radio TV was so big. Right? So really, after we build technology, we are shaped by it. Quick show of hands here. Who here knows Marshall McLuhan? All right, that's like a third in the audience. Who here knows of Walter Ong? Okay, one person or two. All right, that's okay. So while Marshall McLuhan is quite well known, he said things such as the medium is the message and these media environments are an extension of us. Walter Ong talked about a lot of other stuff that I'll get into. They work together, and for those who are into McLuhan, you'll probably want to read about Ong. And in this backdrop, right, I want us to also realize that, yes, the saying is that the internet is made for porn. The internet as it is today is made for ads. It is made for engagement, right? And this is how we really have to look at the beast that we're dealing with today. It's all about ads, targeted ads, and engagement. At least that's the effect that we see. So with all that going on, right, we have a couple different information revolutions happening at the same time. So the old power structure of the top-down communication pyramid, right, where government lays out a course and everybody follows along, those days are over, right? The information stream doesn't simply trickle down. These days, it goes in all directions and bouncing everywhere, right? And I should have included here perhaps a screenshot of Milei of Argentina responding to people on Twitter, or take your world leader, right? Whoever you want. This is entirely unthinkable 20 years ago, right? Nobody would have thought, oh, world leader is responding to a rando on the internet. So we have all this chaos going on, right? All of a sudden, we have all these different interest groups or non-interest groups, just individuals that are able to reach the world. And we have this entirely new paradigm. And what happens with new paradigms is that the status quo gets uncomfortable, right? It upsets their sensibilities. They like their share of power, and any threat to that is going to make them a little uncomfortable. It's going to make them sweat. So now we have this situation where certainly any very heavily internet-connected country that's heavily relies on social media, right? There can be a lot of foreign or domestic influence waged on the culture and therefore the governments just by a handful of people. So that's scary, right? And when you go on social media, it's something, right? I can't imagine putting somebody from just like 20, 25 years ago into like the present day. They'd be like, what is going on here? What happened? But that is what we have now. And as a result, we kind of see this push for either total chaos or total control. Those are the easy options, right? And it's like, oh yeah, we have all this problem of disinformation. We just got to weed out the disinformation and then we're good. But disinformation is, or has become, basically a euphemism for saying we only like to see the speech that we condone, that we approve of, which is a bit of a problem, right? So we have these big opposites, and there's not a lot of nuanced conversation in the middle. So with all of this going on, we had COVID, or rather the COVID lockdowns, to really complete this transformation into what some would call the digital orality stage of where we're at. And what digital orality is, I will touch on in a little bit, right? But I want to go back just for a second to the state that we were dealing with during COVID, right? We were glued to our screens at all times, even if you were lucky enough to be, even if you were lucky enough to, let's say, have an RV and be out in Oregon or Washington State or Colorado, right? You were still most likely glued to that screen because you were working remotely, right? And for pretty much everybody, there was an isolation. Even if you were with your family, you were isolated. Now, Jacques Ellul was a philosopher out of France, and he wrote a lot about propaganda. And in the 1960s, he said, the two basic rules of propaganda are: one, propaganda has to be total, and two, propaganda breaks down with dialogue. So I think we kind of have that perfect situation with COVID, right? Because, again, we were just glued to our screens, and we're glued to our screens regardless, right? So that kind of just has been going on all this time. So, again, with that backdrop, right, where everything is changing and we were constantly exposed to these digital platforms, I want to take a quick sidestep here to talk about how we like to conflate the cyber and information domain. Most of the time when I talk to people about this, it confuses them, but I'm persistent, right? In the West, we like conflating cyber with the information domains. Our adversaries actually don't really have that issue. We do for whatever reason. All right? When we talk about cyber, we're really talking about the nuts and bolts. We're talking about the plumbing, right? We're talking about transportation. We're talking about the fiber optics going from, transporting data from one place to the next. The information space is really about transformation, right? For better or worse, you are all transformed by listening to me right now. I'm sorry. Right? So it's an entirely different thing, and what we're seeing is when we look at a lot of the policies that are being pushed forward and whatnot, right? We're looking at things through a cyber lens. One particular example here is looking at TikTok, right? People or DC talk about the cybersecurity issues with TikTok. The reality is there are very few cybersecurity issues with TikTok, or well, I mean, there are some, but it's not the primary concern. The primary concern is the influence part, right? The transformation part where you can influence little kids to do X, Y, and Z, right? So that's an information problem, that's not a cyber problem. And the reason why I keep hammering on that is also because we are now seeing the information that is posted online as, let's say, quote unquote code, which is it's not entirely correct, but just bear with me. And for cyber defenders, right, in the cyber defender mindset, which I am very, very comfortable with and aware of, and again, 20-something years primarily as a defender, right? The job of a cyber defender is to block bad stuff, right? That's the easy way to put it. So if you start applying that to the information that's out there, well, you go down a very particular path, right? And there's not enough time to go into past hopes and the debates over whether code is speech, but back in the day, code was speech. Today, I'm not sure we still agree with that. That said, I'll get off my pedestal now. Going back to digital orality, and this is the esoteric part, so this is like the time for a nap, right? So we come to realize that the printing press really changed the Western world first, right? The effects of the printing press gave or provided everybody with the capability to read and write and all that good stuff, and as a result, you integrate deep learning and really internalize whatever you're trying to study, right? And that's why I like podcasts, but podcasts allow you to repeat some talking points. If you really want to internalize and understand what the author on the podcast is talking about in the book, you actually have to read the book. You have to do the work. and doing the work is reading or writing. Ideally, you do both. So anyway, right, so that shifted us into a more individualist society, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have a ton of time to go into this, right? And then came radio and TV. And radio and TV really immersed us all, generally at the same time, certainly back in the day, right? You didn't have streaming on demand. Everybody was watching the same show at 8 p.m. on a Sunday, right? Hence the mass society. The masses were all spoken to at the same time. And those were immersive that had immersive qualities, right? So we were all immersed in this particular media, but there was no feedback, right? So we've gone from, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, and it's widely agreed, right, that the effects of radio and TV created basically what is called a secondary orality, right? Marshall McLuhan would say, we now live in the global village, right? Because we can, because of the electronic media, there's no more distance, right? Because you can reach anywhere in the world in a second, and anyone can absorb something from any place on the planet. Again, secondary orality, worth looking into. What we have now, with the advent of the social media platforms and whatnot, we have this thing called digital orality. Again, this is really a talk in and of itself. You don't have to take my word for it, but you kind of have to. So the takeaways, or rather the effects of these different media environments, right, were literacy really created this idea of objective truth, and in fact, many make the argument that literacy created the notion of privacy, right? So if you are less book-bound, maybe you're a less private person, which is kind of what we see today for a lot of people. And perhaps more importantly, in orality, right, the messenger and the message become intertwined. And if that doesn't remind you of today's political situation, I don't know what does, right? Because it no longer matters for many of us what is said. It really depends on who said it, right? If somebody from another political party or another group says something, you're less likely to agree with them. And that isn't really conducive or conductive for dealing with issues of, like, I don't know, running a republic. So with all of this, we have the perfect building blocks. Right? These social media platforms are made for engagement. They want us active. The attention economy isn't new, right? It's a new phrase for the mainstream, but I can point you to books from 100 years ago or more where they talk about the attention economy. The reason why we notice now is because it's so intense. So those are different things, right? The other thing to keep in mind is that literacy, when you read a book, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. When you're on social media, it's entirely disjointed. It's entirely fragmented, right? It's the equivalent of taking 100 different books and reading one paragraph of one book, randomly, right? One book to the next. I'm going to read one book, one paragraph from this book, another paragraph from this other book, right? You're not going to retain everything. Your mind is going to be entirely scattered, right? And no amount of media literacy is going to fix that. It's inherent to how the information is processed. So there is something that can help us to deal with this, and that's what's called the media tetrad. Has anyone here heard of the laws of media? All right, nobody, which I kind of expected. So in the 80s, Marshall McLuhan and his son Eric came up with this concept of the 4 laws of media. They realized that there's 4 particular laws that apply to any man-made construct, and it's always 4. It's never 3. It's never 5. It's always 4. And the idea for me, when I look at this, is right. I'm trying to look forward to see what is going to happen next. But everything is happening at light speed, right? Our culture is moving at absolute light speed today. So I can tell you, even if I had the perfect way of describing what is happening right now, right, or earlier today, right, by the time this presentation is over, it's already outdated, right? So this kind of obsolesces the idea of knowledge, and we have to try and come up with more intuitive ways of trying to feel out how these media are affecting us. So what are the four laws of media, right? The first thing is that a new medium will enhance something, right? So if we think in the physical space, a hammer will enhance my arm, or rather my hand, right? Very simply, or a rock enhances my fist, right? But in the electric media and the electronic media, the media is an extension of my central nervous system, right? That's why with AI, we are outsourcing our brain. It's not good. Right? Anyway, the second thing that happens, the second law that applies is obsolescence. The new media will obsolesce something, generally the previous medium. So think about a digital newspaper obsolescing a print newspaper. Third is retrieval, right? Generally, the new media retrieves something, certainly when the new medium is first appears. So going back to that newspaper example, which maybe isn't the best, the new digital newspaper retrieves the old digital newspaper, right? In the beginning, right, when we did online newspapers, it was just a PDF of the print paper. It was like terrible, right? And only later on did the digital news kind of change. The most important one for us here for this talk is reversal. When pushed to its extremes, a medium will flip onto itself and reverse its properties. Does that remind you of the internet by any chance? Right? What once was the free, open, decentralized internet has become an entirely centralized system with just a handful of players. I think this analogy works really quite well, right? And when we think about what's been happening to the internet, right, it's really been collapsing or imploding upon itself, kind of like that gravity situation with the singularity. And this manifests in many different ways, and in the interest of time, I can only touch on a couple of these ways, right? But what we see, right, is a complete centralization of all our digital properties, right? We have digital IDs, and that's something that's very on topic right now, right? We see a big push all through the West for digital ID verification and various types of websites, and a lot more. At the same time, we see these platforms trying to lock us in, right? The so-called zero-click internet is, quote-unquote, facilitated through AI, right? When you use Google search, you'll get some AI blurb for your query, and very often that will do, right? You no longer have to click through the actual website. In other words, that website doesn't get any traffic. Right, so all of a sudden your income is drying up. Matt Prince from Cloudflare did a very interesting interview on this. I think it's 15 minutes or so from a couple months ago. I highly recommend watching that. Right, so just to reiterate here yet again, in case you forgot, right, the internet is made for advertising as it stands today, right? Because all the big platforms are running advertising companies, or they are advertising companies. Right? So we're dealing with an intensity era rather than an authenticity era, right? Because everybody knows nothing you see on Instagram is real, right? It's not authentic. And the other thing to keep in mind is that it's not influence that we're dealing with. We're dealing with alignment. I think in a talk last year, I called it adjudication era instead, but now that everybody's jumped on the alignment word, I can be a lemming. So where does that take us next, right? Where it takes us is that, on the one hand, the digital platforms are basically become the gods of our digital identities, right? They will have everything. They will have the infrastructure of transportation, right, by having servers, et cetera, doing all this other stuff. Maybe they have hardware. They will have the social media and digital platforms. They'll have your email, all this stuff that transforms you, right, the transformation layer. And now there's this big push for getting your digital identity, and that is manifested in numerous different ways. Where we see this in one case is with the push for passkeys. Anyone here using passkeys already? All right, that's like a quarter of the audience. That's lower than I thought. Maybe some people are using passkeys without realizing it because the push is very strong, right? And what we'll probably see is with the know your customer data breaches coupled with all the AI enhanced and facilitated social engineering that we're going to see, right? The threats are going to get increasingly sophisticated, which will increasingly push the platforms to push these particular measures. So we can really make the argument here, right, that for our safety and security, we need to spend all our time on these platforms because that's just the safest place to be. At the same time, all of this is happening, right? There's these big companies that are certainly financials that are pushing this idea of having a trusted smartphone, right? So you have to have a trusted smartphone to use some banks, right? They no longer allow you to use the desktop web app. You have to use a smartphone for certain things, right? And that smartphone needs to adhere to particular requirements. So that is an interesting push, right? We see this kind of different pushes coming together here. At the same time, what we're seeing is Google removing the pixel device tree information, making the development of custom ROMs such as graphene a lot more difficult. And I believe the Pixel 10 is going to be released or at least announced next week. And I'm not sure we're going to see a graphene release for that, or at least not anytime soon, which is a very interesting development, especially so when you combine it with these EU apps, for instance, that require a non-modified version of Android in order to work, right? So really being pushed into using compliant devices. And if there's one thing I hate, it's being compliant. So anyway, while all of this is going on, we see that last month, Google's Gemini on Android phones has become quote unquote integrated. I mean, that's my quote. I'm not sure I'm air quoting myself here. Google's Gemini is now integrated with third-party apps. Right? Because now we have a system, meaning the AI, right? Gemini is Google's AI for for Android phones, and I guess other devices as well. The AI facilitates scraping the screen at low battery cost, right? So think about what this means. It doesn't matter if you're using Signal or Telegram or Wire or Threema or you name it, right? It doesn't matter that your app is end-to-end encrypted. The AI agent can scrape your screen. And sure, you can turn it off, right? You can go into settings and you can turn off that integration for each individual app. There's, at least last time I checked, there's no way to turn that off like altogether. And that really makes me very uncomfortable, right? Because we're being pushed in all these different directions to use a fully stocked phone that's going to have this AI on it that can read all my stuff. So capability meet demand, right? The EU is 2 months away from voting on this thing called chat control, which will mandate that the platform providers are able to give or produce messages to the authorities upon request, including end-to-end encrypted apps. This is how you would do it, right? Now you have an agent on the device scanning the screen at all times. Again, end-to-end does not matter. So I am very uncomfortable here. I'm frankly a little surprised that this doesn't get more airtime, right? Because this, to me, smells like a new version of the Clipper chip. Is anyone here familiar with the Clipper chip? We talked about it a bunch this weekend, so I see it's like a third of the crowd. So the Clipper chip was this idea back in the 90s of having this little chip in your computer where, long story short, it's a backdoor, right? Where the government has access to the encryption keys, so they're able to decrypt all your comms in under the guise of safety and security. I consider this to be very likely the next Clipper chip, right? In the US, we have something similar called KOSA, Kids Online Safety Act, right? That would be very much in the same vein of this EU's chat control. The other thing to consider here is that when the capability exists, government love using them. So we are in a very interesting time here, and I don't really have many solutions to offer, but again, I'm surprised there's not more airtime about this. At the same time, right, going back to how we interface with AI, in case you missed it, there was a study from MIT. In the interest of time, I'll just go into the conclusion. Those that wrote their stuff with the help of an AI agent really did not retain much of their work product, and it was clear that a so-called cognitive depth was accumulating. So, good times. And it surely comes as no surprise that the control group that didn't use any tooling performed the best. The other thing here that we have to consider as we're dealing with AI is the fact that when we're prompt engineering, right, we're using our natural language. Normally, when we're trying to program or code or whatever, right, there's an abstraction layer, right? It doesn't have to be assembly or C, it can be JavaScript or whatever, right? The brain is in a particular mode when trying to solve these programming issues, right? It's a different language. With AI, again, we're generally talking to it using our normal language. What does that mean? The obvious and inevitable end conclusion is that our regular language is going to change because every AI is going to, push your language patterns in a particular way. I don't see any way of avoiding that, right? So that will be another interesting effect, right? And then that's also a way in which the AI can shape your thoughts in one way, shape, or form. At the same time, there was a tweet from Elon, I don't know if it was last month, right? But he said Grok is importing all the knowledge of the world or all the books of the world and kind of reworking that, which I find, I appreciate the honesty, right? This is what every AI machine is doing, right? This is not just Grok, this is everyone, right? But we're putting the keys to the kingdom in the hands of the selected few who have the resources to train these giant models, which is very different from how we have lived for a long time, right? We kind of have to consider that, right? There will be a handful of those who will have access, because even if you run a local LLM, right, at least for me personally, for the most part, I'm still using the big models. So I'm still using that controlled set of information. Looking at some other AI effects, we can see that AI data breaches will be interesting, right? As companies integrate them, right? Integrate AI into their workflow, we will get interesting new breaches with a lot more actionable information, right? If you steal documents belonging to a company for espionage purposes, you still have to do a lot of processing. If you get access to the AI, you can have the AI do a lot of processing for you, so that will make things easier. At the same time, we also can think about subverting the company AI, right? Feeding it false information, et cetera, to create special effects. considering the effects of deepfakes and whatnot, right, in the context of all of this stuff going on, right, will probably help us gravitate towards the big platforms again, because they are the keepers of truth. And what we're already starting to see, right, once the AI makes a decision, who in the company or a government or an organization is going to push back against the AI, right? Mid-level managers aren't going to push back against the AI, right? Imagine the escalation process that we'll have to go through. I appreciate this is, something a little different, but we have to think about how the AI revolution is going to impact our bureaucracies, of which we have many, right? Can you imagine having to go to a vice president or whatnot to overturn an AI decision? Maybe it's an SVP. This is uncomfortable, but it is already happening, right? Maybe it's temporary, but I'm skeptical, right? So if anyone has thoughts on how to, coax the big AI mega machine into, good outcomes, I'd love to know after the talk. And obviously there's ways there, but doing that on a societal level is a whole different beast, right? And the other thing that we're not really appreciating with AI is that it's not necessarily made for us. Right? When we look at media technology and media environments of the last, well, more than 500 years, right? It's all being created in the West. But we see now, I saw an interview with Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, earlier this week, right? And he already said, India is currently our second largest market, and we think it might become our first, right? So I'd actually get an entirely new media environment that is not made by quote-unquote Westerners and not for Westerners. And that's I can't speculate on what kind of effects that will have, right? But it's gonna change stuff in even different ways, right? Like if the situation wasn't complex enough to try and unravel already, this adds to the awesome. So, engagement considerations. I'm doing good on time. That's not what I'm used to. Anyway, right? The engagement considerations here, right? It's a couple of different things to consider, right? If you're using cognitive AI, right? If you're outsourcing AI to do all your work, you're going to atrophy your brain. This is not a good long-term strategy. Right? I like using AIs for certain tasks, right? I lay my own foundation, right? And then I ask it to give its feedback on particular elements and whatnot, and then I'll think about it. Simply copy-pasting what a lot of people do is not great. Ideally, we decentralize everything, which is easier said than done, especially if the mega machine wants us to have these quote-unquote trusted devices. So one option might be you have your one trusted device that has all your stuff, if you will, right? That's all your government creds and your big business creds, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have all this other, you have a different device for all your quote unquote real stuff, right? And real stuff meaning like contacting your friends or activists or whatever, right? But it seems like the system is pushing us towards having a digital identity, and I don't see how that can be avoided. Right? There's this interview with Marshall McLuhan at some point where the interviewer says, "I don't have a TV, I'm not impacted by the effects of TV." To which Marshall responds, "But if you don't have a TV, you miss out on all the fun. You still have the effects of TV because the effects of TV are societal. Everybody around you is affected by it." Right? And we're kind of in the same situation where we can fight the good fight by not having a digital ID, but soon enough that might mean you're not able to withdraw your money, unless you're using crypto. Something to consider, right? But this is not a crypto talk, but might want to consider that route. On that same note, right, Nostr is a decentralized social media platform where you can set the rules, right? You can set the rules, you can do your own moderation, and you can create your own high-trust societies. Part of the reason why we're in this giant predicament is that when I'm online, I can literally see the rest of the world, right? For the most part, we don't need that. And going back to the definition of disinformation, Neil Postman, back in the, I forget if it was the 80s or early 90s, right? He said in his view, and he was aware of the origins of disinformation out of the Soviet Union. He said for him, disinformation was the complete information overload that we were dealing with even back then, right? And as a literacy professor or literature professor and an educator, right? He had a lot of thoughts on how to educate people. His take was, we need to think about our information to action ratio, right? Most of the stuff that we see, that we come across, there's nothing for us to action on, right? It doesn't change our day, it doesn't change our week or month, so do we actually need to be exposed to this, right? And he made some very good commentaries on how some mediums are just not serious, right? He said the idea of TV for serious business is ridiculous, right? TV is good for sports and, fun stuff. But to try and input some serious material into TV, it's just never gonna work because it's not the right medium for it. And that's how I feel about social media, right? If you wanna read the news, right? There are certain newspapers you can go to, but disable the comments, right? And if there's moving ads in particular, right? To me, that's not a serious news establishment, right? That's why I prefer generally going to Substack, where everything is super clean, right? The more things that your eyes can look at on the screen, the easier it is to get distracted, and the brain goes into a different mode. Right? The brain has a very particular mode for reading and internalizing deep knowledge. Putting ads and other stuff and other distractions on the screen or whatever takes the brain out of that mode and into effectively a gambling mode, right? So that is not productive. At the same time, right, if you want to regain your thoughts, handwriting is the way to go, right? Simply the mechanical process of handwriting will slow down your thoughts, right? And you have to really think about, what am I trying to tell myself here, or what am I trying to tell my audience, right? It's very, very different from simply tweeting something, right? Because this tweeting or whatever your social media platform of choice is, right? It's generally not introspective, it's a performance. Right? You're shouting to the world, it's performance art. So we really have to think about what kind of mode you want to channel within yourself and with your friends or community. At the same time, right, we need ownership of our digital properties. Again, not really, I haven't really touched on that, but it will be something to look for, right? As AI is just trying to suck up all data in the world and try and put that into the models. It's a space to watch, right? But we need to think about it, and we need to have conversations about it. With regards to the likely upcoming new Clipper chip, right? Maybe it's time to call your local representative, right? And say, hey, we don't want that stuff here. And to end this on maybe not a high note, right? But again, media consciousness is the key. Media literacy is a fancy way of saying we only want this type of speech or these types of books in a particular environment. With media consciousness, and we can think about the effects, like everybody knows Instagram is fake, right? So again, if you know that, you can look at it at Instagram or whatever with that in mind, right? It's not a revelation. Anyway, with that, I think we have like a minute or two for questions. Thank you.
Roel Schoenberg. All right, I say it right. Any questions? No questions.
I was just going to say, I think you're overestimating the capability of LLM. It's not true AI. It can't reason its way out of a paper bag, number one. And number two, it lies. And it lies in particularly damaging ways. For instance, there's a lawyer, Stephen Schwartz in New York, who was disbarred because he took legal citations from ChatGPT that turned out to be fabricated, but really well fabricated. They looked like really good references.
I was looking into a name for this particular talk, and every AI I talked to, or well, as far as you can talk to an AI, right? But every response I got, it's like, oh, this person, oh, that's, and some background. And every AI had a different background for this person. The person did not exist.
Yeah.
Right? But it had links, it had everything, links that didn't work. But that's what the situation is now, and moving forward.
Well, actually, between ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 5, they figured give it more CPU and a larger research set, a larger training set, and it would work better. It actually worked worse. It lied more, not less. That LLM may have peaked in terms of its capabilities in that regard. Giving it more CPU and giving it large training sets makes it worse. That's why ChatGPT 5 was so late coming out.
I think one of the main focus points for the companies right now is trying to figure out maximum bang for buck, right? Because I think when you go back a couple of GPTs, it's like, what just happened, right? Like one release to the next or 1 month to the next, the outputs just kind of cratered, if you will, right? So I think being a large business and having a lot of money to spend on LLMs puts you in a very different position from being an end user and being able to spend a maximum of $200 a month to get results, right? The idea is clearly that.
But how much for accurate results? It may cost a lot more than that.
How accurate is anything these days?
Well,
I would say
if you're a doctor, they had a medical AI refer ivermectin for COVID. Ivermectin not only doesn't treat COVID, it can kill the patient in many cases. So if you're a doctor, are you going to take references from a medical AI that could get your license pulled? In professions, for instance, I'm saying LLM is, is really becoming more and more tainted. But popular media will eat it up, I'm sure, because truth is optional for them.
I think that the truth is optional for anyone. I think I put a Postman or
if you're a
whoever
doctor
quote in
who
there,
kills
right?
a patient, you're going to be in
the truth
serious
changes
trouble.
with the medium, which is a scary effect in and of itself. I do think that you're going to have different standards depending on the industry that you're dealing with, right? And if you're an end user paying just like $20 a month, you're going to get the low end of the offering, right? And I think part of the idea is like, hey, if you give us more money, you'll get better results. And yeah, I mean, the AIs clearly lie in
the
various
term
kinds.
is hallucination, but yeah.
Right, and it's very convincing, right? In some ways, when I deal with it and it lies to me, it's like, oh, you're like a junior developer trying to overachieve, or a junior whatever, right? A junior role trying to overachieve, and it can never say no. It can almost never say, I don't know, right? And I think what was one person put it, right? If a person is trying to convince you with logic, the AI is trying to convince you with agreement, which is, its own special kind of problem.
Mm-hmm. It's not really words, it's just the power to charm, to put it in the words of David Bowie.
We're not there yet, but whether we're there or not, right, like the effects are already very clear. And it seems unlikely that within X amount of years, we won't have ironed out at least a number of these problems. It's still going to error, right, because that's just human. There, that's my AI joke. I'll be here all day.
Anybody else want?
Any other questions?
Hello. Cool shirt. I support fire too.
Excellent.
So I often look at the media, I try to look what happens when the media makes a mistake, right? How does it respond? Sometimes it apologizes. Sometimes it just says, oh, a mistake was made.
Yep.
Other times it's like, how else would we have known, right? You can think Dan Rather reporting which direction JFK's head went, right? 3 days after the assassination. You could think of Iraqi WMDs. You think of the New York Times denying the Holodomor. Most recently, it got really pretty egregious, in my view, with Jake Tapper writing a whole book on Biden's mental decline, and him on an interview with Ezra Klein, they're like, how will we have known? Whereas anybody who posted on social media before that debate was dismissed as a far-right fascist and censored by fact checkers, right? So how do you view if AI, doesn't have to be an LLM, that's just one form of AI, becomes some arbiter of truth and then it makes a mistake? How are people going to view it? Is it going to be like a 1984 situation that Oceania was always at war with, what was it, East Asia? I forget the name of the, but it's like, it seems right now people don't even realize or are oblivious when the media makes a mistake. They're just, it's like, I don't know if you saw the video of like Peter Hotez during COVID saying, well, yeah, it's going to be a one dose, you know, like 2-dose shot or just one booster, and then a month later he's on the TV. I always said it was going to be 2 boosters, completely contradicting what he said a month ago. And people don't even realize. So how do you think it's going to be if AI becomes arbiter of truth?
In some ways, nothing will change, as you're effectively pointing out, right? We already have a particular type of situation, and on some level, I'm reminded of Bernays' propaganda book from 100 years ago, where he points out, hey, of these 8 stories on the front page of the New York Times paper that I'm reading right now, 4 are clearly propaganda, here's why, right? So the idea of propaganda, disinformation, mistakes, none of it is new. And that's just something that we have to get more comfortable with, because if we just say, hey, this is not right, if you say the science never changes, then you're just dealing with controlled speech, right? It's a euphemism for controlled speech. And with your particular examples, I guess McLuhan would say that oral societies don't have a memory. So you don't, right? And taking that into extension is you don't have to apologize and say, hey, we really messed up, half a year ago. But for those of us who still have a memory, you're going to look at that and be like, hey, something doesn't add up here. You're no longer a trustworthy source, right? And that's actually, you're going to get all these ripple effects where what we're seeing now is, narratives that have been around 100 years are getting reevaluated, right? Because people realize, oh, we've always been, pushed into a certain direction. Let's reevaluate this thing that happened 50 years ago, 100 years ago, et cetera, et cetera. So it's, as somebody said, right, if you want to go this route of very controlled speech, you need a gulag for enforcement. With no gulag, you're just going to, create a giant mess. Right. I'm not advocating for gulag, just,
No, I think I'm agreeing with you that we just need more intellectual humility and having more degrees of certainty rather than being so absolutely sure that we're in a role to start censoring people.
Yeah,
Thank you.
But at the same time, for these LLMs, right, there are going to be these bodies of controlled and approved speech. But just because it's out there doesn't mean we have to use it. And it will be up to us to convince other people to not just blindly buy into it. Right? As I said, media consciousness, not media literacy. Media literacy is, a euphemism for controlled speech. All right, I think with that, I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
All right, we have our last talk in Little Theater today. I'd like to welcome Robert Stribley, talk about AI is undermining our privacy. What can we do about it?
Thank you, everyone. Sounds like you can hear me. Thanks for coming at the bitter end of the conference. I appreciate that. I'll try to not to bitterly disappoint you with my presentation. So yes, I'm Robert Stribley. This kind of dovetails nicely with the last talk in that I am talking about AI, but in the context of privacy. And a couple of the things that I would like to talk about were hinted at in the last presentation. So boy, that's a big screen. My name, as I mentioned, I'm an experienced design director and educator. I teach at the School of Visual Arts, and I also do freelance and contract work. For much of the time that I've lived here in New York, I worked at Razorfish and Publicis Sapient. So very much kind of like mainstream, if you will, UX design for big corporations. A couple years ago, I spun off and started doing my own thing at Technique. And in the last decade approximately or so, I've become increasingly interested in privacy and have been writing about that, have been presenting on it. And I've also gotten involved in the internet freedom community and just kind of honed my interest in this particular topic. I'm also working now as a vendor, not directly for the Open Technology Fund and the UXD Lab there, so working on some related projects from time to time where I can have some input on privacy. This is my kind of tongue-in-cheek disclaimer, if you will, just to clarify. I don't think this needs the clarification here that it would elsewhere maybe, but that I am talking about LLMs today and generative AI. I have a little fun including some pop culture references in here, but I'm of course not talking about general or strong AI despite some of the screenshots that you might see. So I wanted to start out by asking, is your vacuum cleaner watching you? And has anyone heard this story about the Ecovacs vacuum cleaner? Curious? Okay. So there was a story that broke last year about the Chinese robotics company Ecovacs that was found to be selling a model of its vacuum cleaner in Australia that uploaded photos, video, and audio of you to their servers. And are there any guesses why they were uploading it to their servers? If you're guessing to train their AI model, you would be correct. Now, that's kind of bad enough as it is, but there are some things about that from a design perspective that interested me in particular. One was that they claimed that consumers were willing participants in this AI training program. Do you think we should take that statement at face value, knowing what we understand about the internet and privacy issues and consent? No, we probably shouldn't, right? And in fact, would you like to guess how people were supposed to consent to this training? Well, there's a separate app for this vacuum cleaner that you were supposed to open, and then you were going to read a very general statement along the lines of that they might take some data and use it to strengthen the improvement of product functions. There was no explanation of how. They weren't telling people we're uploading video of you that could be quite personal. But there was a link, supposedly mentioned, to explain how this data collection worked. The problem is there was a mention of a link, but there was no link. So if you could look through this app, you would be at a loss to find this additional information that actually explained what was happening with your privacy here. So that, to me, as a designer, is also a design problem, right? And maybe it wasn't done intentionally, but it was broken and it prevented people from properly understanding the privacy issue here. By the way, one thing I wanted to mention, I want us to all think of ourselves as designers because you're working on a user experience. You know, I have that bias coming here, but if you're creating any sort of experience, then you're a designer for the purposes of this presentation as well, and that's the angle I'm coming from. Do you think that, by the way, that was the only vacuum cleaner company that was sharing information in this way? No, it was not. And in fact, there are similar stories about the iRobot vacuum cleaners. In fact, that they were uploading images that employees were seeing, inappropriate photos of the owners. In one case, somebody literally sitting on a toilet. And that was somehow got leaked and posted to Facebook. So very similar kind of problem. So there are a number of issues with AI. I didn't come here just to critique it, but I think these are issues that you're already aware of, so I won't belabor the point by going into them in much detail. However, I think we can all agree that privacy is an additional consideration, an additional issue that we need to think about when talking about AI. So today I wanted to go over 6 areas that I've been considering about where AI can affect our privacy. I don't think this is an exhaustive list by any means. In fact, speaking of obsolescence in our presentations, or if, like me, you're writing a book too, AI scraping, AI screen scraping is another issue that was mentioned in the previous talk where you might be using Signal, but that doesn't mean that an AI isn't watching what you're typing in as well. So already out of date, if you will. But the issues I wanted to discuss today were lack of transparency with data sharing, which is a very big privacy issue in general, of course, accidental exposure of personal data, reversing data anonymization, you might even call that the myth of anonymization, deceptive design patterns, which is where I get maybe a little bit more speculative, the fact that AI is listening in anywhere or everywhere, and also the malicious misuse of AI, kind of the intentional stuff, which some of this may also be. So let's start with the lack of transparency with data sharing. You and your AI friend. Some of you may have heard this story in the last week. There was a really good Reuters story that came out about a 76-year-old gentleman in New Jersey who was having an online relationship via Messenger with a much younger woman, and he kind of snuck out of the house and went into Manhattan to meet her at a hotel. He fell and hurt himself very badly and died sometime later. The person that he went to meet did not exist. Now, this was certainly a case of, him not understanding that he was talking with a Facebook AI in Messenger, but it's another example, of course, how people are getting more and more attached to their AI friends. And last year, Mozilla did this study that talked about the proliferation of these boyfriends and girlfriends, if you will, these digital lovers. A lot more information, even in the last couple of weeks, stories have been reported about this. But Gizmodo covered the report and described these 11 apps that Wired focused on, or Mozilla, sorry, focused on, as a data harvesting horror show. Most of the chatbots they found sell or share the personal data of users during their romantic AI sessions. And that's likely something that people don't consider when they're interacting with these things. But that can also include some super personal information, such as discussions about gender-affirming care, prescribed medication, sexual health, and of course, you can imagine many other topics as well. Now, some of the interesting things more specific about these findings, these apps had 100 million downloads on Google Play. 90% of them sell or share your data for targeted advertising or other purposes. 54% do not allow you to delete your data, and we'll talk about that being a standard practice for privacy by design. This is kind of mind-boggling. They use an average 2,663 trackers per minute. Now, that statistic is thrown off by the final one, apparently, where a particular one, Romantic AI, used 24,354 trackers within a minute of using the app. I can't really understand how that works, but it doesn't sound good. By the way, this is a divergence from talking about AI, but how many third-party companies would you guess, that many popular websites are sharing your data with? It can be around 1,000 or more. It doesn't mean that every site that you visit is, but this 2024 Wired study showed that many popular sites share your data with over 1,500 companies. And of course, even if you're looking at a list of companies, if you were so lucky to see that, as some sites show, the companies that this data is being shared with, I really appreciated the EFF talk the other day about data brokers, because if your data is going to those brokers, of course, you actually don't know how many organizations, companies that your data is going to. That is a blank to you. In last year also, Meta rolled out the Meta AI chatbot. You probably remember that, across all of its platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp, and its collaboration as well with Ray-Ban's smart glasses, which we could talk about some different privacy issues there. And upon finding this, the experience design director, Emily Campbell, noticed a few things, again, from sort of a design perspective. The terms of use were buried multiple clicks in. Now, that isn't really unusual, and we see this problem all the time with cookie banners, right? Where you will even say, we care about your privacy, but then it has one big button to accept all the cookies, and maybe you can drill down via a link, which would seem to indicate that they're not too concerned about your privacy. So that's pretty common. She also found that there was no way to opt out of your data being used to train the model, and also that it was unencrypted. So at around that time, the FTC pointed out that quietly changing your privacy policy, as often happens, to collect data for AI training is unfair, deceptive, and illegal. I'm not sure how long that point of view will last there, but that is what they said at the time. So some guidelines, if you will, I think obviously companies should be clearly and prominently explaining what data of yours that they're using, how it's being used, and also importantly, who it's being forwarded to. If that's 15,000 people, then maybe they can't list it out in all of that detail, but there are ways to do this, as I'm sure some of you have seen. They should warn users before they even enter information into a prompt and consider design patterns for handling this. So if we're talking about ChatGPT or other LLMs, you'll notice you'll notice that the screens are pretty simple, but there'll be some other CTAs around it that might be, make this more professional, make this funnier, make this sound like a woodland elf or something. But they will seldom say, in fact, I don't know that I've seen any say, here's what you shouldn't put into this prompt. And what is interesting is if you ask, like ChatGPT, are there things that I shouldn't enter here? It'll actually give you quite a long laundry list of things that you shouldn't enter there. But that is not something that is generally told to users up front. So where in possible, I understand that designers have this tug of war between I just don't have the space. I need the least amount of friction possible to get people onto my platform. I don't want to slow people down by explaining some privacy issues. I get that, but there are ways within onboarding to at least draw attention to the fact that there can be some privacy issues, and then via progressive disclosure point you to more information so that you can understand that, which is what Ecovacs, I guess, supposed that they were doing. However, you had to dig down even to find that. And also just-in-time alerts, that's what we refer to, of course. If you're doing something different, and maybe an example there is, oh, it looks like you're uploading an Excel spreadsheet full of HR data. Are you sure you want to do that? You know, or a certain type of file that it could, in that moment, there could be messaging that warns you that this isn't a good idea. Accidental exposure, and maybe I should put scare quotes around accidental because in some cases this might be part of the secret sauce, but there certainly are accidents like this one. You probably heard of this one, where in 2023, late 2023, a Google research team found that they tricked ChatGPT into releasing all sorts of PII just randomly, and all they did was ask ChatGPT to say the word poem forever. And ChatGPT just kind of freaked out and started spewing out all sorts of data, including phone numbers, personal addresses, and banking information. And a couple more recent stories. These are literally from the last couple of weeks. There was the one about Meta, that people were entering prompts there that could be very personal, and they were being published live elsewhere, just kind of for everybody to see. And I think Meta's response to that was, well, you know, we try to make it clear that is happening. However, again, users aren't always paying a lot of attention. They may not understand how that works. So, you know, they maybe need to provide a little bit more upfront information about that. Another one was that Google, and this has been fixed, but that Google was indexing found that, Google was indexing ChatGPT conversations. And in that case, if you knew to search for shared prompts, which were shared maybe with the point of sharing with a family member or somebody like that, that if you searched on Google and knew what snippet to include, it would start surfacing a lot of these as well. And they did shut down that feature pretty quickly, the feature that allowed that. There are some examples on the right-hand side of that search, by the way, which was able to surface some of these prompts. So while AI companies continue to work on the security of these systems, users should very much be aware that there's no guarantee that what you're entering maybe won't be surfaced somehow, whether it's via a view like Facebook had, or this sort of accidental thing, or just via a glitch. That, you know, what you enter there may not be safe from prying eyes. And we'll talk more about why in a second as well. But this is sometimes despite the protestations of the companies hosting them, right? Because they have a product to sell, and it's not in their financial self-interest to highlight these issues or to drop out of the AI arms race, that's for sure. But as designers, as developers, as people working on these things, we can try to assist users by warning them what you shouldn't be entering, right? So this I hinted at a second ago is another issue with incorporating or putting data into a prompt like this, and that is the myth of data anonymization. So you'll hear people say, we put a spreadsheet full of really super detailed data into this LLM, but we took out all the personal information. We explicitly took out the PII, the personally identifiable information. So you might think that would help, but in reality, there are a couple of ways that anonymization is not the cure that we might think it is, because data can be de-anonymized, and in a number of different ways. An example that caused some concern around this was last year when DocuSign announced that any data entered into their system could be used to train AI products. Now, can you imagine the personal details that go into DocuSign at any given time, the amount of detailed data for all sorts of different things that they are processing? DocuSign said they only trained AI models on data from customers who've given consent. There's that again. And the data is de-identified and anonymized before training occurs. So a couple of things there. Everybody says, if I go to a website and I click on a cookie banner, okay, then that is consent. And if I proceed, I guess that's consent. And if I don't drill down to see what you're doing with my data, I guess that is consent, according to these companies. So critics expressed concern that they could not tell how anybody would be expressing consent, and they talked about the significant documentation that is there. But they also pointed out that there's doubt that data can always be successfully anonymized. And they said that descriptions of any automatic methods of anonymizing data have proven rather opaque. Now, there are examples from the world of privacy of this sort of data that has been theoretically anonymized that proved problematic even before, say, for one example, that Roe v. Wade was overturned, in that the Planned Parenthood had released anonymized data in spreadsheets, and I'm going to forget offhand which state, was looking at those spreadsheets and trying to figure out via demographics the identities of individual people. So post Roe v. Wade, that has become even more of a problem. But the issue with anonymization is that researchers have shown repeatedly that anonymized data can be, as I say, de-anonymized. And a 2019 study showed that 99.98% of Americans, so practically all Americans, could be identified in any data set using 15 demographic attributes. That's not talking about PII, right? So personally identifiable information on the right there. If it's your social security code, that nails you, right? If it's your driver's license, some of those other things, we're just talking about general demographics. And in fact, 87% of the US population can be uniquely identified by just three things: your date of birth, your gender, and your zip code. So if you have a spreadsheet out there that's been anonymized of women who have gone to Planned Parenthood, there might be more than enough information in there to pinpoint their identity. So again, yes, those items aren't even considered PII. The release of PII into the wild, like with that glitch I mentioned earlier, would be even more harmful. The other thing is that AI itself can be used to de-anonymize. And I'm writing a book on this subject of privacy, and unfortunately I just found this example, and I'm kicking myself because I included the previous information, but I hadn't even thought about the fact of using AI to de-anonymize. But that's what we're seeing here is a study from Google, which did look at using ChatGPT with a data set that they created. Basically, they used celebrities, and they took a whole bunch of celebrities and anonymized stories about them or whatever. And you can see here what they did was use GPT to de-anonymize and then also to re-anonymize, if you will. What was very interesting is that GPT had a very high success rate at de-anonymizing. And what you see in this graph here is basically GPT outperforming human beings 3-to-1 with its ability to de-anonymize. So anonymization may not be the solution. The danger of deceptive design patterns, this where I say maybe gets a little bit more speculative, but the idea that I was thinking about here is that if companies increasingly are looking to AI platforms to devise design patterns, and in fact, a lot of the tools that we're using have AI baked into them. Of course, we are doing vibe coding where we're creating screens very quickly, and if they work, maybe they're going out into the wild a little more quickly than they should be. But it's quite possible, it's not difficult to imagine, that AI could suggest deceptive design patterns just because they work. Something that tricks you into giving out information or tricks you into making a payment that you didn't mean to make or something like that. So if they're untethered from any ethical guidelines, these platforms might suggest content or UX patterns which trick consumers into surrendering information that they really didn't intend to. And companies might not question or closely scrutinize these patterns if they boost leads and sales. Now, I say that's somewhat speculative, but I did discover there are other people that are concerned about this. And so even a couple of years ago, these two Northeastern professors, they shared this concern as a motivating force behind their work on dark patterns in AI-enabled consumer experiences. And so as you see, they said there, while AI-enabled devices and services may bring benefits to consumers and businesses, they also have the potential to incorporate dark patterns that cause harm. To date, there's very little work that examines the unique potential of AI to worsen existing classes of dark patterns, as well as facilitate entirely new classes of dark patterns that are specific to AI-enabled experiences. So I was thinking, trying to draw a parallel with a real-world example here, and I'm sure many of you have heard this example of a dark pattern or a deceptive pattern utilized by the Trump campaign, where basically they had a checkbox that was pre-selected to make your donation a recurring donation. And it was a hideous thing. It was bright yellow. It had lots of all caps, which I guess is on brand. And it had such opaque language and confusing language, and they kept changing the language, and they kept changing the specifics. And it was, of course, intentional because it was even referred to internally, this pattern, as a money bomb. And in fact, they had some of their own constituents, the Trump campaign's constituents, that were very angry and wanted to sue because of this when they realized that their payment wasn't a one-time thing. It was going to be monthly, or there was another payment that was hidden, and things of that nature. So my point here would be then, if you can imagine then an AI creating a slicker version of an existing dark pattern like this, or a deceptive pattern, and then basically justifying it to stakeholders to say, you know, here are the detailed projections for how much the company can benefit from this dark pattern. You would hope that there would be some sort of vocal critic in the room, but the way things move and move very quickly, that might not happen. And also you could start seeing solutions maybe automatically deployed after they're created without any supervision and left in place because, hey, let's not look at this thing if it's working. If it ain't broke from our perspective, don't fix it. If you're interested in this topic of deceptive patterns, this is not specific to AI, but I would also recommend this book, Deceptive Patterns by Harry Brignall. It's a good read. A lot of these things we see every day, and we know they're bad, but when you read an entire book about it, it really crystallizes, and it can be very useful for keeping these patterns out of your own design vocabulary. So another issue, AI listening in everywhere, and increasingly it really is everywhere. You may have heard of the Limitless pendant. So this is a pendant that you could literally wear on your clothing that has AI incorporated into it. I believe it's still available for pre-order at this point, but it detects new voices and doesn't record them until the software hears them agree to being recorded. Oh, wait a minute, I said that wrong. If you turn on consent mode, then it detects new voices and doesn't record them until you agree to be recorded, because this mode is off by default. This consent mode, ironically, is off by default. And there's a great article about that by David Pierce on The Verge that you can explore further if you like. But this, by the way, is Dr. Ann Cavoukian. She is sort of one of the founders, but created with a group of people this group of 7 foundational principles for privacy by design. And one of those foundational principles is having privacy as a default. It's tempting for companies not to have privacy as a default, of course, but that is the recommendation if you are concerned about people's privacy and their ability to control their data. Another example here, and I think of this one as maybe put it in the unintended consequences column, because I think that the intention for this was probably to help people with hearing difficulties. But this is from a University of Washington team from last year, and the creation of an AI feature for headphones called targeted speech hearing. And the idea is that you could glance at someone in the crowd, and the AI would know to focus on that person. It strips out all other sound and just continues to relay that one person's voice to you, even when they're not facing you, and even when you're not facing them anymore. So I think there are some pretty profound privacy issues with that technology. And again, unintended consequences, but it does pay to consider those consequences potential. In the last couple of weeks, we've also seen more in the news about this sort of AI-generated content for TV, if we're still calling it that. There was a news story in the last week or so about a company called, or a product called Showrunner from Fable Studio, which is calling themselves the Netflix of AI. I'm not sure if you heard that one, but they call their own product Hollywood's Worst Nightmare, and it's being funded by Amazon. But basically, this is just AI-generated content that never ends. You can watch, you can alter it, and the example that you're seeing here is a similar one. Another article worth your time by Jason there from 404 Media. He's talking about a future where AI-generated content is based upon our viewing off, just by tracking us across the internet, it becomes more personalized to us. And he says this is the present and future of a business model in which TVs have ceased being rectangles designed to let you watch ad-supported programming, which I guess gets at the last talk where we're talking about remember the internet is about advertising. It ceased to be just a rectangle that supports ad-supported programming that costs a lot to make, and have started to become rectangles designed to collect information about you so you can be fed cheap content and targeted ads. So again, it's not just the ads, it's the content. It's the show, it's a movie. In this case, this is a still from a movie called An AI-Powered Love Story. And this content will be and is being delivered to us via algorithms and personalized ads that are based on data, not just from our TV watch history, but from our phones, locations, and more. So wherever you're browsing on the internet could be influencing what you're watching as a fictional TV show or movie. And also the malicious misuse of AI. This is, gets at a story in a moment that makes me feel like we're living in a cyberpunk novel, and maybe we all feel that way here. But some people are enabling these platforms, or some people may enable these platforms to act even more maliciously. We already know, of course, that deepfakes are being used in misinformation campaigns, but they're also used to steal people's information, their identity, and, of course, money. And criminals, as I'm sure you know, are using deepfake video and audio to trick people into surrendering money they thought was going to family members or colleagues. And there's lots of examples of these stories out there, unfortunately at this point. But for me, this is one of the most mind-boggling. Was last year the Hong Kong finance worker who went to a meeting and he thought with, if it was a Zoom chat or whatever, a number of different people at the company, including the company's CFO. And after the meeting, he sent $25 million to criminals because he thought that's what he was told to do, except the whole meeting was deepfake versions of the people that he knew and worked with. Now, they've talked about a number of different reasons that made this more likely to happen, but it's still a pretty stunning development. And, this isn't technically a privacy issue so much as a security issue, but it gets at the fact that our likenesses can be used now already, as I know many people are finding, and in the future in unusual new ways that we can't even comprehend at the moment. But the misuse from a privacy perspective is something. This technology, as I say here, is evolving so rapidly we can barely keep up with the conversation about how we control our own likenesses and our voices, of course, as well, right, on generative AI platforms. And I love this picture from Metropolis because it's almost 100 years ago that this movie was made. And what's going on in the picture, if you're not familiar with the plot of this beautiful film worth watching, is that the city's master had created this robot on the right to look like Maria, who was trying to work with factory employees. You know, she had a heart of gold. She was trying to help them. And he was creating this robot to look like her and discredit her. Basically create misinformation using this robot. So this is from almost 100 years ago when that we've been having these fears as background anxiety in our lives. So another possibility too with this malicious use of AI in this sense is the fear, and there's some writing out there about that. I have links in here. I can put the presentation up on my website, but the fear that generative AI can be can be used to mimic our biometrics. And of course, biometrics have been considered like the great hope of preserving and securing our data. But if you can use generative AI to, you know, mock up the look of your eye or your fingerprints or whatever, then that is a very powerful source of security of personal information that might just go away. So, I ran a lot by you in those different areas. There are some takeaways, though, that I just would like to explore. Some of these I explicitly mentioned, some I may not have. But these are things that I think we do need to consider as we're working on online experiences. We're working with these LLMs as well. Ensure, first of all, that privacy is enabled by default. Again, that's sort of a rule for privacy by design. Also, ensure consent is given when accessing data. And we talked about some examples here where you had consent in this way that has already become traditional, where people kind of just slide into a website, and if you're there, you've basically consented. It's like a handshake agreement that we have because we're getting something for free, right? But the problem is, even though that may be true, the handshake is there and we agree to it, we don't necessarily know as consumers how much information is being shared and with whom, et cetera. So more explicit CTAs, calls to action for consent, and helpful information about what you're consenting to. Maintain transparency, so this ties into that, of course. Maintain transparency about how data is used, what data is shared, and also with whom. That's pretty straightforward. Don't collect data that you can't justify collecting. And this applies outside of LLMs as well, of course, but a lot of the times, you know, companies are collecting data they just don't need to. Why do you need to know my gender? Why do you need to know my zip code? In one case recently, again, after Roe v. Wade, people started deleting period trackers that started to ask what state they lived in. And they're like, why do you need to know what state I live in all of a sudden? That could be used against me. So if you are a company, we could talk more about also having checklists for every single data point that you ask for as to whether it's really needed. That's a good practice as well. As I mentioned earlier, warn people about what data they shouldn't enter as AI prompts. I seldom ever see this explicitly. Like I say, if you think to ask the ChatGPT, it will give you a litany of things that you should not enter. Be wary of claims of anonymization. Provide the ability to opt out or to delete data. You saw in one of the earlier examples that you just simply didn't have the ability even to delete data that is being collected about you. Some of these things, by the way, I think will be illegal in the future if they aren't already. They may be in GDPR, but not in the United States. There's movement, of course, in California and other individual states. But I guess one big thing here, these are kind of design-oriented. one big takeaway, as others have mentioned in the last couple of days, is we need a federal privacy law that takes care of some of these things, and not one that still allows consent by default, where even in California, it assumes that it allows for cookie banners to assume that you're providing consent, but they have to provide the ability for you to say, oh, wait a minute, no, I don't consent, whereas the GDPR demands that you don't get automatic access to that data. So provide the ability to opt out or delete data. Remain vigilant around how AI can be misused. Consider unintended consequences. So we think of that example with the listening AI that was probably intended entirely to be helpful, but could have some issues. And I think of the new ones cropping up, like the screen scraping, AI screen scraping, where you might think you're using a pretty secure tool or application, and in fact can still be scraped. And finally, study and develop ethical frameworks and checklists for AI. I have some of these on the next screen. I'm not necessarily recommending a particular one or anything, but the fact that they're out there is some sort of progress. So these are not endorsements necessarily, but companies like Google and IBM have developed ethical AI frameworks and principles, so have many scholars and researchers. These things are evolving all the time, of course. Salesforce has 5 trusted AI principles to ensure their work on AI proves responsible, accountable, transparent, empowering, and inclusive. So you can see it hints at some of the best practices that I mentioned. And UNESCO has a human rights approach, which I appreciate, to AI via 10 core principles, including proportionality and do no harm, safety and security, right to privacy and data protection, human oversight and determination, and fairness and non-discrimination. So those frameworks are out there, and I hope they continue to grow. There's a lot to keep track of, but they can get us thinking along the right lines, I believe. So, final thoughts. We won't be stuffing the AI genie back in its bottle anytime soon, I don't think. And as we learn to navigate its complexities and hopefully benefit some from its productivity, we'll want to pay close attention to these potential harms that it can bring as well. And privacy lapses are certainly going to be one of those types of harms. And I'll close with this quote from Dr. Ann Cavoukian, again, who devised this privacy by design framework, because I do think we're tempted sometimes to say, I got nothing to hide, right? I don't have anything to hide. It's not a big deal to me. I don't think that's the audience I'm talking to today, however. But privacy, it's important to remind people, actually is not about secrecy. It's not about having something to hide. It's all about control. Do I have control over my own data, my own personal information? And of course, there's also the other possibility that you are working with organizations or something that you trust in the moment, and so you're not concerned about your privacy, but that can change on a dime when legislation or decrees from presidents go into play. Some of us need to look at our own personal threat models for privacy as some of these things are happening. So I hinted at, maybe heavily, the fact that I've been working on a book. This is not specifically about AI, although there is a chapter about just what we talked about today. But I do have a book coming out, looks like in November. I'm very excited about that. This is a book about privacy by design that is much broader and talks about some key issues that we should look out for as we're designing. The use of language, avoiding dark patterns, creating tools that actively help people, and also how we handle people's data. Those are kind of the core subjects of this book. And if you would like to learn a little bit about me, I'll leave this up here, but as I say, I'll upload this and link to it probably on my website. You can contact me. There's an article that this talk was based on, and also the article that my book was based on, which of course got fleshed out to be a lot more. Thank you for your time, and we may have time for some questions if you have any. End of a long 3 days, so I understand if you're just tuckered out, but I'm happy to take some questions. Or if you see me walking around afterwards, of course, come up and I'm happy to chat. Okay. Great. Thank you again for coming, and maybe see you at the closing ceremony, and have a safe trip home.